Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Ready to go racing around the green hell for 24 hours. It is the toughest of the iRacing special events as man is tested to its very limits. And here, drivers find out exactly just how much they're willing to push. Welcome along to the iRacing Esports Network and to RaceSpot TV. Our junior Kanki Party joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary to kick off the coverage. Ewan, you and I, we were privileged over the last winter to be commentating on the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. You and I have seen some of the greatest racing that series has seen as well, and now we get ready to go for what is bound to be a difficult race. 55 cars, 5 classes, and 24 hours on the clock.
Yeah, difficult race is an understatement. What we saw a lot throughout that DNLS season was last lap passes, last lap finishes, great exciting action. And are we going to see that again here today? Well, I'm certainly hoping we get a last lap finish, if you like, here for 24 hours. We have seen that in the past, in years gone by, but so exciting to be back here once again. A real challenge for car versus track and competitor versus competitor over the course of 24 hours.
And this being our second 24-hour race in the iRacing special event schedule. We've got one more still left to come, of course, when we make our way on over to Spa in the month of July. But what an intriguing special event calendar. Again, let's not forget, it really allows you to experience the joys of motorsport in all disciplines. In road racing of multiple formats as well, let's not forget. And then ovals, and dirt road as well. A little bit of everything to wind us through 12 months of racing. And this, of course, in the best month of racing for the year. Next week, 130 cars will go racing for the real-world Nürburgring 24-hour race, and drivers get a little bit of a preview here today. Let's talk, though, about the cars and the classes on offer, because I mentioned 5 classes, so options are plenty, and that includes in the car selection as well, Ewan.
It certainly does. 3 classes with a choice here this year. It's the second year we've actually gone to a 5-class format, whereas previously for all the other years before that, we went for just 4. But great variety. There's a look at the BOP, which will be a point of discussion, I suppose, as well for the drivers and teams over the course of the day. But yeah, great variety these days. So many cars on offer these days as well in iRacing, with the increased amount that we can have in a session. The closest you can get to a Nürburgring 24 experience in sim racing.
But of course, as ever, in this top split, drivers have gone and maximized out to figure out which car they want, and there are favorites across of each of our classes where there are multiple choices on offer. Looking forward to seeing how the Toyota GR86s get on as well. Let's not forget they are the slowest class and the ones most likely to get bullied around the track. Drivers are on track, though, for qualifying right now. They get 25 minutes, 2 laps, and the track all to themselves. It's slightly different from how, of course, it works in the real world, but let's talk a little bit as well about the history of this event. Last year, we went over to the 5-class format for the very first time, and it was Williams Esports grabbing the win in the GT3 class, and continuing a bit of a trend that we've seen across of the years, the Porsche Cup class some of the strongest and wildest racing that we've seen. Share Esports on top, looking to try and defend that win this time around. Same can be said for the Was Cooking Racing Adventures team. They'll be looking to cook up another Michelin star masterpiece alongside Team Hoisingveld and Astro Racing as defending race winners. But you look across of the previous history, Pure Racing team in the GT3 class, one of the most successful. MX5s, of course, Team RSO were one of the most successful when we had them back in the day before Ava Vervatic broke the streak. Can Team Hoisingveld make it 4 wins in a row, though, in the TCR class? One of the main storylines that we're going to be talking about. How important is qualifying, though, Ewan, as the drivers get their final laps finished here in the session?
I would say one of the most important, actually the most important of the 24-hour races, I must preface, because it's not going to be that easy to overtake. There are plenty of chances around this circuit, and we know where those zones are, but by the time you've done that, how much time are you going to have lost to those leaders? It's not necessarily crucial for you to be on pole, but at least to be up the front of the field. Firstly for that, but also to avoid the inevitable chaos, potential chaos, I should say, down in towards that opening chicane of the race.
And I think we have, 4 minutes left in qualifying, and a handful of drivers yet to put lap times in, and that includes some major contenders in your GT3 class. There comes Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. Great to see that collaboration out on track. Of course, Gabriel Streitmatter currently down in 12th in class in qualifying, but Mahler Racing Team, as well as the BMW M Team BS competition, currently not on the timesheets in the qualifying session, so they'll have some work to do from the back of your what is a relatively small GT3 class, yes, but still 11 cars strong. There comes the Frozen Speed machine out of the final corner. The 002 runs its way to the line, and again with a 8:42.508 to beat. What can Gabriel Streitmatter do? That's not 397 that you see on your screen in front of you. And so as Streitmatter crosses the line, he only jumps up to 11th.
Yeah, that is off the pace by his standards, so they're only 2.2 seconds off at a circuit like this. I suppose looking at that on a normal day, that is not very far away at all, but unfortunately in this class it's very close indeed. You mentioned earlier about the Cup class being one of the most exciting. I personally think GT4 is going to be really interesting here. I think early on in the first stint we could see a bit of fuel games going on. You're not going to save a lap of fuel around here, but you could shorten your pit time. After that though, and as the race really starts to unfold with the traffic and the general flow of a 24-hour race, that class is going to become extremely exciting, and that's going to be the case in all 5 classes. We're going to be spoiled for choice as to where to look early on in this race.
Up to the chicane goes Rainer Talvart. He is one of those drivers that is not going to be setting the qualifying lap as he begins his adventures around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Hooks the left, heads towards the Sabine Schmidt curve, and what a fun run it is. As you then dive into the Hudson back, we jump on board with the BMW M4 GT3 machine. And one thing to note through this section in particular, if you're new to the Nordschleife, high curbs you in. You got to be very aware of where you can and you can't touch the curbs.
And if you want to hedge a bet everywhere, then you can't, probably, because there's a lot of these curves where you must not go anywhere near. Obviously, knowing where to utilise them and where to take the benefit from them is crucial. Hook the car up on the right-hand side there, a little bit on the left, and then get your exit right, because it's a very long run through here to Flugplatz, and then right the way towards hitting the brakes again over the hill at Schredenkreuz and Arenberg, all the way down the hill. It's such a nuanced circuit with so many things to learn over such a long big distance.
This is then where traffic's going to be quite fun as you go maybe 2 wide, 3 wide if you're feeling brave. And we have seen passing done through this fast left, but you do need to slightly breathe off the throttle. Be careful with the transfer of weight on the car as well, and then down onto the brakes, and be very eager on picking up the throttle and launching your momentum down in towards the foxhole. And this is of course where in the real world there have been some changes as you come towards enough force right here at the bottom of the compression, just as you rise up through the left here. That curve is very much changed. Drivers in the real world can no longer to use it in the same way that we do, but then just down through the gears, get as tight to the inside as you can. So many of these corners, you've got to remember as well, right, are then connected by relatively long straights. So you and getting the run between each of the corners, quite important in many ways.
Yeah, exactly. It's good and important to tune in a bit of traction into your car for that very reason, because while there aren't too many real long ones until you get to the back straight, it is plenty of straight sections where you do need that speed, and so that's what you've got to remember in your setup. But that's all behind them now. They're all ready for the race. All of the setup work, all of that preparation is in the past. They've got to do what they can with the tools available to them over the course of the next 24 hours.
And don't forget, live timing and scoring is available at timing.racespot.tv or timing71.org if you want to try and follow along with what's going on with strategy. Let's take you down the trackside to see how they'll line up for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, powered by Extreme Sim Racing. It's Sotomuto for the Williams Esport Huizinfeld crew that grabs pole position, but look at that margin. 5 thousandths over to Diogo Pinto in that BMW M-Team Red Line entry. Sami Matti Trogan, who's been racing in the real world here plenty, fast here in the virtual world as well, lines up in third alongside Elvis Rankin in what is the only Porsche in the field for VRS Coanda, while Alejandro Sanchez, watch for him to be flying in the BMW for the Apex Racing team, alongside of Sam Coiter for Team Redline. That's the car where we expect Max Verstappen to line up later on today, with Nicholas Rubilar for the GridandGo.com 003 alongside Luka Vunch in the distinctive Falcon Sim Racing colours, and then the Door Esports Academy car alongside a BMW M-Team BS competition and the Mahler Racing team, 2 drivers with no times on the board in qualifying. In what is expected to be a busy 992 class, it's Luca Alpert and Shera Esports Blue looking to defend their win and lining up on top. Simona Miramarcheno will be alongside for Altus Esports with half a second splitting them, and then Matteo Kuzner represents Visceral Esports in that session to get inside of effect simulations with Valkyrie competition, and then the second of the Visceral machines, helpfully with different colors on it, lining up on row 3. Pro Sports Sim Racing and then Carlar Esports 7th and 8th with SimCity Racing and Greica Motorsport at the back of the class. Over to the GT4s, Ewan O'Leary expecting this one to be full of action. And look at those names at the front. It's Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and Corentin Gunes that will lead us to the green, alongside of Aaron Vasquez for Drago Racing in one of a couple of BMW M4s. Peter Berryman for the Apex Racing team, then inside of Tristan Iglesias. Always great to see him in a Porsche. This time, of course, in the GT4s for Simufy. And, of course, we'll continue rolling through the rest of the field. Door amongst a handful of other names. Watch for Alex Arana in that Sontec machine. 3 Drago of BMWs, of course, in the GT4s. We've still got the touring cars and the GR86s to get through, but Obsidian Racing and Impulse Racing, it's Honda on the front row, and then Hyundai for Team Huizinfeld back in third, with some work to do if they want to try and make it 4 wins in a row. And last but not least, the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman team will lead us to the green for the GR86s, and that's going to be exciting for them. Let's not forget, we've still got 11 of these. One driver going to be trying to do it alone. Bit of a shout out for Roland Alone Fredrickson as he tries to roll from the very back of that class. I have just been blowing through all of those names. Ewan O'Leary, what are you expecting as we get ready to go racing?
Well, I'm hoping for a clean start down into this very awkward first chicane. Whether we're going to get one or not, I'm a bit 50-50 on, to be honest. The fact that we've got slightly smaller classes, though, than what you might normally see in an iRacing 24-hour event means that there are less cars heading down into that first braking zone, and hopefully it means they'll all end up on the other side with all their panels still straight.
And no rain to worry about today, so you look at those conditions. Yes, there's cloud cover, but there's not going to be that changing conditions. The other thing to factor in as well, right, Ewan, as soon as the drop of the green flag sees the GT3 start, all our other classes are going racing at the same time as well.
Exactly, that's going to extend the period in which the GT3s and all the other classes, in fact, will be running on their own. Traffic will take quite a while to come in. And another thing that I've noticed with as well early on in this race is the fact that it's already 4:15 virtual standard time. It's going to get dark earlier than we would usually expect in a 24-hour race.
And so we'll catch the drivers 2 by 2 in their class formations as we get ready to go racing. But do remember, all 5 of our classes are ready to go. It's 24 hours around the green hell. We've got 53 drivers, 5 classes, and the teams lined up behind the scenes, ready to watch on. green flag drops. It's Williams Esports hoisting Velt at the front that get us racing for the 2024 Nürburgring 24 Hours, powered by Extreme Sim Racing. Single file at the front, and watch as Viras Coanda slightly swarmed. 3 wide for them, long way around for one of the red line BMWs. Single file immediately though for the Porsche Cup cars, and remember, they hooked their way through the chicane on the Grand Prix layout for the first time of asking. Elvis Rankin getting a pretty good run initially, and now to the inside momentarily of Diogo Pinto. He'll back out. Single file, the 992s descend into the braking zone of turn 1.
Oh!
And now GT4's coming through as Rankin gets contact with Alejandro Sanchez.
And there was already contact in the first chicane for Coanda, but it wasn't as disastrous as that one. At the second chicane, they've already lost their rear wing. An absolute disaster for the only Porsche in the field.
Wow, that's crazy. And now that machine likely to need a tow, I think, back to pit lane rather than slithering around the lap with no rear downforce. Touring cars descend out through that opening corner. We got a mix of the Hondas and the Hyundais, but a big margin already for Michael Polishek as they slip and slide their way through that first corner. GR86 is behind. It's still Nürburgring Esports that will lead them on through. We expected the start to be chaotic, but Ewan, that start for the GT3 is a little bit more feisty than I was expecting as well.
Yeah, huge drama. Once you get through the first chicane, you sort of expect these guys to mellow out a little bit and say, well, we've got through that now, let's get single file, let's get on with this race. But that wasn't the case at all. It was still side by side, and I think Elvis Rankin was just trying to cut into line, to be honest, whereas the cars behind him, the drivers behind him, definitely wanted to take advantage from the fact that the Porsche was just offline a little bit. It's ended up with them in the gravel, maybe other cars with damage too, although nothing major, quite clearly, and it's almost put Coanda out of it before this race has really began.
And as we descend into the Hudson back for the first time, it's Williams Esports 1-2 at the front of the GT3 class as Vasilios Belitsiotis has cycled in front of Diogo Pinto. And we did see that Vasilios was very, very quick in the season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series that Ewan and I just finished commentating on. Here's a look straight away at the replay. Sanchez tries to go the long way around, and you know what? It's the opening lap of the race. I've got to question if you're really needing to go that aggressive on that first lap with, 24 hours around here. We're only talking 180 laps. It's a different sort of a race to what you'd have around a Daytona, for example, or a Spa when we get there later on this summer. GT4's Obsidian Racing lead in the touring cars, of course, but here it's Team 75 with the pressure on from Aaron Vasquez.
By the way, on that aggression point, I would say that to both of them, to be honest, in terms of squeezing the driver that you're with and trying to make passes that early on. It is questionable this early on in the race to see that from both of them. But you see the smarter racers and the smarter teams anyway in the early part of this race, all still running and all still going well. GT4 got a front 2 at the moment, breaking away. We've seen in 992 a clean start as well as Share Esport begin to stamp their authority on this race, as we expect them to do, although it is still very close and everybody's still single file as you'd expect out on the Nordschleife.
And so now, as the drivers settle into the rhythm, how are they going to play this race out? I did mention, of course, there's one driver that's doing this race solo, Roland Alone Fredson, which, by the way, 10 out of 10 on the team name as well. We'll wish him the best of luck and see how that goes, and we'll follow that progression over the course of the 24 hours. He's hoping as well that being in the slowest class, that traffic treats him quite nicely, which I think is going to be hoping for quite a lot.
Yes, I would say so. If you, although saying that, I mean, which class would be the safest to be in? I'm not entirely sure I have the answer to that, to be honest with you, because all of these classes at some point are going to be angry with another in one way or another.
I think I'd rather be in the GT3 class, just because I know people will say, but it's the fastest. I drove plenty of GT3 cars around the Nordschleife, so I have a relative comfort in them. But just because you're the fastest class, you have a bit more control in what you're going to do. There is, the unpredictability sometimes of the slower classes, but, when you're the slower class, that let's be honest, the delta in speed between the GR86s and the GT3s, it's significant.
Yeah, it's minutes around here. It really is. That's not an exaggeration. It's absolutely significant. And that's where a lot of the incidents I find early on do come. You mentioned the DNLS that we covered earlier this season, or this year, I should say, over the winter. There was a lot of those kind of incidents, and that's one of the main talking points, I suppose, is that class got really strung out during those races. They were 4-hour races at maximum. This is a 24-hour race. It's going to be very different indeed.
And in those races, you had fast repairs as well that could come into play. Yes, you had to serve a penalty for using them, but the rule set that the organizers put in allowed for that damage to still be repaired and drivers to go back out. We don't have that in these 24-hour races, so that's definitely something else to keep in mind. On board with Vasilius Belitsiotis as he hunts down Alessandro Pico, it's Williams Esports Hoisingveld leading from Williams Esports Chill Blast as they head up to the carousel. They're about halfway through the lap right now as they head onto the brakes, and this is such a crucial corner just to make sure you don't pop out of line. You'll lose 2 full seconds or so if you really make a hash of that complex, and for the most part, drivers in the GT3 class navigating their way through on safely. We did mention when we were talking about car choices, it's the case where we got mostly BMWs, the one Porsche, of course, in the hands of Viras Kawanda, and a couple of Audis as well. These drivers, Ewan, have all found their preferred choice of car. Yeah, some teams obviously tied to a manufacturer, which makes their decision a bit easier, I think it's fair to say. However, everyone, well, nearly everyone, has chosen the BMW. It seems to be a very solid platform for this track and event combination, because we've got mostly BMWs down in GT4 as well, and having driven it myself and done a 24-hour race in it, it's almost, well, I don't want to say it's almost impossible to crash, because we did, but it is more difficult to crash this car, I would say, than some of the others that you have option of choosing in GT3. It's been out for quite a while now. Everyone's very comfortable with it. Everyone's got a nice setup to it, I would have thought, as well. And so it's not a no-brainer choice, because there are still plenty of other viable options. However, it is the one that the majority of this field have gone for. And they'll probably all have got somewhat similar concepts on terms of strategy. The question will be who's going to potentially execute better than others. There is the chance to maybe go a lap longer or so. Great to see the onboard look from a handful of these Williams Esports drivers. There's the look from Vasilius Belitsiotis. He's gone to the trouble of making his bed for us. So 10 out of 10 on that one, Vasilius. It's great to see. And making his room blue as well, which is in keeping with the Williams theme. Wonder if we'll get some action from Apex later in their very blue room. Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. They are very blue. Although, Chill Blast, we've been told, is apparently grey. So that should be a grey colour in his room, Ewan. Well, I don't think he wants a grey colour in the room, to be honest. Definitely not. It would technically have to be, what, like a reddish sort of a colour for the Team Hoisingveld entry as Pico gets a shove. Remember, this is to be expected. Teammates going to try and work together. Gianni Vecchio and Diogo Pinto are the 2 red line drivers behind that will be hoping to try and do the same. But the danger is that Alejandro Sanchez, you can see him just poking out a shot there, is going to try and make the move down here and through the final corner. It's a scary place to be side by side. And backing out goes Gianni Vecchio. Grandma Johnny, no, that's smart, Gianni Vecchio, just deciding it's not wise to fight this early. It is smart, but I don't think he'll be very happy at the moment with that, because they probably would have liked to keep the teammates together. It's not too early to talk about this, by the way. The fact that the teammates are working together to try and win this race together almost. It's very important to get off to a good start in a 24-hour race. I know it's a long race and there's a lot of things that can go wrong between now and the end, but don't underestimate the importance of what Williams are doing at the moment. The fact that they've been able to pounce on this battle for third place, the incident with Elvis Ranking and all of that, they have got an early advantage that they could drive all the way home. On board with that Team Redline machine. Love this camera perspective, just showing us the hands at work, how smooth you want to be on the thermal load effectively on tires. That's what you're trying to preserve and just manage, because even in these cooler conditions, I'm suspecting that some of these drivers are going to be potentially thinking about, if there are going to be some short stints maybe at the end, what they can do, try and do some fun things on strategy. There's the GT4s winding out back towards the start-finish line, still with Corentin Gunes leading them. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC in front of them, Drago and Simufy climbing in front of the Apex Racing team BMW. So then Drago, Virtual Coach, Was Cooking Racing Adventures, and Williams Esports Academy with Beckham Jasir behind the wheel, running through the top 8 right now as down through the opening corner. Draft is very important in these cars, and we know that. It does mean that when they get separated out, the first pit stop cycle, that's when we really start to figure out where they all end up finding out. Yeah, you don't often see, or we didn't at least in the DNLS, is just what I'm marking this against almost. We didn't see the
the early breakaway, if you like, of the front few from the rest of the field. We didn't see a trio of drivers and teams like this getting away in quite this fashion. We saw a big group coming over the line almost at the end of lap one every race. Now, I don't know whether this is because it's a 24-hour race, they're racing it a little bit differently, but I would have thought they'd choose roughly the same mindset as we go back to GR86 land, where the field is almost identically split into two.
And wow, this is where these machines, they can put on a great fight. Question will be how many of them will be left at the end. We had that heartwarming moment at the end of last year. Well, I say heartwarming, where the GR86s attempted to grab a photo on the run to the line, and then got slightly interrupted by a GT3 machine, if I remember correctly. So we'll hope that that doesn't happen this time around. But as the Nürburgring esports team leads them at the line, Vermilion Esports, the team name that's going to make me chuckle the entire race, the Moyai Regards, and then Ava Vervatic team also inside of the top four. And, you know, I'm going to just point this one out right now. Keep an eye on Ava Vervatic, because, of course, they were the ones to break the streak of Team RSO back when we had the Mazda MX-5. They've got many of the same drivers in their stable. It's going to be Bastian Salmon, Dirk Fenneman, Francisco Romero, and I think it's Christian Zeifka that's going to round out the four-driver lineup for them. They could be a bit of a dark horse in springing surprises. Let's take a look at the 992s.
Yeah, I think this class is going to be a little bit less about survival than the GR86s, which I think is going to be pure survival, but we'll see about that. I hope that they stay together for a little bit longer than what we normally see, because they do provide great racing, as you say, while they get there. So do these guys in the 992 class, actually staying together a little bit more than I would be expecting, although I don't think we can have any surprises about the team that are leading at the moment. Share Esport are cleaning up almost everything in a Porsche 992 Cup car at the moment. Great in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship that just finished up a couple of weeks ago. Won the DNLS as well, with two teams in championship contention on the final day. They could have had a 1-2 actually, but they didn't in the end. They only went away with, I say only went away with first, and they've got to be race favourites to go back-to-back this year, I would say.
Yes, but okay, there's two parts to that, right? Yeah, in many ways they're race favourites, but I've been DM'd. Will Chadwick wants to make sure that we give him his credit for grabbing pole position in the Share Esports Blue Machine. But the second part to that is, Will Chadwick's kind of the wild card in that car, right? You know, he's joined up for them for this race as far as we're aware. We haven't really seen him too much, you know, consistently to the same degree as we've seen from the likes of Luca Alpert, week on week, just being consistent at a track where, you know, this car, you need to have that muscle memory dialed in. And so, as much as you and I, we love Will, I think we're both kind of waiting to see what he's going to be doing when he gets into that car. You can see right now, 10 cars split by only 6 odd seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's not a slow driver, let's make that clear. But, you know, it's just not a driver we're used to seeing in that Share Esport team, who are so often right up towards the front, so often doing really well in this car. It is a bit of a wild card, and there's so many things that can happen over a 24-hour race. It is very difficult to define a favourite for any of these classes, I would say. But if you would, you know, make me pick just one out of the 5 classes, it would be this one and share it in 992, just because of what they can do. But they've got some very proficient 992 teams around them. Visceral Esports right behind them at the moment, no mugs by any means, and neither are Outus Esports, who possess the PES champion from last year in their side. So it's not a class of nobodies that they're up against by any means. They'll have great competition throughout.
The Cup cars head out through the Mutkurve, which literally translates to bravery, and we'll talk plenty about that over the course of the race, because that is a corner where you need to be brave in these cars with, you know, the no ABS, no traction control. I can't quite believe I'm saying this, though. We are going to come to the end of the second lap for the GT3s whenever they, you know, wind back around to the line. And we still have all 53 cars out on track and fighting, so that's great to see. You know, it's kind of tells you that the drivers have, you know, got the mentality dialed in, Ewan, where they're not going to be too aggressive on the start. Yes, we saw Elvis ranking with the slight issue with Alejandro Sanchez on lap 1, but from what we've been told, the rear wing damage that we saw is only visual. Doesn't seem to be affecting the speed of that car too much. So he's only 12 seconds off the lead right now.
Yeah, and if you actually sort of watch that incident in detail, the rear wing, if you see the way the rear wing gets clipped off, it's not really a surprise that it's not making any difference, because as his car was sort of sliding backwards, it was going towards the second of the team red line cars, and it's just one of those ones where the rear wing, obviously sticking out quite a long way from the rest of the car, it's sort of clipped something on the red line BMW on the way past, and it's not actually very serious contact that's taken the rear wing off, but instead a sort of awkward angle where they've been hit, and that's why it's popped off, hence the lack of rear downforce that they've lost. Seemingly they've lost none almost.
Been converted to GT3 Touring spec. Now, some Porsche enthusiasts would spend a lot of money for that to happen to that car, but I don't think that's necessarily what Elvis Rankin would want, and when he's down onto pit lane, expect that car to likely get the rear wing popped back into place. Back onto the Dottinger we go, and we will expect, of course, the two up front to do their bump drafting once more. So Beliziotis and Pico going to lock fenders and run up the hill into the braking zone. And you can see that Alejandro Sanchez still placed in between the two red line cars, who actually right now a little bit more separated. Here comes, though, the fight back from the Zebras. Rhineland-Palatinate trying to gallop his way up through the field. He's going to pull alongside of Jonas Wanner in the Falcon Sim Racing Audi. Now, can he also get the Grid and Go BMW? Nicolas Rubelar going to be alongside, and you can see him already rolling onto the brakes, getting the 2-for-1 special as BMW BS Plus competition, who have gone from 10th to 6th in the space of 2 laps.
Yeah, but this is the problem with them starting so far back, is that they've made good progress, but look at how far they are off the lead now. It's at 7 seconds up to Williams Esports, and not only that, the Williams Esports cars are helping one another get further away, and it's only going to be further if and when BS Competition get into that second position or that third position region in the GT3 order. So that's why we say qualifying so important, and Marla Racing Team trying to follow them.
Mahler Racing Team powered, of course, by BS Competition. Felix Quernbach trying to follow Rhineland-Palatinate through, able to slice through on the very distinctive colors of the Falcon Sim Racing Team, who, of course, in their affiliation with Door Esports, have that Academy car also here in today's field. I did see that West Cooking Racing Adventures had been reported as running slightly wide and off the track. I'm not sure if that's going to drop them down through the field potentially, but as Simodomir Marcheno fights his way forward, gets back up into second. Now Mateo Kuzner under pressure. Adrian Greika, an amazing opening lap from him, went from 10th up to 4th, and now through to the podium spots as he works his way to 3rd, and Mateo Kuzner drops back into line.
Yeah, very good start for Greika Motorsport, who have started a long way back, and not one of the fancy teams, I would say, to win overall, but they're currently on the podium, so have started very well indeed. But how long is that going to last for? I'll be slightly concerned for Visceral Esports, to be honest, because you don't want to see those two ahead of you get away too much. On early viewing, that's not going to happen, but you would be a little bit nervous about a team who maybe you're not expecting to be on the podium by the end of the day, being ahead of you and just letting that gap open ahead of where you are.
And, you know, we're trying not to read too much into what happens right now, because this is just such a long race that the night's going to probably claim a few victims as well. Survive until the morning and then see where you are after that. That's kind of what we expect in many ways. And just a reminder, I see some chatter on the iRacing Esports Network. GT3 cars do have ABS and traction control. These 992 Cup cars that we see on our screen in front of us that run in the 992 class by themselves, there's no other manufacturers in this class, they do not have ABS and traction control. They are sold with them in the real world, and some endurance series do use them, but here on iRacing, it's disabled, and it's all down to the drivers, much like they are often around the Nordschleife loops as well. And there are some great onboard videos that if you go and search Porsche Cup car Nordschleife, Sean Edwards in particular, there's some great rain races in the Porsche Challenge series that they would run around here. Truly encourage you to go and watch them, but maybe after this 24-hour racing of racing is in the books, as down towards the blue parts these drivers will begin to work once more. And these drivers can go as long as 80 or 90 minutes potentially in terms of fuel if they're a little bit light on the right foot. The question is often with them tires, because they are they the only class, Ewan, that does not change fuel and tire at the same time?
I would say yes, other than maybe the GR86, which I don't know about. As was Cooking Racing Adventures, by the way, this is everyone onto the back straight, which has caused them a few problems, as you can imagine. Problems as in losing places, which happened a little bit on that previous lap. But I believe so, yes. And that's what makes it one of the most interesting classes, I think, of the field in its entirety, because we're still, or I'm still waiting for GT3 tyre and fuel changes to happen separately.
Yes, please. We need it.
Desperately, yes. Nothing more to add, just yes.
It is one of those things where it's just such a small change, right, about how the race is played out. Unless you're going to have tyre limits, which, you know, we could turn on for these races, in which case, should we be evil and say you get like 8 set of tyres for 24 hours?
That's cruel.
That sounds diabolical, doesn't it? But, you know, those are the kinds of things we could do. Touring cars, by the way, Obsidian still leading. Michael Polishek continuing just to extend his advantage. Was 7/10 or so last time by. Was checking out the GR86s as well. There is Polishek on your screen. Was checking out GR86s as well. Wanji Lin has gotten to the top in the Moyai Regards machine. I told you it was going to make me laugh for 24 hours. Nürburgring Esports and then Vermilion Esports directly behind. But as we were talking about you, and these drivers already starting to separate themselves out from Team RSO, who are in that second pack right now. And when traffic makes its way around, which is going to take some time, let's not forget, but it will happen, that's when we are going to see these drivers probably get stretched out that little bit more.
Yeah, even more, in fact, than the groups of 4 that we've got at the moment. This second group goes down to 8th place. Then we've got a good 6 seconds to Rolford. Oh dear, I've mashed his names together. Roland Alfredson, which is his real name, but Roland Alones, what's he called himself? Alonefredson.
There you go.
There we go. That's a great name, by the way. That's one of the best team names we've had. Right? I really hope he gets to the end as well, because it's quite clear he is doing this alone, and we always love to see somebody try, even if they don't get classified at the end of the day, because it does break the rules. We always love to see it.
Yes, as Ewan is saying, let's just reiterate that when Roland Alonefredson crosses the line at the end of 24 hours, he is going to be immediately disqualified by iRacing for not doing this race with 2 drivers. So it's a valiant effort, but all in some, you know, vein in some ways, as you know. It's all for good fun, and hoping that he gets to the end and he'll have a great story to say at the very least. The 992s, by the way, still look at them. I can't quite believe I'm saying this. 9 cars in this lead pack right now. I don't think they're going full speed. There is no way this is full speed.
I wouldn't say so, especially from Luca Alpert, who's one of the fastest, if not the fastest, of Scherer Esports team lineup, I would argue anyway. Maybe there'll be contention about that, but there is a big group at the moment, and you're right, that does suggest fuel saving is going on. I'm not sure, because we've never seen it before, really what the dynamic of fuel saving in 992 is going to be like for the 24 hours, because normally, in the DNLS anyway, in these shorter races, we see a lot of pushing because it's about tyres, as you mentioned earlier on, but this is a much longer race, and fuel becomes a bit more significant when you lengthen the race like this. And so what does that do to the dynamics of the group? We know they'll be going longer than GT3s, and in fact they'll be ahead of a good deal of the GT3s for a good portion of the first 6 hours, I would say, during pit stop cycles. However, what does that do to the remainder of the race? What does that do when we get through the night? What does that do when we get to the end of 24 hours? That's the difference.
I was listening in when we were going on board and just trying to hear. Now, this is a car where, you know, you are trying to balance the weight and momentum, but you hear it right there. That is not full throttle. And listen here again as we enter into the Stefan Beloff S's. He's on the clutch there.
Wow, he's cruising. Cruising's too fast actually for what he's doing at the moment. Well, I don't know what's slower than cruising, but crawling almost is what they're doing. almost never on full throttle. The amount of time they're spending on full throttle there is quite extraordinary.
That is why I'm so glad that we don't have signal issues around the Nordschleife like they might in the real world, and we can go and listen in on every single car whenever we want, because wow, that is eye-opening. It tells you a lot. We are now almost 30 minutes in. This race is starting to cycle on through. We're now 3 laps done, and it's still Williams Esports, but it's now Williams Esports Chill Blast that take the front. It's Vasilius Belliziotis, and this is how they swapped around. It's going to be Alessandro Pico in the Williams Esports hoisting belt car that lets the sister machine slide on through. But remember, they will be saving fuel, working together, and bump drafting their way to potential success. 992's down in towards the Tiergarten, with Luca Alpert still up front. But look how much they've opened up already now to the second visceral machine. Expect that to close back up with the fuel saving once more.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. It was closed up through the Nordschleife anyway, for whatever reason. As soon as they got through Gavenkop and through that final corner onto the Dottinger Hoe, it all slowed down quite a lot actually in that second group, and it allowed the front 4 to get away again, who are showing themselves in the first half an hour at least to be the fastest 4 of the 992 class. But I personally think that Garaika Motorsport want this to be going a little bit more quickly at the moment. They've not made any significant moves for the lead, but they're just a little bit more threatening than any of the other teams have been when they've been in second place. They're the only team seemingly to be willing to move up at the moment in the top 5.
That is... I don't want to say slow. It's the wrong word. But it's controlled right now from these machines. Down the hill. Remember, this section of the Grand Prix layout not used for all races done here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Now, many of these drivers will have been doing the iRacing Nürburgring Endurance Championship, which uses what is the VLN layout, if you want to call it that, which Ewan and I will be a little bit more familiar with from commentating on the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. They would rejoin the track right there. On the right-hand side, there's a bit of a shortcut, so you don't go all the way around the Grand Prix loop, and instead, you'd be spat back out towards the Spack straightaway here on the Grand Prix part of the track. And then, of course, you make your way through that fast chicane, hook the left onto the Nordschleife, and then run your way into the Sabine Schmidt curve. Now, these drivers, because they're saving some fuel as well, probably also saving tires, because they're not having to go so aggressively into the corners, right, Ewan? Which means they're not worried about locking up the tires so much as well. So there's so many things actually going on here right now. I am fascinated about what's going to happen when we get to this other side of the first pit stops.
Yeah, and surprised as well, to be honest. I can't say I was expecting fuel saving to this degree. It has really surprised me early on here, and there seems to be different ways of thinking about this as well. This is more the kind of thing I was expecting in GT4, to be honest with you, where we'd get a big group, lots of fuel saving, lots of cruising about, and not much in the way of overtaking. That's what we got in 992. In GT4, we've got a lot of action instead. We've got a breakaway group at the front of the field. We've got the reigning, can we call them reigning champions? Last year's winners, anyway, in GT4. In a third group, it seems, Rush Cooking Racing Adventures making a mistake early on behind Nicholas Laubish, who we're here on board with in the BMW. It's a much more spread apart race than even we're seeing in 992.
So, on board with the Door Esport machine, there are big separations in the GT4 class. Like, yes, Drago Racing are on the back of Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, so is Simufy, but then you've got 2.5 or so back to the Apex Racing team. They've got the second Drago car, virtual coach by Grid and Go, in tow as well. And then another 3 seconds on to Williams Esports Academy. Remember, What's Cooking Racing Adventure, that small mistake out onto the Dottinger Hoe and maybe slightly, slowing down that entire group and unfortunately putting them at a slight disadvantage. Do remember, timing.racebot.tv if you want to follow along. You can also head to timing71.org, so when we get into the pit stop cycles, you can try and figure out exactly what is happening, because there's going to be so much, that changes here, there, and everywhere as we cycle through the night. It's going to be difficult as well for those drivers, because while in the real world you have, campfires and whatnot that are on the sides of the track and maybe give you a little bit more illumination, probably also the smell of sausages and whatnot around from the track as well. Here at iRacing, not so lucky, and instead it's just your headlights that pave the way.
Yeah, it is, and it's not exactly paving a very clear path for you when the night falls by any means. It's going to be a challenging night for sure. Lots of other cars around you to maybe help, but they're obstacles more than anything else when it turns dark a little bit later on. Oh, there's a lunge, and there's contact. Well, it's a bit silly with 23.5 hours to go, to be honest with you, and they're costing each other an awful lot of time here in one of the lower groups of TCR.
I think it's fourth on back. Impulse Racing, the Orc Racing team, with the best number in all of motorsport, 78, and the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix machine with Dan McFarlane behind the wheel, who we ride on board with now in that Hyundai Elantra. Remember, we've got a decent mix actually of the Honda Civic Type Rs and the Hyundai Elantras. That's not necessarily a passing opportunity in these front-wheel drive machines, and something to remember as well, a good front-wheel drive touring car drives from the rear. It steers from the rear. It allows all of the braking and turning to be done, and the power of the car to be done from the front, and so these touring car machines can sometimes be a bit of an art to master the car control of, as Toyota GR86s, still with 4 at the front, run their way to the line.
Sorry, I thought I'd seen one go in the pit lane there, that's why I was so surprised, but I didn't. Just imagining things, in fact. So it is a top 4. It's very similar, actually, to when we last left them, to be honest, but I just fear for them slightly as to what's going to happen here when the GT3s come through for the first time. Not only in the fact that they may get split apart, I just hope they all make it to the end of that lap, to be honest.
Yes, so I'm just looking up from my timing screen because I saw that the leader changed hands at the front of the GT3s, and Alessandro Bico is back on top. But the reason why he is back on top is Vasilias Belitsiotis is, let's say, pushing right now. He's pushed a couple of times, and maybe a little bit more than he would have wanted. And I do think BMW M Team Redline and the Apex Racing team closing in now. That corner is called the Mut Curve. It translates to bravery. Belitsiotis, a little too brave.
Well, let's see how this... Did he get contact from his teammate on the way in here, or did he do it on his own? He did it on his own. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is a huge save, and he's done very well to only graze the Armco on the right-hand side there. That could have been a race ender.
Wow, seat of your pants moment as well there in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and again, it has maybe brought the rest of the class back into play. Now, we did see Williams Esports race in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, Ewan, in the Mercedes GT3, so clearly they think the BMW is maybe the preferred choice. I can't quite tell from Vasilios' face right now, but he doesn't look like a man that's had not one Ewan, but there was a second moment as well where he ran off the track, but with a little less of a scare, I can tell you that.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too fazed by it, does he? Although we're quite a way away from him here. It's pretty difficult to get camera on these guys these days, 'cause with the advent of triple screen setups means you have to be a long way away. But just shaking his head there. Not sure what about, but very calm still, not talking about it at all. Be one of those moments that he looks back later on and breathes a sigh of relief, I would say.
He's not just made his bed for us, he's got everything laid out nicely with, of course, the blue hues around the room. Nice calm demeanor behind the wheel as well right now, and they're starting to re-establish the margin now, 1.7 or so behind to Diogo Pinto in that BMW M Team Redline car. Now, Pinto going to be sharing with Florian Lebigra, Chris Lullum. Oh, and Max Verstappen is in that car. So, excuse me, I thought, Verstappen would be in the car with Gianni Vecchio, but instead, Vecchio going to be with Sam Koiter, Ole Steinbraten, and Gustavo Ariel. Now, okay, this is where we get to start talking fun, Ewan. Let's ignore the race, the actual serious race right now, and start speculating. So Max Verstappen, he's got, what, qualifying to do today?
5 minutes.
Is it 5 minutes?
I think it starts in, or maybe half an hour, yes.
35 minutes.
35, sorry, yeah.
So he'll be done with that in about an hour and a half's time. He'll go off and do his debrief, all while he's probably still watching on the Team Redline stream or here on the iRacing Esports Network to try and figure out what's going on. When do we see him in the car?
I think it's going to be longer than that, isn't it? The media palaver afterwards is going to be a hassle, I would say, and take quite a long time. So I would say it's going to be at least 3 hours from now. I think if we see him for stint 5, I'll be surprised, put it that way.
So, okay, I'm trying to figure out which commentators are going to get to deal with the "is Max in this race" question.
Maybe me.
Yeah, I think you might get that chance. You'll be around once again for stints 7 and 8, amongst a handful through the course of the day. Now, so I'm on the first 4, the middle 4, and the last 4. There's no way I'm going to see Max, I think, in the first or the last 4.
Nope.
I think we're pretty agreed on that.
Yeah, I think so.
What about the middle 4?
It's not inconceivable. It just depends, really, how deep you think he'll go in terms of staying awake late before a race.
Well,
I don't know.
Saudi Arabia told us a little bit about that.
I don't know what the procedure is, to be honest, for that kind of thing, because in some ways it would be fine to stay awake quite late, because it's like, well, the race probably starts at 3 local time tomorrow, maybe 2, so it's not that early. But also, it's not just like you wake up an hour before the race and you just do it like you would in a sim race. It's a bit more difficult than that.
And again, Saudi Arabia earlier this year, Max was racing at like 4 in the morning and streaming on Twitch as well, and got some questions from the media about it, and he was like, but that's my schedule. It's what works in his schedule. And the reason why he is competing in this race, you remember earlier this year there was that news report that came out. Max Verstappen puts Simrig in plane, as we see, front end of BMW M4 GT4. That was a load of nonsense, a load of rubbish. But what is true is that Max has got a sim rig in his motorhome that will, of course, travel around with him through some of the European races. So, he's got that ability to be hanging out with his Team Redline crew, and, the means are abound. But, at this point, Max is not doing much to dissuade them. But his sim racing career lives on as he goes off and pursues the side quests of continuing to chase Formula One World Championships. As Tristan Iglesias almost ran into the back bumper there of Aaron Vasquez. And this GT4 pack, remember, we were talking slightly earlier about how they had pulled away from Peter Berryman and the Apex Racing Team machine. Berryman's starting to close that gap up slightly, lap after lap. We'll see if it is going to start to bridge up, though, as GR86 is up towards the Mut Curve.
Yeah, and they don't seem to be as eager to make moves through that corner than some of the other classes, although they're not uneager either by the looks of this. All ducking and diving, looking left and right. A little bit of a lift off in that second part of the group, but they will all stay in single file by the big braking zone down at just after Klostertal, and so they will go up to the carousel single file again. But how far away are we from seeing these guys embedded within GT3 traffic? We've been racing for nearly 40 minutes now. These guys are over 7 or around 7 minutes off the lead. That means they're about a minute ahead of the GT3 leaders.
So soon we will see that traffic interaction for the very first time. There are the GT3s, and Diego Pinto a little bit closer than maybe I was expecting him to be as we make our way out up through Bergwerk and running our way towards the Mut Curve. And so the Portuguese driver just continues to settle in. Redline building up as well. Last time by, they were quicker than Team Hoisingveld, the Williams Esport Hoisingveld machine that runs up front by around 0.3 of a second. And of course, Beliziotis had his moment on that last lap, and so he finds himself now feeding just that little bit of draft to Pinto. Sanchez 2 seconds back, 2 further seconds then to Gianni Vecchio in the second of the Redline machines. And then Reina Talvar alongside of the Mahler Racing Team sister car. Both of those BMWs charging their way forward, only 8 and a bit seconds off of the lead. We are going to finish up the 5th lap of this race this time by. Probably around 2 or 3 laps away from seeing the drivers down on towards the pit lane as look rearwards from your race leader up towards the very highest part of the track. And Alejandro Sanchez made a mistake, I think, at the carousel, because he's lost a whole bunch of ground on the timing screen, and suddenly Gianni Vecchio is right on top of him.
Yeah, they're pretty close, but nowhere near these guys at the front of the field. So we're starting to get a leading 3. What a great job from Diogo Pinto to get up to these two, Alessandro Bico and Vasseur Speliziotis, in the opening part of this race. I was expecting fully, actually, for Williams to drive home that advantage, not for the entire race, but at least for the first hour, as they were right together, bump drafting one another, helping one another, and I thought they would put real distance into the rest of the GT3 field, but that's not quite happened, really. Diogo Pinto, almost without any assistance, has got there on his own. His teammate 4.5 seconds further behind.
We'll see if there is going to be the chance to close. Remember, this track has gone through a number of changes since iRacing Scan, and I mentioned some of them down at Adnaf Forest, but there's plenty of other places as well where tarmac has been repaved and various other changes have continued to cycle on through. Again, thank you so much for joining us here on the iRacing Esports Network on RaceSpot TV for coverage of the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing. We are working our way through the first hour of coverage, and we have a monster team behind the scenes that's going to continue to keep you entertained. I say keep you entertained. Hopefully you and O'Leary and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, are not putting you to sleep just yet, but by the time we get to the night, don't worry, we will be fully into podcast mode, because that is seemingly how these special events tend to be. Back up front for your leaders as they cycle onto the back straightaway, and there is the look. It's 1.5 seconds now between the top three.
Yeah, does Pinto get back in with these guys here, or do they extend a bit of a margin now that they're so close together on this long back straight? Do they exchange places, or do they bump one another? Well, it's going to be a bump, and oh dear, fairly heavy one as well. I always get nervous. Alessandro Bico is going to continue to lead then, and they will be a little bit further ahead of Diogo Pinto than they were on the way through Galvenkopf, so the gap extends to about 1.7, 1.8 seconds now for Pinto from the very lead of the race.
See plenty of commotion, by the way, in our various chats, so do let us know what's going on, who you're cheering for on the iRacing Esports Network, and as well, of course, on our RaceSpot TV YouTube chat as well, as our commentators look to try and figure out what's going on. I see Vince Cusi is in there. Unfortunately, it's apparently the 1-year anniversary of the wet toast chat messages.
Yeah,
is it really?
Longer, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. I wish that was longer ago. What a nightmare.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of that discussion later on tonight. I would have thought. I was kind of hoping that Vince would be racing this race himself, so we'd hear less of him actually. But I don't think he is. Oh,
poor Vince catching shots. He at least can respond in our YouTube chat. So Vince Cusi, always great to keep us entertained. And also, by the way, not bad at picking up moments that sometimes we are just trying to get you replays of on our screen. Traffic going to begin, though, as top and bottom look at GT3s and GR86s, and both on the Grand Prix loop right now. It's taken us around 40 minutes to get to this point. How is it going to affect not just the faster cars, but the slower cars as well? Because all of the GR86s, for the most part, are still in one long conga line. The top 8 still find themselves all in touching distance, and then there's 3 cars that we're passing right now that are all connected to one another. But Beliziotis cars through 1, 2, and now 3, and onto the brakes, into the chicane, as easy as you'd like.
Not good news for Pinto, though. He'll be about a second behind that, and he would have had to follow one of them, I would have thought, through the chicane, and there you go. So he probably lost some time there. Dives down the inside onto the Nordschleife section, but that probably wasn't very ideal through that first bit of traffic. But it's the worst part still to come here. There's 2 groups of 4 ahead of them in the GR86 class, unless they're split apart under our noses. They haven't. In fact, they're actually closer than I realised before. The 2 groups of 4, can we even call them a group of 8 at this point? Probably. That's going to be the real difficulty for these GT3s, the real turning point, if you can call it that, just 45 minutes in.
Out towards Flugplatz. Let's see if Pinto can just continue to close. Probably not expecting, let's not forget, driver changes the first time by into pit lane in any of our classes. You tend to see drivers stay out there for just a little bit longer. There is the SimCity racing machine, Matt Madigan. A handful of my teammates actually racing in that car, so I hope they don't do anything naughty in this race, because, well, otherwise you best believe they aren't getting away with it. Ryan Pucktel, Luke Pfeiffer, Mackenzie Corintz, Kevin Carlisle, and I think it's John Weinendorf as well in what is a mammoth. Is that 6 drivers apparently sharing that car?
Yeah. Do they not want to drive? I mean, oh dear, this isn't nervy now. They're all over the place, the GR86s. They're trying to battle for the lead themselves. The race is really on now.
And Pinto's getting slightly balked here. Top of our nut forest, they'll rise. And this is where he's been compromised. This is where the margin builds. And the Moyai Regards machine sends its regards to the Williams Esports pair up front who take advantage. And this is the give and take of traffic. It will never play out perfectly for any one team. However, immediately 1.7 seconds drop broken up front.
Yeah, and breathe in, everybody, because there's still about 8 GT3s to come through just yet, and that first part was nervy enough for those guys in the GR86s. Here comes the Apex car driven by Alejandro Sanchez, followed by the second of the red lines. A BS competition are all involved as well. Felix Kronbach we're on board with here as he tries to follow his teammate through the slowest class in the field.
This is why we love the traffic. And remember, once these hours settle in, the traffic may be becoming a bit more constant. Now that was definitely aggressive from the Marla Racing team, but calculated as well. We head to the slowest part of the track, down at Worsife, and this is where the speed difference is going to be at its smallest because, of course, the GR86s can roll the momentum through the corner, but onto the power, you could see just how much earlier Kronbach wanted to get through. Wow. Finally able to get the separation, and now the GR86s can take a sigh of breath because they've survived for the most part the first pass through of the GT3 machinery.
Yeah, still 4 to go, but yeah, they've got through the most part of traffic. And it's also worth noting that it's not only the top classes, those that are passing, who get affected by traffic. Look at the way the GR86 is now, are slightly more spread apart. Wang Xi Lin in the leading GR86 has got a second now. I think that's going to close in again because the group is still relatively nearby, and there's a couple of more splits just in the back as well. The groups have sort of split into 2 fours again. Team RSO were 5th for quite a while in the race actually, but they've dropped back to 6th place now as Forgia TV Racing Team get through with Franco Ruggieri. And so it's not only about the faster class when you're going through traffic, the slower class can also be split apart too.
I love how, by the way, I keep social media open during many of these special events just to see what the teams and whatnot are doing. My Twitter right now is recommending me a couple of different things. It's talking to me about Formula 2. It's talking to me about the boxing that we have later on tonight. It's talking about the golf. You know, me and Lewis McLeod, we love a little bit of golf. It's also talking about the iRacing 24 hours of the Nürburgring and how Max Verstappen and the esports elite are taking on the challenge here at the Green Hell. Love that social media is abuzz with all of this chatter. GR86s, even through all of that, I think will end up regaining their formation for the most part inside of this top 8. Question will be elsewhere. What will happen? 992s will be the next to come and pass them, and it is very close at the front for the top 4 as well. Scherer, Greiker, Altus, Visceral, all still one long line between them. Put a string between them and you wouldn't be able to separate them out by much. This is where I think the pace has also ratcheted up. Remember, they were doing 822s, 823s at the start of the stint. They're down to the 819s now. Yeah,
the pace has noticeably gone up, and you don't even have to look at the lap times to see it. Look at the space they've got behind them. It's clear that the front 4 have got the speed to stay with the lead, or stay with each other, I should say, at the moment. Sherry Sport dictating the pace from the front of the field, but the rest of the field aren't quite able to do that. We saw earlier on that it was one long line, in fact, and a lot of fuel saving going on, as we noted at the time, but there's surely less going on now. For those in the second, third and fourth place in the group, probably saving a little bit, but it won't be too much. Be barely anything, I would have thought, given the speed that is being shown now from Sherry Sport. And don't forget, these guys aren't that far away from traffic. They're really not that much slower than the GT3s. They'll be there onto the GR86s very shortly.
In a straight line, they are an absolute rocket ship, so just keep that in mind. Our YouTube chat, by the way, is popping off right now with the slander that was thrown the way of Vince Cusi. It's managed to erupt a bit of a volcano of chat messages. Did see in amongst all of that Jordan Johnson was in there. Part of the reason why my voice is a little bit strained is that I spent 3 days at the Atlanta Motorsports Park with Jordan and 19 other sim racers who were driving radical SR1s, race cars around the Atlanta Motorsports Park for the very first time. Some of them won their trips there courtesy of iRacing and the Prodigy Racing lead Spec MX5 Golden Ticket Series powered by Sucker Punch, and so a very, very cool experience. And Jordan going to be racing alongside of the Apex Racing team and Apex Racing Academy over the course of this 24-hour event as well. And great to see him in the chat supporting his teammates. There go the 992s though, past the tail end of the GR86s. That's of course where Roland, Alone Fredson, Talk Freak Racing and Tier 1 Motorsports find themselves at the very tail end. They'll cycle onto the Dottinger though, make their way back to the main straight, and we're heading to the end of this opening stint as well, Ewan. Almost at the end of the opening hour. Your leaders in GT3s making their way onto their 7th lap of the run.
Yeah, and that means pit stops are imminent for those at the front of the field. Not this class you're viewing at the moment, but at the very, very front. Then we will be seeing the first trips down pit lane of the day. What are the front four going to do on this occasion? Are they in a battling phase, or are they still willing to sit behind and save compared to Scherer? It looks like they're willing to sit behind here. Visceral closing pretty quickly. They'll join in on the bump drafting. It's very much a case of put pressure on the race favourites. Make them lead the way around. In fairness, they've done quite well at saving fuel, Scherer, without being overtaken and without getting shuffled back too far. So fair play to them for that. But the other three, very much putting the onus on the race favourites to dictate the pace and push the wind out the way for everyone else.
Plenty more people, by the way, that I got to spend the past couple of days with in our chat. I see Eduardo Leo. He was also racing a Radical SR1 around the Atlanta Motorsports Park. And Williams Esports Team Operation Manager, Javi Guerrero, who was there as well and supporting. He got the chance to drive a Radical. It apparently hurt his neck being a passenger in a Radical SR3 with Raiden Nichols throwing him around. Look, though, at how Simona Miraceno throws his Altus machine down through the opening couple of corners. He gets past Mateo Kuzner. He tried to get past Adrian Greiker as well, but it checked up his momentum just a little bit. Around the outside, he'll hold on to third position. But that was aggressive. Hip check, and Kuzner shoved out wide.
He's lucky he didn't grab the grass there, because otherwise he would have been going straight on, or at least would have lost ground, but he's gotten away with it. And as long as that little bit of contact there didn't bend any suspension elements, then he's okay. Now, has he got away without damage, or is there something to report there for Visceral Esports? They'll hope they've got away with it, but I don't know. Here's the contact again, down in towards the second chicane of the lap. It's very much side-to-side contact, actually, isn't it? And so you would have thought they'll get away with that.
I tell you what, I think if there was race control, Simona might be in a little bit more trouble. It's a bit more of a racing incident than anything else, but I don't really know if that Visceral 96 did much wrong. Pretty blameless and faultless through that entire situation. Now, Peter Berryman has been able to join Simufy, Drago, and Team 75 Bernard at the front of this GT4 class. This, again, a class where, rather disappointingly to Ewan and myself, tires and fuel are changed at the same time. See what that means in terms of strategy. Aaron Vasquez has been very content just to give a helping hand to Corentin Gunes. It's 2 BMWs and 2 Porsches in the mix though here, so it is at least good to see that we've got the mix of manufacturers competing, and we'll see how it differs in terms of strategy as we head through the course of the night and figure out which one is maybe placed slightly better.
And by the way, the fuel goes longer as well for these GT4s than in some of the other classes, slightly because they are slower over the course of a lap. So even if they were doing the same amount of laps as a GT3, for example, it would take them a little bit longer, but it does help them to reach the hour mark more often than not. We'll see how many stops they have to do over the course of the day, but you're right, the strategy gets pretty linear as a result of changing tyres and refueling at the same time, as we've already spoken about, and I'm sure we'll speak about again over the course of the next 23 hours or so. It also creates this situation somewhat. This is a bit more what I was expecting from GT4. Maybe a bigger group, but a similar behaviour from the top four, i.e. not overtaking or troubling one another.
So the month of May is amazing. I've just realized that not only do we have qualifying for Formula One starting in about 15 minutes time. Qualifying for the Indy 500 starts in about an hour and 15 minutes time. And of course, you know, there are some sim racers that will be competing in that as well, quote unquote sim racers. Alex Palou drives, of course, with Team Redline, and we've seen him race with Max Verstappen in a handful of iRacing special events before. Scott McLaughlin, who got his start in many ways in the IndyCar on iRacing. He's won a handful of iRacing Indy 500s. We're very excited to see that event return as well in a couple of weeks' time here to our special event calendar. So there's a couple more in there from behind the scenes. TK, Tony Kanaan, supporting the team at McLaren. Big-time sim racer, of course, is TK, racing in the Porsche All-Stars amongst a handful of other things. So it's going to be very cool to be able to watch on and follow along with everything that's going on, especially given that some of the speeds that they're hitting, Ewan, 240 plus miles an hour expected here today.
Yeah, I'm not going to dispute that that's not impressive, but what I will dispute, by the way, is why on earth is there so much practice for that? I saw earlier on today a highlights package from all the practice so far.
Highlights package?
It was an hour long, the highlights
That was
package.
great. I loved it. I watched it last night.
What, the whole hour?
The whole hour of it. I loved it.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You want to know why there is so much practice?
Well, partly, yeah, but I do struggle to quite exude the same excitement for the Indy 500 as everyone else, quite clearly.
One is because you have rain, like they've had this week, so they haven't actually had that much practice in all consideration. The second thing is how part of it is this, you know, how long do you think it takes to change a setup, Ewan, if you want to make a, decently big adjustment on a car?
I've never tried.
Yes, you see, that is the thing. In sim racing, we just, click buttons and suddenly the car is reconfigured exactly the way you want it. Whereas you can make some adjustments to cars, to the Indy cars in pit lane, for example. But when you do that, then you're trying to make sure that everything else is adjusted and balanced properly. So sometimes it's better to bring it down into the garage and do it there where everything's maybe a little bit more of a level surface and whatnot. So that's one part of it. The other thing is just how much of variations you really have to go through, all right? Because then you've got qualifying, which is its own kettle of fish because you trim off your downforce, you turn up the boost as well on Friday today to practice that. Then there's the race running. There's so much going on as well. Slander. We want more practice for the Indy 500.
Oh God, dear me. I can't bring myself to really watch any other session than the race, to be honest with you. But there we go.
I'm looking forward to getting out there for the final practice session. You know why, Ewan? Because when I was there in 2022 for my very first Indy 500, I go and sit inside of turns 1 and 2. I'm just watching on at almost at the end of the session as well. So basically, the final running before the cars get, put into the garage, and then nothing's touching them until race day. And then I hear something. I'm looking down at turn 2 as some of the cars are practicing pit entry and pit exit, and then I hear a noise. It's a crash through turn 1, and I just hear a car sliding. I look around, and I see Colton Herta on the aero screen, so he's upside down, sliding around. Every moment in practice is important. And then I remember watching him in the race. They had to go to a backup car. You want a comfortable car around the Indy 500 when you're doing 220 miles an hour, in traffic and whatnot. I've never seen someone look so uncomfortable in a race car before. And that's because A, it was the backup car. B, they hadn't had the chance to really go and dial it in. That's beside the point. Let's focus on the race that we've got right now, because as much as the GR86s are commingling on top of one another, commingling in pit lane, it's a busy time for the GT3s. They are all in synchrony coming in at the end of lap 7. And
Diogo Pinto's end of stint speed here has been very impressive. We saw the way that he was really disadvantaged through traffic, actually, and he has pretty much closed that gap up in one trip through the Nordschleife, at that very same trip where he was really held back by those who were in that slower class. There is the leader, Alessandro Bico, and finally getting into the pit lane, Elvis Rankin in 10th place. That hopefully will be the end of no rear-wing on that Porsche. Let's see how it gets out first here. I'd imagine it's Bico, but I think Pinto might be relatively close to second place here.
I don't think it's going to be Belliziotis, because I did note a little bit of a stutter into the box for him. And so off and away, yeah, you can see Williams Esports now have some company at the very front. There goes off and away Pico, Pinto, and then Belliziotis. Bit of a buffer, bit of a margin back to Sanchez, who then leads Vecchio, Kernbach, and Reiner Talvar. But wow, 1 hour complete, 7-lap run for these GT3's first time by, and suddenly the complexion of this race has taken a swing.
It certainly has, and we mentioned earlier on about how important can these early stages really be when there's 24 hours. How important can qualifying really be? Well, I think there's a demonstration of just how important it can be, because without Pinto's early speed there to get up to those two Williams Esports cars, he would not be anywhere near the lead right now. He'd be in with the others, who are now over 7 seconds off. Alejandro Sanchez is the first chaser in that second group. He is a good 5.3 seconds off, even third place right now. These are significant gaps to cross in a field like this.
Back with your GT4s, where it's now 6 seconds back to the virtual coach by Grid and Go Machine that runs in 5th. So Peter Behrman's done a great job. Oh my days. It's rush hour traffic on the Dottinger right now, as the Toyota GR86s are 2 by 2 at the front of the field. And at one point we were talking about Team RSO maybe no longer being in contention. They are right back in the thick of things. Moyai Regards leads, Forgia TV Racing Team second, Nürburgring Esports third, and Ava Ravatic sliding into 4th spot. 1 hour complete. These GR86s still showing us slow means good.
Yeah, exactly. The most entertaining class so far, I'm going to give them, because it's the slowest, but by far the most entertaining as of right now. As I mentioned earlier, I'm less confident about seeing them all get to the end like this, but it's great while it lasts. And these guys are going to go a long way in fuel as well. It's going to be a while until we see this first stint come to an end. They've already gone an hour. Expect that to be the norm over the course of the day, and until we get to those pit stop cycles, we can enjoy this field being so close and battling quite so hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, I just want to reiterate, whether it's the Mazda MX-5s or the Toyota GR86s, these slower format of cars do promote such great, incredible racing. And so just a reminder, as much as, you know, the fast classes are great and we love them, there is something to be said about these machines as well. Sorry, the great thing about social media, Ewan, is that you scroll through and you see amusing things. So I've just seen something that's maybe not totally appropriate for broadcast for one of the teams, but it's one of those jokes, you know. They're having fun right now, which is good, because we still have all 53 machines and teams out on track right now.
Yeah, that is an achievement in itself. We very nearly lost one at the second chicane, indeed, which was maybe multiple, which was not ideal. But we have still got everyone, and a little bit surprised by it, I've got to say. But I'm just trying to work out whether that lines up with previous years. It feels like that must not have happened very often.
No, I think you're right. GT4's in pit lane, by the way, and again, in unison, so they've only gone about an hour or so, but again, they'll do fuel and tires at the same time. Touring cars, expect them to go maybe around 85, 90-odd minutes. 992s maybe a similar sort of distance as well, and there you can see a couple of Porsche Caymans in a swarm of BMW M4 GT4s. Up on the jacks, fuel and tires being done at the same time. And there is the defending race winner. Does have the number 1 on the side of its car as well, does the West Cooking Racing Adventures team. Of course, I did see Mike Spangler, the executive chef, team manager behind the scenes, saying that he is locked in from tower control, supporting the operation. Maybe we'll get a brief chat with him at some point throughout the course of the day. But off and away, Drago Racing, that's what I was expecting, doing plenty of fuel saving, and now they are going to have a little bit of a separation. Let's see if they can take cold tires and build up an advantage as off and away from the lane they run.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to build up such an advantage that they'll be out of slipstreaming range, but it may well be a decent one. This second group is very, very congested indeed. Well, is it a second group? It's not quite, but it's from 7th place on backwards. Nicholas Laubis is out first for Door Esports from these guys, then Suntech Racing. They're a pair, I suppose. Then, as we were on board with there, into another group. There's so many teams right up there in the GT4 class and very much in contention, as we've got a change in 992. Garaika Motorsport got into the lead quite a while ago, but the fact they're in a lead all on their own is news to me.
They are breaking away, and at a rapid pace of knots as well. Simone Maria Marceno has got pressure. Luca Alpert, Matteo Kuzner, and now up towards the Moot curve, and no move being offered, but really just filling the mirrors of the Italian stallion. And in that Altus machine, Ewan did point out that they're going to have Xander Reed, Gunnarsdottir Tasdellen, and Dino Lombardi across of their four-driver lineup. So Xander Reed, actually, I think on loan technically from Coanda Esports. And for those that are not aware, Altus and Coanda have a bit of a technical affiliation that sees them work together, not just in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, but on the back-end side as well, sometimes in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series. The joke is it Altanda? I think that's what they call themselves nowadays.
That's quite good. That's quite
not
good.
Bad, is it?
No, that's not bad at all. Wondering myself where Jordan Caruso is this week, in that case.
Having a day off, maybe. Maybe racing in the real world. I've
got no idea. He's not posted anything on social media, so we've got no hope. Or I've got no hope anyway, because I've not... that's all the research I can do. So there you go. But they've got a strong team without him, and so I mentioned earlier on, he can't become PES champion on his own a year ago. It's all about not all about the team, but it is a lot about that team help as well that he will have received throughout that season, and so it's a reflection on them as well, and they'll be a force to be reckoned with over the course of the 24 hours here, although they are a couple of seconds further away from the lead than they'd probably imagined as of right now.
I searched Jordan Caruso Racing 2024, and I did get sent to a couple of live timing screens where he did some real racing earlier this year. Not today, but maybe he is off doing some potential real-world racing. He's done a handful of real-world seasons, of course, out there in full metal motorsport, as sometimes it is described. So, as the 992s still putter around, yet to come down pit lane, as expected, GT3s at the front, very, very close between Huisingveld, the Williams Esports Huisingveld crew, BMW M Team Redline, and then Williams Esports Chill Blast. Of course, they've had their one pit stops now officially in the books, and 3 drivers covered by half a second. This race not going to be won by any means in this hour of the race, but there goes Diogo Pinto straight up to the rear bumper and then lets off the throttle, does not go for the move. Long game being thought about here, but he's being sandwiched between those Williams Esports machines.
Well, and as a result of that, I would have gone for it there, to be honest, if I was Pinto. I know it's early on in the race for that kind of thing, but I really would have gone for that. It's not exactly an ideal situation to be sandwiched in between these two Williams Esports cars, in my opinion. He could have circumvented that entirely by going for a move down there at Tiergarten and getting the lead, although then you are pushing a hole in the wind for them to save fuel off you all day. So it's not an ideal situation at all. I think the best thing that can come from the next couple of hours here for Redline is the other car to get up to them and it almost be a 2 versus 2.
I'm just reading through the YouTube chat right now.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck indeed. 992's into pit lane, with the exception of Pro Sports Sim Racing, who go 1 lap longer. All this talk about wet toast. Paul Smith has just said that apparently Vince Cusi has never had wet toast. Despite all of those comments, sacrilege. This is unacceptable.
I personally think that he should actually and film it.
He should be forced to eat some wet toast now, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Because He's caused us a lot of grief over the course of
some iRacing special events. Yes.
So Garaika Motorsport have done something different to Altus and Scherer. That's quite clear. But the two that have just exited pit lane have gone for the same strategy. Now, which strategy is that? Fuel only, by the looks of that. 30 seconds.
Yes.
Fuel or two.
Fuel only, and seemingly. Yeah. In the case of, I'm just trying to make sure now, because I think there is a bit of a split now with some doing 2 and some doing 4 tires. So Garaika Motorsport, I do believe, are doing a 4-tire stop.
Yeah, and Visceral did 2.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Just trying to, reason that out loud.
Yeah, but... Well, I was going to say it's a bit slow. Actually, that's not quite true. I think Altus just did a very quick stop, actually. What was it, 53 seconds on the lanes? Very short. 30 seconds stationary. They have been saving. Although I suppose they've never been in the lead, so they will have been.
Back to your GT3 leaders. We'll try and figure out from pit lane what's going on. Maybe get word down to Altus Esport and Oscar Magnan potentially to see if he can connect us to whoever's running strategy, but they are in very, very close pursuit with Luca Alper as well as they head off and away from the lane, and we'll see how that cycles out. Remember, in terms of cycles on traffic, by the way, the GT3s having now come down pit lane are... quite a ways behind now, putting laps on the GT4s and the touring cars. So we're sort of reset in terms of traffic right now.
And crucially, it's not put them back behind the GR86s, which is sometimes a worry that you pit and you get back behind the slowest class. Not a worry for us. I would have enjoyed seeing that again. But I think everyone would be quite pleased that's over now. And by the time they get there next, it will be a different phase in the race. But they're not that far away from the back end of the TCRs. SimCity Racing are the current last running ones, only around 40, 50 seconds ahead of these guys. So by the end of this lap, they won't be far away at all.
So, TCRs, remember, probably around 10 minutes at most away from the pit stop window opening, but drivers will want to try and get as far as maybe 90 minutes or so. Similar sort of thing will happen for your GR86s when they come down pit lane, and let's not forget, they are basically still 8 cars in the lead pack, fighting very, very fiercely, although still waiting to find out exactly how much strife the traffic is going to end up putting them through. So the 992s also put a lap on the GR86s, didn't they, right?
Yes.
They definitely passed them by, and I'm just looking at my timing screen. They have not, with the pit stops, dropped back. So GT4s would be the next to try and make their way past the GR86s. Now, these drivers are halfway through the Grand Prix section of the track. GT4s are coming to the end of the Nordschleife right now, so that's only a couple of laps away for these drivers as well. I wonder if traffic, though, might not be a factor, Ewan, if the GR86s end up coming down to the lane.
I think they'll get there before, personally, the GT4s. I've got to say that they're not slow by any means, the GT4s. They, for the most part, or their best times anyway, are coming in the 41s at best for Peter Berryman, but that's not normal. At 43s normally, and maybe a little bit slower than that, which is a good minute quicker than the GR86s, so maybe not by the end of this lap, I suppose, but maybe during the next one. I personally think GR86s might be a bit further away from pit stops than that, and especially the TCRs as well. I reckon they can do an hour and a half round here, so if they're coming towards the end of another lap right now, they're not too far away from the end of another lap. I reckon there's another 2 more in them, actually. At least 1 more.
Yeah.
10 laps is normal? Yeah.
I think so, but I never know.
It's the end of lap 8 now, for reference, for TCR.
Yes, but you never know with strategies, because teams always like to say that commentators don't know about strategy, and that's true because they don't want to tell us about strategy. So what do you expect? We can't know because you don't want to tell us, so we're trying to figure it out based on what we do kind of know. Anyway, that's rant over. TCRs, I was just literally thinking about this as well, and then producer Hugo read my mind. Michael Polishek leads in the Obsidian Racing team, 111, but then Impulse, the 122, sits just in front of Team Hoisingveld as they try and close the buffer back up. Now, if you are Fabian Siegmann, do you think that maybe you should be trying to lead the queue and try and close that margin? Because 5 seconds inside of this opening hour and a bit, it's an unnerving gap to have opened up.
It is, but I would say that Michael Polishek is pretty comfortably the fastest driver in Obsidian Racing's car. Now, how much driving is Michael Polishek going to do will be the next question. A lot, I would say. He's done... didn't he do this Sebring 12-hour race in a car on his own once? I think so. And so... he does a lot of driving in a race, is my point, and he may well do the same here as well. But at some point, he's going to have to get out. And Team Hoisingveld are experienced enough to know how to win this race. They've done it on the last 3 occasions, of course, and have won all but one of the TCR races that we've had since the class was introduced to the Nürburgring 24 Hours 4 years ago now, and 4 editions ago indeed. So they won't be losing any sleep over this, in my opinion, although I agree 5 seconds in an hour is slightly concerning, I guess.
Yeah, concerning. A bit of an understatement, especially given that this pace may just be a bit of a preview for what the rest of the drivers have in store as well. Now, Pinto, not the best run maybe onto the Dottinger. He's a little bit separated out from Alessandro Bico, and so here comes Beliziotis, and... slinking back and forth. I don't think Pinto wants to give up and allow Williams to control 1 and 2 right now. Going to be very fascinating how they're going to elect to play this one out. Still waiting to see if Sanchez is going to be able to close from behind, as pit stops for touring cars maybe have just opened up, because I've seen SimCity Racing make their way down towards pit lane. Here they go though across the line. 3 cars split by 4/10, and lights flashing from Beliziotis. He clearly thinks he could be going even faster.
And is he going to go for it? He has a look, but he doesn't want to be quite that brave on the brakes this time. Forces his teammate, actually, Alessandro Bico, to go a little bit deep on the brakes himself there, just envisaging being hit by his teammate, I suppose. You have got to be wary of that when you are the leading car. If the car behind you is being overtaken, there's a high probability that car will be steaming down the inside of you too, but... that disaster is averted, and now they'll get back into single file and focus in again here. Although the last of the TCRs, as you say, has just come into pit lane, they can't be too far away, and maybe even on this lap they'll be crossing some of those TCRs for the very first time. They'll be hoping, though, that they can avoid them for the most part, as they are not too far away from their first pit stops of the day.
So who's going to get into the car next as well, right? Because that's something else to keep in mind for Alessandro Bico, Diogo Pinto, and Vasilios Beliziotis. Yes, you know, at this level of sim racing, we expect everyone to be basically pretty good and pretty quick. But I think in particular, you know, you can kind of expect a couple of specialists at the Nordschleife in many ways, right, Ewan? Because I know in particular when I was racing around here, I was doing laps basically every day. I just loved doing it so much, and so I think I was doing like 1,000 laps of practice basically a year kind of before I got into races. I know drivers who've done tens of thousands of laps. They can go and look at it in their, you know, online telemetry data, and so even if there are top level drivers that have come here and they've done 100 laps to get up to speed, 100 laps versus 1,000 laps gives you, you know, maybe X% better speed. 100 laps versus 10,000 laps, you're talking about tribal knowledge that takes years to build up.
Yeah, exactly, and that's very difficult to... That's what in sim racing right now makes it very difficult for people other than those big teams to actually make a difference, really, now, I find, because it means that these teams, as you say, have built up such a wealth of knowledge now that they're pretty unbeatable in some ways. It does happen, of course, but it is more rare, and it has certainly changed the face of sim racing over the last few years, which, as we know, has changed pretty dramatically. There's no doubt about that. So yeah, it's definitely a new era. It's definitely different to when this race was first run 8 years ago now.
Is it really 8 years?
It's 2016 was the first. So this is the 9th edition, but 8 years ago.
Right, yeah, no, exactly. Wow. How time has flown. Since then as well, right, we're so close to having that rain as well. We had rain in the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring. I'll be honest, Ewan, in saying I'm glad that we don't have rain for this race, because if we did, we probably have about 10 cars at this point.
Well, yes, but the point to getting to 10 cars will be exciting.
Yeah, but then you've got 23 hours of not much happening.
yeah. I know what you mean. I've done that before, but anyway, that's for another day. Yeah, I know what you mean, but it would have been nice, because that's what a lot of the attraction of the Nürburgring in real life is about, isn't it? It's the changeable conditions across the circuit, which I've already seen happen, by the way, on more conventional circuits, because it's. Well, it happens in real life, doesn't it? It rains different parts of the track, and that's even more pronounced at this venue.
And again, I mentioned that we've commentated, you and I, on the most recent season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance season together, Ewan. You and I, we did a couple of races in the previous season together. I had the opportunity to do all of it, but, you know, I remember that season compared to this previous season, and this previous season was wild. Like, every race we had a last lap fight for the finish, basically.
Yeah.
And it was, this is a track where so often we talk about it being, right, the challenge of the track, right, just surviving and whatnot. But when you have the drivers at this level that are able to master it so much, because in many ways we have less traffic as well, right? Next week there'll be 130 cars racing in the real race. We have 55, which is still plenty, don't get us wrong, but it means it's less about traffic management and becomes more about the pace of the driver.
Yeah, exactly. And that does represent quite a difference, really, to the real world. So that is worth noting, and it does certainly change the way that this actually unfolds over the course of 24 hours. And even this race, compared to what we're seeing now, compared to what we see at Sunrise, is looking very, very different. But I mean, how can we say that this race is not different to what we were expecting going on into today? As we've got, oh dear, well, I was about to say disagreement in the pit strategy, but no, we've just got blaggers going into the pit lane, or faking going in the pit lane.
Well, that was a bit unexpected, given that, especially in these cars as well, right? You don't really want to take the longer distance, because all you're doing is really making yourself go a bit slower. So these drivers not down to pit lane. TCR's gonna wind around to the line this time by, and could very potentially make their way down to pit lane as well. There come GT4s, by the way, with still Team 75 back on top. Now, Drago Racing seem very, very content to sit behind and save some fuel. They have lost Simufy, though. Tristan Iglesias in his Porsche has not been able to keep up with Peter Berryman, and so he's got some work to do in that orange machine to be able to rejoin the podium fight.
And it feels like it was closer earlier, to me anyway. I thought he was about in the position right on the back of Berryman earlier, but clearly not, because he's nowhere near them anymore. But that sight in front of them may well be the lifeline that he's looking for here, because they're about to go through traffic for the first time here in the form of the GR86 drivers, some of whom have come in, by the way, not from this group, but from further on backwards. So we're very much in that region now, where the GR86s could be coming in at the end of lap 9, which is what they're about to get to. The end of lap 10 is what we're expecting from the TCRs at a maximum, but will they push that all the way or not is the question there too. I'm personally not sure, because we already have seen one of the TCRs make its way down pit lane.
Yeah, you know, that SimCity racing machine, Matthew Madigan, did come in a lap early, and I just wondered if that was maybe just trying to get out of traffic or a situation potentially. You know, it's early in this race with the TCR stint lengths being so long, they hypothetically could do a little bit more. Although I think there is definitely going to be at least one touring car machine that comes down to the lane, because I do see that the Carlar Esport machine maybe had a bit of an issue down at Flansgarden 1. So keep that in mind. Maybe we can spool back in time and find out what happened to Tim Reinhardt in the 460. That might end up actually being our first sort of major issue of the day. Remember, outside of that, everyone else has been relatively unperturbed, riding on board with the BMW M4 GT4 machine. And speaking of BMW M4 GT4 machines, a certain Jimmy Broadbent's going to be racing in a BMW M4 GT4 next weekend in the Nürburgring 24-hour race. So you'd think, you know, he'd be racing in a BMW M4 GT4 this weekend in the iRacing 24 hours. No, he's in a Porsche GT4 instead.
That is just not making sense, but I guess there'll be plenty of driving to do next weekend, so I suppose it's practice, isn't it? But you might get also quite sick of driving the same car in sim as to what you're going to do in real life, experience something a little bit different. But there you go. I don't know. Because I've never driven one of these cars in real life, funnily enough, or indeed in the sim. I've never driven the BMW, but they're coming through the GR86 traffic now, just driving down the inside at Arenberg, and they should be all the way through here by the time we get to this not very straight down the hill here. And Aaron Vasquez is very much sitting in behind, trying to crouch behind the Porsche as best as he possibly can, save the fuel he can. I actually think earlier he was trying to break away from the rest of the GT4s, but once that was clear it wasn't happening, he's tucked in now and he's slipstreaming, saving fuel again.
Just taking an eye, by the way, on my timing screen, your touring car machines did not come into pit lane, and so they are on to the 10th lap of the run. So they might end up having a bit of traffic this lap, but they clearly think it's better on their long-term strategy to go beyond what would be 90 minutes out on track. So a long stint for them. This, though, is what was happening to the Carlar touring car. So now that is a couple of GT3 machines behind, down into what is a very scary set. Oh, it tries to go off the racing line. Oh, and then gets hit by, that would have been, what, the second red line car driven by Gianni Vecchio with Marla directly behind them. But wow.
Yeah, that's why you're always instructed not to do that, because you will fool the GT3 driver, or the faster class car driver, whoever it is. There's very little time to react to that with the closing speed that you've got between those two classes, and I don't think you can blame any Team Redline, put any blame, onto Team Redline for that. You've just got to stay on your line and be predictable. That's what slower classes are told, and that didn't happen necessarily there.
And again, blue flags are informational on iRacing, yes, but hold your line, allow the faster car to do what it wants to. I think there, it would have been the case where Vecchio was trying to maybe put the touring car between him and the chasing Marla machine, but unfortunately Tim Reinhardt has to bring his car down to pit lane, and that is now going to be a rather lengthy repair as well. No fast repair, unfortunately, for them to work through. This is the look on board with Gianni Vecchio. And so this is what we'll see. Just maybe from that angle, it doesn't look so egregious.
You mean from Carlar?
Yeah, maybe because the track does kind of jink and, you know, cut back and forth a little bit. Oh, that's a difficult one.
It is. I think what was happening there slightly is the fact that Vecchio was very much behaving like the car was going to behave like he expected, not really waiting for the car in front to do its thing and then decide what to do. The pace is so high at the front of the race these days, the pace at which you win one of these races these days is so high that you're almost driving based on what you think the car ahead is going to do, and not necessarily what they are actually doing, and reacting to that. In any case, it would have been quite difficult to react for Gianni Vecchio there, but there is a case of just behaving based on the prediction of what the car ahead is going to do to you, or in front of you, I should say, and unfortunately, it's not turned out very well, and the slower class car is the one on the receiving end of that.
And not much, unfortunately, that can now really sympathize for Carlar in the reaction. The only thing that maybe you would say is that, you know, if you looked from up above, one of the benefits in sim racing, of course, is you can grab those other camera angles. He's basically still got a car's width between the touring car and the left-hand side of the track, but again, it is on the faster car to pass safely, and so I think Gianni Vecchio, unfortunately, in a series with race control, that would definitely be a bit of a concern. Back over to the GT3 leaders, though, where still no issue for the other red line machine, where Diogo Pinto still sits in between of the Williams Esports Hoisingveld and Williams Esports Chill Blast entries. Coming up to the end of another 30 minutes or so, these drivers onto the third of their laps. Now, will they be thinking about trying to save a lap of fuel at any point and try and do an 8-lap stint, Ewan? Because we did see that a couple of times in the DNLS.
I just don't know how possible it is, really. How close are they to doing it off the bat? Is it a case of it's 7.8 laps at the start of the stint and they can make up that 0.2, or are we at 7.1 and they're really struggling to make anything out of it? I'm not entirely sure, having not driven one of these GT3s, so it's not inconceivable. And I don't know if you noticed, but in 992 we did see a team going one lap longer than the rest, so clearly there is scope in that class for a bit of fuel saving. But is it the case in GT3? I'm not sure. This is the more pressing issue for them at the moment. How are they going to get through the carousel here? They all want the inside line.
That was very, very nervy, and that is one of the Impulse GTU machines that now loses a position as a result. So second given to Team Hoisingveld as Fabian Siegmann sees the opportunity. Fabian saw Martin Asher up high and slides on through. And that again, look at that speed differential, and how quickly you have to make your decisions.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why earlier on you were talking about it's so important to stay down low there. It's not necessarily a problem for the GT3s, especially not with the class of drivers we've got in that class here today. They should be absolutely fine to just stay in there, but it's the problem for the slower classes when they're being dived down the inside of down here into the carousel. How can they tuck back into the line in time? How can they retain their place? Well, in that case, Impulse could not.
3 wide for the GR86s, and it's at the front of the field. Moya Regards, Forgia TV Racing, and Nürburgring Esports battling it out on the run down into the final corner. No traffic for them to worry about either. Almost 3 wide behind for 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. What fun these drivers are having, keeping each other honest. Clean cars about as well. And very, very tidy stuff, as it's now going to be the... Sorry, my timing screen just said someone else is now leading this race. How did the Medicis Kiwi Racing team somehow cycle to the front?
I don't really know. To be honest, it's a absolute mess at the front of this class, and the fact that there's 8 of them all in one train, I suppose, speak for itself in some ways, and that you just do not know what's going to happen next. They all come down pit lane together. This is the end of lap 9 for them, which has taken them an hour and a half, almost exactly. Divide that up over 24 hours. Somebody's had to reverse. You've got to make sure that you stay in the group, and reversing into your pit box is not a good way to do that.
Just got word as well that the reason why that car was scored in the lead is they had actually come down pit lane the previous lap by, and then gone back out and come back directly into pit lane. So they will have a not unsubstantial penalty to serve for effectively cutting out, well, the entirety of the Nordschleife. But that is definitely somewhat frustrating for them. You can see Carlar parked at the front of pit lane with the broken suspension on their touring car entry as well. But off for the jacks. Now just waiting for the fuel to be topped off for the first cycle of pit stops for the GR86s. Only the touring cars yet to make their way down the lane, and it is going to be the Vermilion Esports team that leave pit lane first. They save some fuel, jump in front of Nürburgring Esports, Forgia TV, and Moya Regards, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll have to wait and see if this battle pack closes back up, though, as here come your GT3 leaders ready to put a lap on them.
What a disaster for the GT3s as they see the GR86s right ahead of them. Here goes Bertiotis down the inside of Diogo Pinto for second position. The Chilbas car trying to work its way through to a Williams Esports 1-2. That does not happen, and so Diogo Pinto remains the meat in this sandwich.
A little bit of traffic again for them to pick their way through, but I can tell you touring cars have just made their way onto pit lane after 10 full laps of racing, so right on the money in terms of strategy. Michael Polishek, Norbert Leitner, Fabian Siegmann in pit lane. Norbert Leitner taking over in that Impulse 122 after, of course, Martin Asher got pushed out wide through the carousel. Here we go, though, through the GR86s. Past a couple up towards the Michael Schumacher S. Diogo Pinto gets up the inside of one more. Did not want to wait around. And lights flash, just a reminder to those in front to keep an eye on the mirrors and see who's coming. Belliciotis now will jink to the inside of the Moya Regards entry, and as they cycle down towards the chicane here on the Grand Prix loop, Diogo Pinto is closing now on your race leader, building up some separation to the second Williams Esports car behind.
Yeah, and they've all got through just before the chicane, which is the advantage there. But yes, there is a bit of a gap. Now, there's a story in GR86 as well here that we should probably have a look at. The Kiwi racing car's gone. Were they not leading on the way into pit lane just there?
That's what I was saying, where they had just come out of pit lane and gone straight back in. So they will have a lengthy penalty to serve because they cut the lap.
So you mean that's how they were leading?
That's why they were leading. They cut the lap, and so yes.
Okay, I didn't understand what you were on about.
It's a very weird thing because remember, you can the way the Grand Prix section is laid out. If you go to the Nordschleife, you turn left. You can turn right instead and go back down to pit lane, which is not... In the real world, the way they would do that is you could come back to pit lane and the lap just doesn't count. On iRacing, the way it works is the lap counts and you get a penalty that really, really sucks.
Right, okay, I understand now, about a minute too late, so that's good. But yeah, fine. So 7 at the front, although we can't even really call it 7 anymore in GR86, can we? Because there's a good gap now from maybe problems, actually, back in GR86. There's cars falling down the order at a bit of an alarming rate at the moment, and some big gaps suddenly forming. I mean, Vermilion Esports have got nearly 2 seconds in the lead all of a sudden.
There definitely has been something that has just happened. I think Team RSO have definitely been tangled up, and I wonder... who was the other car that got mixed up in it? It might have been Ava Vervatic. The GR86s now very much sequenced out from one another. There is the damage on Elmar Elcott's machine, and he is a multi-time winner back in the Mazda MX-5s. We will grab a look when we can at what happened, but without a shadow of a doubt, we are now down a handful of contenders as Vermilion Esports try and run away at the front.
Yeah, Team RSO, of course, one of 2 teams in the race today, trying to make it 4 Nürburgring 24-hour wins, and looking to join the list of relatively few teams who've won in more than one category as well. But this is what happened. It was already relatively spaced out, actually, more than I was expecting, and it's already going on ahead. Oh dear! So that's the Vermatic car, I would have thought, the Ava Vervatic, I should say, car ahead.
Oh no!
So. Red line go around the outside. There's a bit of a clip there.
Again, unfortunately.
And there you go. Not a lot you can do when there's a car in the middle of the road quite like that.
Yeah, I would like to take a look from up above maybe as to how that initial side-to-side contact played out between Redline and Ava Vervatic, because was Gianni just closing the door slightly, expecting the slower car to just not have the speed to carry through the corner? Was he thinking he'd get down to the apex? I mean, that car is basically parked on the curbing. I'm not sure it could really have done much more in that regard. So Ava Vervatic, unfortunately, find themselves, maybe through no fault of their own, suffering now and trying to bring that car back around to pit lane.
Yeah, that's a difficult one there, because I think Vecchio was very much driving there as if there was, it very much gave no room for error, if you like, with the GR86 on the inside. Now, it is, of course, the fastest way round, because you want to be as tight to the apex as possible when you're not able to get it when you're side by side with someone like that. However, the lack of a room for error means that the car on the inside cannot put a foot wrong indeed at all. I'm not saying they did do something wrong, but it's very difficult, as you say, to keep your car hooked on the right there like that and not hit the car alongside you. And in the end, it's going to lead to some argument about whose fault quite that was.
Can tell you as well, Kawanda, Elvis Rankin, has another issue. And this time up towards Anna Forest. See that Talk Freak Racing, they've also been tangled up in something. And so their Toyota GR86 now down on pit lane. And after what was a very, very clean and tidy opening hour, it's decidedly less tidy after that. Not the only Toyota GR86 have issues. The XCM entry as well has been pushed out into pit lane. And yeah, the replays, I think, will hopefully tell us a few more stories when we can grab a look at all of them. So here we go back with the GT4s as Corentin Gunes makes his way down the main straightaway on the build up towards the final corner. Drago there, Apex there as well. But Simufy now continuing to lose out. They are 4 seconds off. I don't think that Tristan Iglesias is really going to be able to close that margin down. 20-odd minutes from the top of the hour. And these drivers also thinking surely about making their way down to pit lane once more.
Yeah, it won't be too far away now. And the pit stops do come relatively thick and fast in this race. Especially across the board. It's going to be at a certain point pretty constant actually across all of the classes, so that's something to look out for a little bit later on. But this is very much more like the Nürburgring 24-hour we were expecting, to be honest, where there'll be plenty of incidents and accidents up and down the field. Unfortunately, it's gone from 0 in the first hour to quite a few now in the second.
Still though, with plenty of cars out there, the attrition maybe not as high as we would have expected. I do see Carlar Esports sitting in pit lane and hoping their car gets repaired, but they've been sitting there for 14 minutes or so already and have dropped down a lap from the rest of their class. See if they are going to be able to get back out on track and to survive and persist, because again, spirit of endurance racing is so easy sometimes to get involved in an incident and bail out of this race, but so great as well when we see the stories of perseverance that see these drivers just continue to work on through. That was your race leader as well, or former race leader. That's humongous. Wanji Lin gets mixed up as well. I thought Nicholas Rubelar, the grid and go machine that went end over end. My word, this is crazy. Second hour of the race, it's all kicking off.
I think Nicholas Rubelar couldn't see those cars on his own screen there, because the way he was driving in my mind was as if they weren't there at all, and I wouldn't have thought he'd done that on purpose. And you saw the way he sort of almost crashed himself into the Armco afterwards. That suggested to me he was hitting people without realising, and now all of a sudden he will tumble down the order, and Grid and Go all of a sudden find themselves down in 11th. But the GR86 field, unfortunately, has, as we expected, been decimated first of all by the pit stops, then by faster traffic.
I think you are 100% right that he just had no idea what was happening, and boy, that is frustrating for the couple of cars that got tangled up. Just to clarify, the GT3 was not the one that went end over end, it was the GR86 instead, and so Wanji Lin straight back down to pit lane, and so was Jamie Christensen, and suddenly that GR86 class now finds just Nürburgring Esports and the Forgia TV racing team fighting at the front. How heartbreaking in many ways. This track sometimes picks its winners. It's no fault of either of drivers there. Elvis Rankin has brought his Porsche Commander down to pit lane, so clearly whatever happened to him out on track has left him in some issues as well. But back with your GT4s, still with this 3-car train at the front.
Yeah, it's one of the few calm classes in the field now. Even the lead change in 992 at the moment. Ultus Esports now getting back to the front again after a lengthy battle now with Share Esport, who they're currently sharing that mantle with, but it's a lot calmer back in GT4, where there's a designated leading 3, and they're all running around together waiting for a later day to really kick off the proper battling. Scherer get back to the lead in 992. Oh, just get back to the lead. Goodness me, still going on back there. It's very much kicked off, unfortunately. And
yeah, they are fighting, by the way, for those 992. Sorry to cut you off, Ewan, but you are very correct. They are wheel to wheel, duking back and forth. I can tell you that Scherer currently do have the lead with Luca Alpert, but then Simona Mir-Marcheno is going to try and cut back underneath. Remember, these are two drivers that did not take tyres, and so are out there right now just trying to hold their Michelin tyres to the end of the fuel window.
Yeah, and it's seemingly going all right for the moment, I would say, because the what are we, 40 minutes in now? More than 40 minutes in to this this part of the race, this stint of the race, maybe a little bit less than that in 992 in fairness. And so they're doing okay. They've still got half a minute's worth of a gap.
Still watching, of course, these two as the GT3 leader still close as well. In fact, you know what? With the exception of the touring car class, all classes right now do have cars fighting for the lead within a couple of seconds or so. So, you know, it's one of those cases where touring cars quite close as well. It's only 3 or so seconds between Obsidian and Team Hoisingveld. In many ways, I wasn't sure if this was going to be a race that really built up throughout the course of all 24 hours, but it is trending that way now. There goes Marcheno up the inside, and not a passing opportunity is the Sabine Schmidt curve, but he gets it done into the Hudson back. Altus back in front.
Well, not normally, but these two are seemingly wanting to battle quite regularly at the moment. A great bit of side-by-side between them towards the end of the previous lap, and even when you're not expecting it, heading onto the north side for once again, Simone Maria Marciano making the difference and making aggressive moves as well to get up to the lead. Now, how helpful is this really when you think about the context of this race, the fact that they are the ones who will be losing time to those behind anyway? Is it worth fighting like this to go and lose even more time to the chasers behind? Well, I'm not so sure, but they are doing it, and they are entertaining for the moment as Altus Esports get back to the lead.
Screams of Porsche running up through the top of Flugplatz with about 15 minutes to go to the top of the hour, and GT3s on the 5th lap of their run. And of course, remember, we expect them to go maybe 7, at most 8, if they are doing a bit of fuel saving. Onto the brakes into Arenberg, down the hill. Got to brake a little bit earlier in these Cup cars without their ABS to help them slow down. Want to make sure you avoid locking up the right front, especially given the drivers here doing the double stint on tires. I'm just looking down on pit lane right now. Carlar Esports have left and gone back out onto track. However, there are 2 GT3 machines, VRS Coanda, as well as the GridandGo.com esports team, and then 5 Toyota GR86s, Ewan. This race is starting to see its attrition.
Yeah, and as we expected, it is coming in the slowest class, which, as I say, we were not surprised to see at the start. Another 2 of those GR86s, by the way, into the pit lane right now as well. So along with those 5 at the very bottom, there are another couple who are in the pit lane getting repairs as of right now. That's a real shame for that class, really, that was entertaining us so thoroughly throughout the first part of the race. But unfortunately, what we were expecting to see happen has happened. And that field now completely decimated by the last couple of laps.
Well, Ewan, unfortunately, I'll say goodbye to you in about 15 minutes' time, and you'll be back in, what?
6 hours? 4 hours.
6 or so hours? 4 hours, okay.
Yeah.
How many cars are you expecting to be on the lead lap then?
On the lead lap? Well, the Porsches all will be, whoever's remaining.
In each respective class, that, you know.
Oh, sorry.
What I mean.
Oh, I thought you meant overall. In each respective class, I think we can still get 9 in GT3 to make it there. 992 is going to see 9 as well. I'll go for in 4 hours' time. GT4 is a bit more of a different one because nobody's really dropped out of contention yet, to be honest with you. All 12, I would say, are still there or thereabouts, although Gabriel Streckmatter is quite a long way away from the back of the train as the leaders continue to pretend to fight with each other, I suppose, and not actually do it. I'm going to remain with 11 then in GT4. In TCR, I'm going to go for 6 because a couple will drop out. And in GR86, I'm going to go for just 2 because I think, unfortunately, they're going to see a few more go away in the near future.
I can't disagree with much of what you said there, to be honest. I think based on how this race is playing out, with the sun setting as well, it's going to be interesting who sees the night, let alone who lives through the night and navigates their way around. Because we're racing in the summer as well, you know, virtual standard time, we are running, you know, I think it's June 1st is the in-sim date, and it's just crossed about 6 p.m. in the sim itself as well. We're probably going to end up seeing not that much actual nighttime running, Ewan, especially when we compare it to, you know, the Daytona 24, for example, which runs more in nighttime than it does in daytime.
Yeah, it's barely nighttime running, it feels sometimes, isn't it, because of the lights, but nevertheless, it is still nighttime running, I suppose, and temperatures aren't immune to lights and stuff. So, there you go. It will be dark pretty soon, though. I would say by the time I get here next, actually, in 4 hours' time, it's going to be dark because it will be, 10:30, 10:15 in Sim, and that is going to be darkness time, I would have thought. The question for me is, when's the sun going to rise? 5 o'clock, maybe? Earlier? I don't really know. It's been a long time since it was summer, to be honest. I've forgotten when the sun rises.
Is it not summer? Is it not getting to summer for you already?
It's still spring, but...
Okay.
But we're still seeing darkness about 9:15-ish, maybe 9. That's still a long way away from summer.
Technically, apparently, summer begins on June 20th. The only reason I'm saying that is... that's what I was saying, because,
I don't agree.
I'm thinking I'm over here in California where our sunset is now at like 8:15 p.m. And sunrise is quite, let me look at the sunrise for tomorrow. Where is this? Searching on my wonderful weather app, which is shouting profanities at me. So 6 a.m. sunrise to 8:15 p.m. sunset. If that is not considered summer, what is?
Well... I would say in California it's quite often summer, to be honest with you.
We have great weather, I know. That's why I'm here.
That's not fair. It's really not fair. But, I'm not saying I want to move to California, by the way. but there you go. I would call it summer, so there you go.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
The point is, it's going to be light for a very long time, and the point is for me as well, it's going to be light quite early on in the what you normally see, especially at Daytona, is you sort of get to 6 to 8 hours to go ish, and you're like, sunrise now, let's push on for the flag now because we're quite close. What we're going to see here is the sunrise with nearly half the race left, and so it's not exactly like we can look forward to the end and push to the end. It's very much going to be, goodness me, we've only got through half this race now.
There was another crash, by the way, for the Kiwi Racing team. And Tobias Hermann is back down on pit lane. It happened just around these GT4 leaders. A little bit of just weight management issues there in the GR86's case. Was already down a couple of laps from its leaders, and now it just adds to the misery in the used car lot of the Toyota GR86s. 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, onto what is the 6th lap for your GT3s as well. So probably going to see them, as mentioned, into pit lane next time by. And it is still 3 at the front, split by 9/10. Been keeping an eye on the progress of Alejandro Sanchez, and Ewan, he has been slowly closing as well. Now, Alejandro is definitely one of those drivers that we know can be very, very rapid around here. It just tells me that right now, Williams and the BMW M Team Redline, they have something in their setup that's really helping them out.
It is, yeah. We noticed this in the first stint, and we're seeing it again here, really. But I think it's still a stretch to call this race anything other than a top 3 and the rest at the moment in GT3, to be honest with you. I think these 3 out front are very much dominating. Now, Sanchez is closer, but look at how much closer he is compared to what it was at the start of the stint. I don't think he's making significant inroads in terms of closing this gap. He's getting there, but if it comes down at this rate, it's going to take quite a while. So this is the kind of thing we're going to start to see in the race now when you start to look a bit further deeper in the standings. Look at Gianni Vecchio maybe in 7th place, 17 seconds off the lead. How long is it going to take him to close that kind of margin in? We always say there's a long way to go, but if you're trying to close down margins in a straight battle with someone, you've got to start very soon, because while there are a lot of laps here and there's a lot of time, it's also a difficult chase, and you're not going to do it all in one go.
Yes, you got to break this race up right as well into its phases. 4 or 3 driver lineup. Let's put Roland Alone Fredson aside and just recognize that, by the way, he might be on for he might end up winning this race by himself at this rate of attrition and then get disqualified at the end, but that's neither here nor there. We often talk, Ewan, about how many drivers do you want for a race, right? And a 24-hour race, we sometimes say 3 or 4. It depends on what you want. At the Nordschleife, is it probably worth being a bit safer and having a 4th driver than risking just having 3 and having 1 driver have an internet issue and 2 drivers then having to stay up for 24 hours bouncing back and forth and driving around the green hell?
Well, first of all, you might run into fair share issues if you do that, but that's another issue in itself. I would personally go for 4 round here. I think it's a good idea. 6 hours driving, still plenty in terms of across a 24-hour period. And if you think about doing double stints, let's take GT3 for an example, where hour-long stints are pretty much the norm, although it's slightly less than an hour. It's going to be a case of double stinting, and that means 3 double stints over the course of the day. If you're rotating in a cycle, now this doesn't always, in fact very rarely happens, if you're rotating in an identical cycle, driver 1, driver 2, driver 3, driver 4 every time, that gives you a potential for 6 hours rest over the course of the night. Now, you'll never get 6 hours sleep because you need to be awake a little bit before you get into the car, of course, and you're not going to go to sleep immediately after you pull into pit lane. However, you are going to get a decent amount of rest, and I think that's important around here, whereas other circuits where we do 24-hour racing, you can maybe get a driver to do a triple stint. You can maybe get a driver to go a little bit longer. You could do things a little bit differently in terms of the driving stints to allow you a little bit more rest and get away with 3 drivers, as is, I don't believe, possible necessarily in this race so much.
Take a look at some of the replays that have happened. This is the Orc Racing team that, did go a lap longer on fuel, and then unfortunately trying to make the move on the Toyota at Flansgarden does not go well.
No, and that's not the first incident we've seen into Flansgarden today. It won't be the last one either. It's a shame that, as we said before, it's the slower classes that seem to be bearing the brunt at the moment of the issues in the race. And there really have been quite a few of them in the last 45 minutes or so. So that's a shame. It's another one of these traffic interactions into Flansgarden. As I say, it won't be the last time.
Yeah, so again, that's where we saw the issue for Nicholas Rubelar. Not the only issue that we saw there as well, right? There was a couple more different things that we've potentially seen down there. Not sure if we've captured them all, unfortunately, though, on the broadcast just yet. Someone in our iRacing Esports Network chat saying Max will get no rest. Ewan O'Leary is also not going to get too much rest, all things considered. We go off for around a couple of hours. We'll be back on the broadcast, and then we'll be back in the morning as well to walk us through into those final stages. And Ewan, this is a race where I think, you know, we've talked about this in years past, right? Where getting through the night is one achievement, right? Keep yourself with a clean car, and you could still find yourself with a very good finish if you're there at the end.
Yeah, you certainly can. By the way, I think I've got a decent amount of rest this year, to be honest with you. I'm quite pleased with the sleep I'm going to get later on, he says. For not being able to sleep later. Exactly,
implies that you actually go off and get some sleep.
Well, I'm pretty good at it in 24-hour races, actually. Other than VCO Infinity, actually, where I managed about 2, which was entirely my fault. But anyway, that's besides the point. It is the difficult part. To be honest with you, I can't imagine. I know I have driven in a 24-hour race now. I can't imagine what it's like, though, to be competing at this level and trying to get some rest, because the amount of stress that you're going through, even as a non-driver, or even when you're not driving, I should say, but you are a driver, you're watching the car, you're following the race, especially if you're one of these front 3 teams, let's say. You're very much involved in the fight at the front of the race. I don't know how they really switch off and get any rest, to be honest with you. It's a really grueling event, as we know, as the front 3 and you imagine the rest of GT3 will make their way into pit lane.
Scheduled pit stops again as expected. So clearly no fuel saving happening for these drivers, as much as there was plenty of that for the 992 Cup cars in the opening cycles of the race. You can see how busy pit lane is right now as well, not with pit stop activity for the other classes, instead with damaged race cars. Diogo Pinto trying to find his box. Remember, Max Verstappen on track in Imola for qualifying duty, so he's definitely not going to be the one that gets in to replace Diogo Pinto if there are going to be driver changes, because finally we get word is Alessandro Bico that seemingly is going to stay in the car, but Chris Lullum takes over for BMW M Team Redline. Belliciota's also staying in. Kai Kashuba into the Marla Racing Team car. Norby Kish gets into the BMW M Team BS Plus competition machine. He's a 2-time DNLS champion as well in these SP9 GT3 machines, so watch out for him from maybe further back in the running order. Interesting that there's only 1 or 2 driver changes up front, though.
It is interesting, very much so. Oh, it's Redline, get out first. Well, for the second pit stop in a row, Team Redline have taken the initiative and they've taken a position too. This time it's the lead of the race. So they've spent most of the previous stint being sandwiched by the 2 Williams Esports BMWs. Now they'll be leading them around.
And I think at this point, this is giving us a bit of an indication that they are a bit more mindful on the fuel numbers as compared the Williams Esports pair behind, who are still in the car though for what will now be their third consecutive stint. So they don't get to the top of the hour, but that's not necessarily the most important thing that they are thinking about. They've also established that margin back to Alejandro Sanchez, to Keke Schubert, to Norby Kish, at now an established 5+ seconds between them and the chasing pack. So second round of pit stops underway, and the first driver change as well takes place in that BMW M Team Redline machine that now up the inside of Torque Freak Racing, trying to put some separation between it and the chasing GT3 class, but that actually balked them slightly, cost them some time, and that's the give and take with traffic that we'll talk about so much. Ewan, if you are Williams though here, surely you've got to start thinking, right, let's save some fuel now. If Redline's been doing this leapfrogging, let's get in on the action as well.
Yeah, exactly. So this stint is going to be quite telling here because, as we've noted in the past, Team Redline have been quite strong towards the end of these stints and sort of throughout, while Williams were very good in qualifying and early on in the stints as well, where they were able to take the early initiative, take the early lead as well in this race. How can they stand up to the punishment of Team Redline over the course of an hour? Well, that's going to be the big challenge here for both of these drivers now. It's a good job they're not fresh into the car, I believe. A good idea here from Williams to keep their drivers in there, keep them going because they're still fresh at the start of the race. You can get a bit more hours out of them, and so you can get them to keep up with Team Redline, who have also gone for this strategy of getting to the front and trying to dictate the pace now. Just one word on those behind, by the way, and one of the other driver changes. Marla Racing Team now got Keke Schubert in the car, the driver, or one of the drivers anyway, looking for to go alone as the most overall wins in this race. He's got 3 in GT3 to this point and looking for his record-breaking 4th.
And as we come to the end of hour 2 here in the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing, I am delighted to be able to tell you that at least one more of our Toyota GR86s has re-entered the racetrack as Vermilion Esports and Jamie Christensen, albeit after about 20 minutes of repairs, have been able to leave pit lane. So at least the traffic contingent starts to increase in numbers once again. I can tell you that Elliot Veyron for Veras Kawanda is also back out on track. But right now, of the 53 that started, there are 4 sitting in pit lane. 3 drivers fighting at the frontier in this GT3 class. The Porsche Cup class getting a little bit more separated out, but it's still very, very tight across of GR86s and GT4s. We'll say goodbye to Ewan O'Leary. He'll rejoin us in about 4 hours' time, right as Paul Smith says goodbye to us as he steps into the commentary booth. Paul, welcome along to the Nürburgring 24 hours. It's been, let's be honest, an interesting opening to this race, and it's just gotten a little bit more interesting as well, because poor Roland Alone Fredson has just had a little bit of a spin by himself as he tries to do 24 hours of racing around the green hell by himself. I can't even imagine doing 24 hours of talking around here by myself.
I think, hello everybody, by the way, I think my record of 9.5 hours on this particular event was, actually no, I say it was my record. Actually, Randy Cheneth would have that record at about 11 hours of commentating on this event the first year that we did this. So, yeah, I think Randy still holds the record for that for this particular event of the Nürburgring 24 hours here on iRacing. But yeah, certainly it's been an intriguing opening to this race. Of course, the GR86s have been the poor relations of this race very much by the treatment that's been happening to them. But it does make a change from it being the TCRs getting battered and bruised by the GT3s, although we've yet to see the GT3s go through them a second time, so second time's a charm, eh?
You say that, but let's be honest, the GR86 is outside of the 5 minutes or so where they all started getting decimated. They were having so much fun, and we were talking about how cool it was to see them all together. No more fun anymore. You can only have so much fun in that class. And front-wheel drive apologist Paul Smith joins us in the broadcast booth. Let's talk about how to make a front-wheel drive go fast, Paul, because it was something I was alluding to slightly earlier, right? When the front wheels are trying to, do some turning and driving the car as well. It's not necessarily the most efficient, and so often a fast touring car is a loose touring car, one that steers from the rear.
Oh, absolutely. You want to get that back end rotating going into a corner, so that then that helps the front end be able to bite into the corner and get around there. We're on board with Michael Polasek in the Obsidian Racing car. I've raced against Michael so many times over the years. He's a hard competitor, but he is fair with his racing. You can see how the back end sliding going into the corner, and then the front end then just seems to slide that little bit whilst you're on full throttle here with these front wheel drive cars. It was a few years ago that I once got told by a certain real world touring car driver as to how to properly think of a touring car driving. You got to think the front wheels can only do 100%, right? That's the maximum you can get out of it. As much as people like to say, I'll give it 110, 120%. No, rubbish. You got a maximum of 100%. Now, if you're putting on any steering lock, that's taking percentage off of the accelerating or braking that you're going to be able to do. So you can't have it full throttle and just be turning 90 degrees. It's not going to work. So you've got to think about the percentages of how much you're turning it as to how much throttle input you're giving it to keep the car gripped up. I want to give you a guess, Arjuna. Who was that real-world touring car driver who told me that?
Probably Ash Sutton, as I can tell you at the front of the GT4 field. Peter Berryman deciding that he does not want to sit behind as they come down in towards the pit lane. So Corentin Gunes leads in the train, and once again we are probably going to end up seeing, much like we did in the previous cycle, and as we'll talk about constantly over the course of the day, it's going to be about short filling if you save some fuel behind, and that's a GR86 points it in the wrong direction. Yeah, that's completely in the wrong direction for being on pit road right now. I think that's which car was that now? I think that was the 54, wasn't it? The Medicus Kiwi Racing Cyan car. So yeah, it's GT4's coming onto pit road right about on cue, it must be said, although Dirt and Williams Esports Academy going that lap longer. Yep, the engines decided to expire for Tobias Detlef, who I'm not quite sure what they're trying to do with that machine, but something's happening. Remember, tires and fuel done at the same time in these GT4 machines, so it's basically going to be a pretty equal sort of a situation unless you have saved a bit of fuel, as we expect behind Corentin Gunes that they have been doing. Marvin Strel takes over though and somehow leads them away. Vlad Kimichev and Salva Talons also with a bit of a driver change, going to be neck and neck in the release off of the limiter, with Gabby Montoro slightly further behind. Dominic Hoffman jumping into the other Drago Racing machine, the 269, and off and away they go. It's very interesting, Paul, how many of the top level drivers have decided, let's not go GT3 racing this year, let's go GT4 instead. It's fun, that's why. Yeah, it's a different challenge. It's very easy to say always do GT3 racing. Oh, it is very easy to just do that all the time. And I get it, it's a popular category of car. But the GT4s, I've been having so much fun with these cars recently. I mean, me personally, I've been driving the Mercedes AMG. As I look at that Apex Racing team just trying to take advantage of the Mahal car going to the inside, not able to get ahead of the Drago Racing car for Salva Talons. But yeah, they're a lot more fun, I find them personally. I just think that little bit less downforce, it makes you have to think about carrying the speed through corners rather than relying on the power and the grip of those GT3 cars. And I've heard from some, Will Chadwick in particular has often said that he prefers the GT4s over the GT3, so there is maybe something to it, as through traffic there comes the GT3s. It's Norby Kish in the BMW M Team BS competition car, chased down by Sam Koiter in the second Team Redline, the number 21 machine. All as the 992 pit stops, by the way, their window kicks off because Scherer Esports and Altus Esports, remember the two drivers that decided to take no tires in the previous pit stop cycle, both end up coming in. Julian Reimer's going to get in. Looks as though Simona Marceno is going to stay in that car. And as expected, Paul, the drivers that took 2 tires or 4 tires ended up staying out there for 1 lap longer. So we really do have a very intriguing strategy battle that's starting to build up in this 992 class. Will Chadwick did tell me that it's all about strategy. He just didn't want to tell me what the strategy was.
Yeah, it's it's that intriguing strategy of this Cup car, as you've been kept on saying on this commentary. No ABS, no traction control on that car, so you are having to be mindful of your right foot, left foot on the accelerator and the brakes. It's part of the reason why I don't drive these cars, because I'm well known for having a lead right foot. But yeah, it's so easy to put too much heat through these tyres on these cars. On that point, I want to point out we've lost about 6 degrees centigrade of temperature on the track since race start, so that temperature is coming down more. That's where the tyres won't be feeling quite as bad towards the end of a stint as they would do at the start of the race, because it was about 33 degrees at the start of the race. So drivers will be feeling that they can push on just that little bit more towards the end of their stint. Certainly they'll be enjoying it, especially when we're going to nighttime running.
And nighttime running all paved as well by the headlights. Drivers not going to have any sort of assistance from trackside lights, or in the case of the Nordschleife, the campfires and whatnot that spring up around the track over the course of the weekend of festivities. We were talking about touring cars earlier. There was a remarkable story that I remembered from earlier this year around getting one of those touring cars to actually go racing at Daytona for the first round of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge season. So there was, I remember there was a concern, or something happened where the ECU basically broke. And so, you know, the ECU is the brains of the car, right? The computer that then tells the car effectively what to do. And it was an Audi touring car, and those that know the world of customer racing nowadays, Audi no longer has so much support for the customer teams in the US, so they didn't have a spare ECU to put into the car. So they started looking around. Audi Sport was looking around the US where they could find some help, and they found a wrecked touring car in Mexico that did have a salvageable ECU. However, there were 12 hours between them finding the ECU and the race starting in Daytona. So they got somebody to board a flight in Mexico City at 11 p.m. on Thursday night or something. Like, they pulled the ECU out from the car at that time. They landed at Orlando, I think it was like 11 a.m. in the morning. One of the drivers got sent out from Daytona Beach to Orlando to go pick the ECU up, which is about a drive of an hour and a bit or so. So a round trip of 2.5 hours when you factor in, you know, getting back to the track. And so basically, I think, Paul, the way that the story was told is the window was around like 10 or 15 minutes for them to get the ECU installed into the car and onto the grid ready for race start. And the joys of motorsport, like, genuinely, we talk about like endurance racing spirit, similar sort of thing here, right? Where they're just pushing to make it onto the grid. That's all they're trying to do. They get the car started, and boy, the feeling then must have been incredible in and of itself, right? Just getting to the start, and then the race went pretty well as well.
So last year, myself, Peter Mackay and Lewis McGlade, we all went to Monza to cover the Hankook 12 hours of Monza in the 24-hour series. And one of the teams in a 991 Porsche Cup car couldn't get out for qualifying at all. The back of the car was just completely in pieces. They had to send somebody from the team at Monza to head on over to Germany to find a spare piece of this car. And of course it was a 991, so they don't do that race car anymore to Porsche, so they had to find this particular piece. Can't remember exactly what it was. It was something to do with the gearbox, I believe, and then drive all the way back to Italy to be able to fit it onto the car, and they just got it running in time for the 12 hours, and they ended up winning the Spirit of the Race award from the 24-hour series. I mean, myself, Peter and Lewis might have been the ones picking that award, but still, we felt it deserved it because they went out there and they were able to put on a good performance. Okay, they didn't win their class, but they showed that spirit of endurance racing. And I think that's something that in sim racing, yeah, we do see it, but I think there's too many people are too quick to just go, forget it, we're out, we can't win, I'm done, and give up too quickly.
And yes, sometimes it is because you don't, in competitive environments, you don't necessarily have help, but I have found more often than not that in the world of motorsports, people are definitely willing to help you out and to get you where you can. Maybe not make you go fast, but definitely at least get you out onto track. I'm sure there's stories, plenty of stories, even in professional paddocks, of teams helping each other out to loan parts around and whatnot.
Well, I mean, you think of all the competitive motorsport, Formula One, back in 2012, Williams won incredibly a race at Catalunya, Pastor Maldonado's first and only F1 win, and Williams' last F1 win, and then they had a devastating fire in the pit after the race. Teams lent them computer equipment, pit equipment, whatever, so that they could get to the next race and compete at Monte Carlo, and that was just a week later. So even at one of the top levels of motorsport, because there are multiple top levels of motorsport, they were still able and willing to help each other out. Yeah,
and I was thinking more, in the spec sort of series where you have these similar sort of cars, and like we were saying with, the TCR going and asking different teams if they had an ECU and stuff, but they're more tangible than that as well when you look at the way that some of that support went on. It's also funny, right? Sometimes you get these affiliations that spring up, and same sort of thing can happen in the world of sim racing. As we check back in with your race leaders, Chris Lulham, maybe no surprise to see him dropping back behind the pair of Williams esports cars and likely just saving a bit of fuel here and there, and probably going to leapfrog them once again once we get into the next pit window of the race. But we were talking very briefly earlier about Coanda Esports and Altus Esports and some of the collaborations that they've had in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, but also as well, of course, in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, where they kind of help each other out and sometimes just are practicing together and giving each other looks at what each other's doing. That partnership is actually in effect here today with Xander Reed, part of the Altus Esports number 43, where he's partnered up with the likes of Simone Amir Marciano and Dino Lombardi. Now remember, they just did 4 tire pit stops. The rest of their class has just come into the pit lane as well. So Visceral Esports, Leon Rudinger's jumping in and taking over from Mateo Kuzner. Adrian Greiker seems to be staying in the Greiker Motorsports entry, while Valkyrie Competition, the second Visceral machine, and a handful of others all rolling down pit lane right now.
Yeah, so those GR86 still parked at a jaunty angle there on pit road. Driver changes happening as well while these pit stops are going on. So they'll be sorting themselves out. Pro Sport, they've stayed out an extra lap here.
And that is a very short stop from Greiker. That is a 37.1 second stop. So that is no tires being taken and puts them out directly alongside Scherer Esports. Now, expect Scherer to be a bit faster given that they've got the fresh rubber, but wow, very, very interesting.
And again, this is where, how does this it might pan out at this stage of the race, but how does it pan out towards the end of the race when strategy all comes to a head? How does this all work out, doing these alternate strategies between these different teams, different drivers out there, and how they can make this work to their best efforts and best abilities?
4 Michelin tires, of course, for Julian Reimer, who took over in that car. Adrian Greiker started down in 10th, was very, very aggressive in the early stages. and now still net leader of the race, but I still have no idea what's happening on strategy. And somewhere Will Chadwick is listening to me saying that and giggling just a little bit, that still a little bit perplexed as to what is going on. Next time I would expect the driver change to take place for Greiker, and in what is a 3-driver lineup, Bruno, Heinrich and Dennis Ronadorf, the other 2 drivers to compete with. Paul, we were kind of having this debate as well. 24 hours at the Nordschleife. How many drivers do you need to feel comfortable?
When we did it in 2017, and by the way, finished on the podium in top split in our class, we did it, I believe, with 6 drivers in total. But I think that was just with different people's availability. We had to get a couple of people just to fill in for a couple of stints each at that time. Realistically, you want as few people as possible. And the reason why I say that is because then you're not having to compromise the setup for as many drivers. Because different drivers, they have different driving styles and how they want the car to feel. So the car is already a compromise anyway. The more drivers you add to that, the more of a compromise it's becoming, and therefore you actually lose speed in total, the more drivers.
And I also just feel as though, you know, you put so much practice in, right? You got to balance how much commitment that they're going to all put in as changes both in GT4 and in GT3. Williams Esport Hoisingfeld dropped down through Mutkurve. Not sure if that was necessarily if a crash or something, or maybe just another bit of a wiggle. We saw that for Belliciotis. Apex Racing have also taken over the lead in GT4, as that is, you're correct, a car that with the right front hitting the wall might now be going straight back down to pit lane.
Is it front right or front left looks to be pushed in on that BMW to me, personally. I did see one of our GR86s head on to pit road as well. The Tier 1 Motorsports outfit, they were in 4th place in class. So they've had an instant, they've taken a tour back onto pit roads. There's been all sorts of shenanigans going on here. And the thing is, it's been so long, we've got so long left in this race, 21 hours and 40 minutes remaining here. It's a long race, guys. Calm down. You're going to get past cars, but you're all going to get compromised at some point around this track. It's just a fact of this venue. Anybody who watched, you mentioned Jimmy B is going to be racing in, Jimmy Broadbent's going to be racing next week in the real world one. He's actually racing today in one of the lower splits, as he mentioned as well. But if you've watched his video of him qualifying for it, listen to how he is on the onboard camera every time he comes across the Dacia Logan. He's not a fan of it, and it compromised him each and every time that he went round and passed it.
But that is what makes this track so great, and the racing and the type of racing so great as well, because I do dream of the day when we get 130 cars racing around the Nordschleife. It sounds like a fever dream in many ways. The poor servers are going to be...
new computer.
Well, the servers are going to be struggling hard time, but, you know, that is the challenge of this track, right? As much as the track is the challenge, the race becomes even more unique with the different cars, the unique cars that you have, and so many different types as well of varying different speeds. The GT4s, by the way, I wonder if now Apex have just been slowly keeping quiet, and if their car is maybe a bit more suited to those cooler conditions that you were referring to, because it's not just here in the GT4 where they're making headway. Same thing is happening for Alejandro Sanchez in that GT3 class. And Paul, as we head off into that night part of the race, you were talking about balancing the setup for drivers. Same thing has got to be done for the weather conditions and making sure you're quick across of the 24 hours of racing.
Well, yeah, it's like I mentioned, it's start of the race, track temperature was 33 degrees Celsius. That's dropping down more and more as we go later into the evening. It'll drop down to about 22, 21 degrees, I think, overnight will this track temperature. So, you know, the teams have got to, again, compromise on the setup to try and think what will be the quickest overall across the race. Do we struggle at the start but then struggle at the end? or do you have a bit during the middle of the night where the car's a little bit twitchy, a little bit unsettled because it's set up more for the hotter conditions? That's, again, something that you have to look at and look into as we take a look at the replay here, Arjuna, and this is what's happened to that Port GR86.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That could have been a lot worse in hindsight.
Yes.
Another look from up above might tell us a little bit more as well, but...
I mean, we've talked about it in the early stages of the race. You know, drivers want people to be predictable and take the racing line. And I do believe, just from that one little quick look that we had of it, that GR86 was taking the racing line. It's just that closing speed at that point of the track, here we go, looking from above again, absolutely flat out, and you can... It's so difficult for both the GR86 drivers and the GT3 drivers to be able to negotiate that at somewhere like that point of the track.
And unfortunately, it is the faster car's responsibility. On board. So it starts out going a little bit wide, and I don't want to place blame on the GR86 there, but I will just say, in defense of Alessandro Bico, I don't really know which direction you can go in there, right? You look at that onboard view and you look at the decisions that are having to be made. He chooses correctly to go to the inside initially. The door just gets closed.
Yeah. And that's where that closing speed comes into it as well, between those cars. So, yeah, it really shows just how difficult it is for those drivers and for those teams out there to be able to negotiate that. Because the tricky part about that section of the track heading towards Mutkurv is that it's not a straight. Nottingham, it's a long, fast part of the track. It's very easy for you to be able to choose a line where you're going to go. But through that section up towards Mutkurv, it's always turning. It's always turning. So and it's not the widest part of the track either. So it's very difficult for you to pick and choose a line and negotiate each other car classes.
Yeah. Again, it's... And I think that Williams eSport hoisting machine now, you know, it's probably done for the day. I don't know if it's going to head back out there on track, because there's no chance they're going to fight for the win, and that's probably enough damage after having to limp it back to pit lane with no tow. They will go a lap down, I think, with no fast repair to bring them back into the mix. But with one car exiting the battle, one car enters. As mentioned, Alejandro Sanchez has been closing. Last time, he gained 1.2 seconds on your race leader. I know part of that would have been the incident with traffic, but it's that continued closing of the margin. Alejandro's going to be sharing the number 99 with Hugh Barter and Luca Kita, so a bit of an interesting driver lineup there as well, in that, you know, Luca Kita, one of the new additions to the team, joining from Urano Esports at the end of 2023, and Hugh Barter, definitely seen him be fast, but I don't think we've ever seen him placed in this position in the main line Apex Racing Team machine. Of course, he has got plenty of in real life open wheel experience to bring over into the sim.
Yeah, certainly, and it's really good for them to have that experience there into this car and into this team, so they'll be delighted to be able to have Hugh at the wheel at some point, although Alejandro Sanchez has been behind the wheel since the start for Apex Racing Team. For me, you were mentioning about that's probably the end we'll see of that Williams eSport Hurstingveld car of Beaker. I think, and we've seen it so many times here at this event, that where teams have got multiple cars in the same class, you get the car repaired and get back out there, because they can then work on, okay, what works for later on strategy-wise or things like that. We've seen it time and again in the real world Nürburgring 24 Hours that the other car is able to then work out what works best for that leading car.
There's the margins building up through the carousel. Now, does Beliziotis, now that he's left as the sole surviving car for Williams at the front of the train, does that affect his mindset? Doesn't have a teammate to necessarily work with. I guess the advantage of having the second car out on track, even if it is a lap down, would be, for example, if we had rain. Paul, I'm thinking, you know, when we sometimes see in other endurance series, such as the World Endurance Championship in IMSA, if you have two cars and one has had an issue, you send it out laps down, and when there's rain, sometimes you put it out on the other tire, see when that crossover point is. There is still a similar sort of thing that I think you could have with that second car here, right? Because let's say we're talking about some strategy stuff, and, you know, we're maybe talking about save a bit of fuel and extend the stints by a lap. Maybe that car can look at that as Beliziotis goes a bit wide and carves up some grass.
And that's exactly what I'm on about there. It's the opportunity to get some learning done from the other car that, yeah, it's not actually competing for the race win, but it can still contribute towards that overall position and potential of a win for the team. So at the end of the day, endurance racing is all about the team and what's best for it. So sometimes when you have an incident like that, you've just got to say, right, head down, let's do what's best for the team and try and figure out those different strategies. Try and see if something's maybe working that we didn't think of before the event in these particular conditions. And as you say, hopefully next year, hopefully we have rain as a potential sort of mix-up of it as well. I think that would be interesting to see how that works as well in those events. You're absolutely right there, Arjuna.
It was very cool, actually. I mentioned a couple of hours ago, you know, being out there at the Atlanta Motorsports Park with a couple of our iRacing members who got to drive a Radical SR1 with the team at Racing Prodigy for the first time. But Paul, it was actually raining. It was spitting it down on that first day when they got put into the race cars. And so Eduardo Leo, who drives for Altus Esports, he'd never actually been behind the wheel of a road car, let alone a race car, before he had been in Atlanta as part of that experience. And so his first time in a race car was in the spitting wet conditions, right? And so one thing that we had actually been talking about on that day was the fact that if it is just raining at a steady, you know, constant speed, that's challenging, yes, but it's not so bad, right? Because the grip's consistent when you go from corner to corner. You're not having to re-evaluate and adjust lap after lap after lap. But when you have those rain, you know, puddles that move around, or in the case of the Nordschleife, right, it's such a long lap, when you might have a certain amount of rain at one point of the track, you go around for 9 minutes, you come back around and it's changed once again. That's when it becomes that much more difficult. And so often, iRacing special events with no safety cars end up being sprint races, right, where drivers rely on their muscle memory more than anything. The rain is what's going to make drivers rely a little bit more on their feel and have to make decisions on the fly rather than just practicing the hours away. Yeah,
and I think that's what has been missing from these special events on iRacing. I'm one of the first people who have said that having that weather come into play could really throw a separate element into it, and that teams would have to do a certain element of practicing in varying levels of dampness. I always remember, and I'll give a mention to a certain Matt Trevitt, aka Sadakist, who put forward an idea to the iRacing community and to iRacing themselves and said there should be safety cars in these special events. And he said the way that you do it is that you have somebody watching the top split of the event, and you throw a safety car when one is needed in that top split, and that instigates safety cars in the rest of the splits. That way then, and this is the way he sold it, was it adds that variation into the special event, but it also encourages people then to be watching that top split as well, to keep an eye on that, to see, oh, there's a safety car, get them into the pits, you know, and work that strategy that way. It mix things up that way as well. that was one idea. I'm not saying whether it was right or not, but it was one idea that was put forward that I thought was interesting. But I around here, you wouldn't want safety cars. Same at Le Mans, it is a bit of a longer lap. You wouldn't necessarily want safety cars, but somewhere like Sebring or Fuji, where we're going to be going later this year, yeah, that could work.
It could work, but for those that have worked or run in leagues that use iRacing safety car systems with multi-class racing, at least for the time being, I think there's just a lot of additional complexity to deal with, and things like wave rounds and stuff. It can be quite interesting to try and figure that all out. And when you say you don't want safety cars here, what you really want at the Nordschleife, right, are probably slow zones or code 60 zones, whatever you want to call them, to potentially just slow down the cars within a specific section of the track. And I've had some ideas about how that could work. Anyway, watching touring cars, there's Michael Polishek still with a 5-second advantage over Impulse Racing by GTU and then Team Huizingveld. It's Honda Civic, Hyundai Elantra as they run 1, 2, and 3 right now. And this touring car class, I mean, we've got 3 of the very best right now in the cars fighting at the front. Michael Polishek, Norbert Leitner, and Fabian Siegmann. Why do I get the sense, Paul, that these 3 could end up being separated by these margins in about 21 hours' time?
Because these teams are the very best teams in touring cars. Very, very simple. They are such specialists in these vehicles that they know these things like the back of their hand. They're just that good in them, and they compete in the Nürburgring Endurance Series that's run here on iRacing as well, in those races. So they know this track very well and what works, what doesn't work for these cars. It was interesting to see when we got into this race server how the TCR field was actually quite split. It was very even. There's 9 cars in TCR at the start of this race, and it was 4 Hondas, 5 Hyundais. So that tells you that balance performance adjustment of extra 5 kilos on the Hyundai has just brought that Honda to be a little bit more competitive in this race. And I've been sort of watching and keeping an eye on a team that I've been racing with who were started in the 8 AM split here in the UK. They went with the Honda, and they've just been pulling away in the top split of their particular N24 race. So it shows how the Hyundai has always been the preferred car around here because it has got so much stability. It's a longer wheelbase car. It's better over the bumps and over the curbs than the Honda, which can be a bit more bouncy at the rear. But that little balance performance adjustment just seems to have brought that Honda really back into being a competitive vehicle around here.
And my favorite is the Audi.
Oh, the tank.
Yes, mainly just so that you can force other people off the road, which, if I remember correctly, is not actually an option here today in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. So instead, we get the Honda and Hyundai, so very, very close between them. We'll let you know that Williams Esport Huizingveld have rolled back out onto track. So Tomuto behind the wheel, even after that issue in traffic, they are going to try and recover what they can, but it's going to be a rather uphill battle from here, to be honest. And speaking of uphill battles, also just saw that Lewis Woods in the Was Cooking Racing Adventures Porsche Cayman just passed by Drago Racing for 10th and 11th, so defending race winners. Some work to do deep in that GT4 pack and still in that field of the Apex Racing team, where slowly Salva Talon's just starting to break away. Those GT4 cars quite reliant on draft, Paul, but that fuel saving that we've been talking about, it's hard to say fuel when you're being stretched out like this, as Talons is making sure to do.
Yeah, I mean, there are other ways of fuel saving, and we've been seeing it throughout the early stages of this race. We heard it on the various onboards earlier on in this race, of people just lifting off, going into braking zones, and just not using up as much fuel that way. But a good way of doing it is, of course, being sat in the slipstream of the car in front. You're not having to push as dense an amount of air as you would if you were the car at the front of the queue, and that just makes things a little bit easier for the car, which means that you use less energy, less fuel to be able to get the same amount of performance out of the car as you would if you were driving on your own. And Drago now just under a little bit of pressure there, and that's the Team 75 Bernhardt by SimRC in their Porsche 718 Cayman. Very nice cars, them, by the way. Anyone who says you couldn't afford a 911, well, I'm sorry, but they are very capable cars in themselves.
And it might be sacrilege to say out loud, but some have argued that the mid-engine Cayman, rather than the rear-engine 911, a bit more of a... how do I say this without getting the Porsche faithful on me on social media? The Porsche Cayman mid-engine car might be a better chassis. I'll just say it out loud. There we go. Wasn't that hard at the end of the day. Simufy being caught by Cody Deeth and by Dominic Hoffman. As mentioned, very interesting to see some of the drivers make their way on over to GT4 machinery. Dominic Hoffman, someone that traditionally we'd be more accustomed to seeing with plenty of downforce, and making sure to run around at the front of prototype fields. Instead, he's the one being scared by the GT3s that he's usually terrorizing. Speaking of GT3s as well, back up front, Alejandro Sanchez gets in front of Chris Lullum, and so the Apex Racing team now in second and only 1.5 off the back of your race leader. I think that by the time we get into the next cycle of pit stops, the Corby crew will be on top.
They're making a push for it, aren't they? They're really sort of stepping up and trying to stake their claim onto the top of this race. Still very early stages, though, let's be honest. We've only got 21 hours and 21 minutes remaining, so plenty of time to go yet. Plenty can happen throughout this race, and it usually does in this particular event here on iRacing. And certainly we'll be here to watch all the thrills and spills, and certainly that team down in Corby, Apex Racing Team, their headquarters, I've had the fortunate position of actually going visiting there once, and yeah, it's a very nice setup that they've got down there. It's everything that these drivers need is there.
I was talking with Will Redford, who was saying he went and did some of the special events last year and as part of the Apex Racing Academy from there, so they've been hosting plenty of the drivers, so usually must be a pretty good atmosphere, and especially after yesterday during the opening round of ESL R1, where Kevin Ellis Jr., second on the board in the team championship for the Apex Racing team, will be feeling pretty happy with that, as I'm sure will Romain Grosjean and his esports team, who did relatively decently as well. Roman's actually out on track right now in the qualifying runs for the Indy 500, and so we'll be looking forward to seeing how he gets on. And of course, we've seen him a little bit in the sim world as well. His Hungos Hollinger teammate actually is the one that's been doing a bit more sim racing. We are, we've got coverage on Monday nights of the iRacing IndyCar Open Championship, which is an official series open to anyone to go and race. And Agustin Canapino, Paul, has actually come and done, has been doing a handful of Monday night races with us in and amongst his busy schedule. And it's crazy to forget sometimes, right, that Agustin Canapino, not just an IndyCar driver, but he also won the 24 Hours of Daytona earlier this year on iRacing with Williams Esports, and has been sim racing for now, what, 5, 6, 7 years on iRacing at the very top level.
Yeah, it's incredible what you can see from some of these top-line drivers, how they've just been able to acclimatise themselves to the simulator. Some don't get it. Some don't like that you've not got the feel, the seat of the pants feel that you get from the real-world cars, whereas others, they just take to it like a duck to water. And yeah, Canapino, I mean, how many years have we been seeing him in the special events and that competing at the very top of iRacing? So yeah, winner earlier this year, as you pointed out, and it's always good to see. He's quite an exciting driver, isn't he, you would say, to watch in the sim, that's for certain.
Especially when the Argentine fans decide to flood the chat as well. That's always a good time as well. And Yeah, I was chatting with Javi Guerrera from Williams Esports about Augustin, and yeah, I didn't even realize how much sim racing that he has done in many ways. And yeah, I knew he was part of the Williams Esports team. Didn't realize how deep that affiliation, of course, went. 18 minutes to go to the top of yet another race hour. We will end up seeing GT3s come into the pit lane a little bit earlier than then, and see these three at the front of the GT4 class. It's still Apex Racing, Drago, and Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, with, of course, their new livery for 2024, lining up with the Team 75 Bernard liveries out there in real-world racing. DTM, for example, where Iron Guven representing them. And crazy to think about that sim racer affiliation. Of course, Iron Guven often racing with the Coanda Esports team. Last year, he was paired up at Team 75 Bernard with Lauren Heinrich. Lauren Heinrich, who last weekend won his very first IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race in the GTD Pro class. It's crazy to think, Paul, that Lauren was someone that I think you and I, we've commentated our fair share on in the world of iRacing, got back into real cars, got his opportunity, and never looked back.
Commentating on him in the first ever season of the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Who was there. So yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how Porsche, I think, has been one of the big manufacturers to embrace sim racing, and it's now particularly part of their young driver program that you are kind of expected to be able to compete in sim racing as well, to be a Porsche factory driver and be able to compete at a decent level as well. I mean, Ian Guven, Lauren Heinrich, you know, those two alone, that they've both competed at World Championship level in iRacing World Championships, and are now competing at the top level in real world racing. It shows that it's not just karting and not just that as a form of entry into motorsport. More and more, sim racing is becoming a sort of a basis as to and like a base level for you to come into real world racing and get a lot of experience of driving in packs of cars, but being able to have those race situational awareness. Big wreck at turn 1. How many times have we seen that in sim racing over the years? Those drivers learn how to deal with those experiences almost on a daily basis, where drivers who are just purely outdoor full metal racing, they're only getting those practice sessions, they're only getting those qualifying and race sessions so many times in a year, whereas in the sim you can jump into it any time, any day.
And it's, you know, we've commentated on them at the top level, but it's not like they did it during COVID, ran away and never came back, right? They continue to be in and around it, like you say. Part of their commitment with Porsche is to also be around the sim racing world as well, and so both of them were racing in the IMSA Esports Global Championship at the end of last year, and hoping to see them more and more as well. Although I don't think either of them necessarily out on track here today, as out through the traffic, touring cars slightly separating out Chris Lullum, who's taken over, of course, from Diogo Pinto, as he tries to get back and latch onto the back of Alejandro Sanchez, who has secured himself in the draft of Vasilius Belitsiotis. He was 1 second quicker last time at the line, and you can already see that gap going to be shrunk down to around half a second as they work their way to end what will be lap 20 of this race. We've burned around 2 hours and 45 minutes or so. Only 20 laps. Let's not forget, these are long laps for these drivers to make sure they do not put a foot wrong. And Alejandro Sanchez, the feisty driver for the Apex Racing team, now has the rabbit in his sights.
Robin Monster, by the way, of the Impulse Racing team, wasn't too happy with Chris Lullum through the long right-hander onto the Dottinger Hurt, and gave him a terse flash of the headlights. That'll be an email sent through later on, I'm sure. Yeah, he wasn't too happy at being just forced wide onto the grass, but does carry on in 4th place in class, does Robin for Impulse Racing. But yeah, these three at the front, they've been thereabouts. Chris Lullum, though, just starting to just lose. I'm not actually going to say. I was stopping myself from saying he's losing touch. He's not. He's managing his pace, And this is what we've seen from that Team Redline car all the way through the opening of this race. It's managed its pace, managed its fuel, managed its tyres, and it's panned out at every pit stop that they've then come out there or thereabouts in the lead.
So Alejandro Sanchez did do the fastest lap of the race momentarily until Sam Coiter crossed the line and stole it away from him by about 1/10 of a second. So we have two drivers in this GT3 class down into the 809s. Everyone else 810 or slower. Just to give you that context of where Alejandro so fast on track right now. You can't make the move in the opening couple of corners on the Nordschleife loop, so as soon as you hook the left and you descend into the Sabine Schmidt curve, from there, Sanchez will probably be tucked into line at best, maybe then into Arenberg. That will be the next of the possible passing opportunities. But he'll put the pressure on, that is for sure. And look how close that he will get. Onto the brakes, down through the gears, and making sure to be very, very careful about which curbs to use as well, because I found out the hard way, Paul. I'm sure many have as well. It's very possible to get beached on those high side curves.
I was doing some touring car racing this week and having to remind myself, it's been a while since I've been racing around the Nordschleife, having to remind myself which curbs you can and can't use. That one's fine. This next right-hander is a good one to hook your car into. It helps pull the car around the corner, and then you're flat out into towards Flugplatz, which, of course, thank you very much, by the way, to the Overtake GG team. They put out a video about the pronunciation and little history lessons about some of the corners as well.
Which is always helpful, remember, even for those that are experienced, because there's 170 odd corners here, and so just trying to remember pronunciations, exactly where everything is sectioned off as well, because it's not always corners that have got names. Sometimes it's sections of corners, and so understanding the difference can be somewhat important. Down to Arenberg, though, Sanchez does not make the move. And I'll just cast my mind back to the opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, where Alejandro Sanchez was battling with Rudy Van Buren. It was Apex Racing, or what was the Mercedes-AMG Team MSI, powered by the Apex Racing team, against Team Redline and Rudy Van Buren. They would go 3 wide with traffic, and unfortunately for Van Buren and for Sanchez, it would end in disaster. What would happen if they get into a similar sort of situation in traffic? Well, that was a 3-hour race. This is a 24-hour race. Your mindset, very, very different across the two. And that's why Alejandro has not necessarily been looking to try and force the issue just yet. Be careful about the grass on the outside. Very easy to run wide and find yourself then going straight down into the wall. But now, down through the gears. In fact, he stays in 3rd gear, wants to just try and make sure he doesn't lose the rear end of the car as he gets back into the turbo-powered range of the gearbox. This is a section as well where commitment is on display.
Yeah, miss it, miss. It's such a fast corner, and then you're down to the slowest corner. Onto the brakes, let it turn, and then onto the brakes again. Tight left-hander, double apex left-hander, and then you're heading towards the section down here now. Again, this is a corner that always catches people out, and you can carry too much speed through there, run wide into the wall. Through this right-hander, it feels so good when you get that right-hander right. As you come up towards the Lauder Links and then heading towards Bergwerk area. But yeah, it's such a classic circuit, such a challenge, and one that it's a track that I like to do laps around. Now, that was a mistake from your leader. A little bit wide onto that curb, and that's compromising them all the way up this hill.
And it is one of the most important corners on the track. And no! Apex come to blows with Williams Esports. Lullum comes to a dead stop, does not want to get mixed up. And drama, disaster at the front. BMW M Team Redline through the smoke and through the chaos. New race leaders, Apex Racing Team on the flatbed, back to pit lane.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I said that the race leader had got compromised and was going to be slower up the hill all the way. I would love to see that again. Both cars have taken the tour back to pit road. Their cars are totaled and they will need some big repairs on them. But my goodness, I bet Chris Lullum will have a smile as big as a Cheshire cat right now. He'll be loving that. Look at the gap that he's got at the front of the field now. It's nearly 10 seconds.
I can only imagine what the reaction on the Team Redline stream would have been right there. And don't forget, Max Verstappen has not even jumped into the car just yet. Wow, both now of the Williams Esports machines will find themselves surely off of the lead lap. Now, here we go. On board first with Sanchez, and he'll poke to the outside. He does what he had to. Goes the long way around. They get glued together is the problem. That glue sticks them together. And maybe from up above, Paul, we'll get a better perspective there. Could the Williams car be more to the left? Could have Apex be more to the right? I guess that's what we're really trying to figure out.
You can also blend the throttle as well. That's also another option that's available to them as well. You know, the car behind, it's up to you to overtake safely. We've been mentioning that all the way through. Just when you see that car, you're talking about split-second decisions though, and it is narrow up through there. It's very difficult to go through too wide through that section of track without having to get off throttle because you're both going to be compromised there. Yeah, it's always asking for trouble, but the problem is the Apex Racing Team car saw an opportunity with that Williams car in the lead, having that little error. And here we are again from above, and yeah, this just drifts ever so slightly across the road, doesn't it, that Williams car, it appears?
Well, the reality is it doesn't matter whose fault it is. They're both out. There's no saving that from there. So BMW M Team Redline, 9 seconds now clear of Norby Kish in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Now, Norby Kish is a truck driver, racing truck driver by day. He's also a two-time DNLS champion, so he knows how to pilot a GT3 car around the ring alongside the rest of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. The only worry is, I'm just going to say it out loud, Max Verstappen was one of the fastest drivers across of all of our DNLS campaign. And so when he gets into that BMW for BMW M Team Redline, he will definitely be one to watch in terms of the raw pace. They've also got, let's not forget, Diogo Pinto, Florian Lebigra to share the driving responsibilities with Verstappen and Lullum. It's just a 3-driver lineup, though, for BMW M Team BS Plus competition. We've seen Reina Talvar. We've seen Norby Kish make his way down to pit lane. Will we see Phil Denez make his way into the car? A pit stop cycle, Paul, just as the race has been totally turned on its head.
Yeah. Let's take a moment then and see how this all pans out. And, of course, a fresh set of rubber for the Red Line team. I don't blame them for doing that, because you'd be stupid not to with the option of doing that. And again, Lullum staying in that car for now, so he's happy there. Sam Keiter as well staying in his Team Red Line number 21 car. And Norby Kish then for BS competition. And or the BMW M Team BS competition. I do apologise. I always get told off for names of teams. One of the Audis, the Falcon car, Falcon Sim Racing Team, onto pit road as well. And I would expect to see the other Audi, Endure Esports Academy, should head onto pit road. But there's Chris Lullum, Team Redline GT3 overall race leader, out to pit road. And he's got about the same gap that he had coming onto pit road.
I just saw a comment, by the way, that saying was comparing my Max Verstappen was the fastest comment to water is wet. Now, Max is always amongst the fastest, and there is a very real claim to say that Max Verstappen is the best in the real world and the best in the sim racing world. But there's a reason why Max likes being in the sim racing world so much, because alongside of everyone in Team Redline, he sees the potential, he sees the speed and talent that they have, and he knows exactly how much of a challenge they can be on their day as well. That's what I was saying. Almost always, Max Verstappen is the fastest around this track. A track that he's never really, I'm sure, raced around in anger in the real world, Paul. He's only ever probably experienced the Nordschleife, at least in racing conditions in the sim. it just goes to show to his level of speed how quick that he can really be. And I do think as well, you talked about the large gap, even with how much BMW M Team Redline came to a stop. I wonder if it's going to be the fight for second and third on the podium, where we've got a little bit more intrigue, where still Mahler and Team Redline hunting down Norby Kish.
Here you go. This is the view that Chris Lillam had, and look at him straight onto the anchors. Did the exact right thing to do, and fortunately for him, there was nobody behind him to worry about, so he could just hit the brakes as hard as possible, let those cars have their accident, pick his way through, and then carry on. So yeah, he lost a heap of time on that lap, but it's paid out for him in the long run in taking that small hit there.
And being willing to come to a complete stop, also very, very important on occasion. Have not yet seen either of the Williams Esports Chill Blast or Apex Racing machines back out onto track just yet. We will let you know when we do see any sort of movement from down on pit lane. No drivers in pit lane for any scheduled stops right now. We did have the 53 starters, and so of course Williams and Apex, the most recent two in GT3 to come into issues, but it was Johan Royer, the first GT3 retirement in class in the Grid and Go 003. We have also seen now two official DNFs in the Toyota GR86, Tier 1 Motorsports and the Medicus Kiwi Racing crew, and Orcs number 78 touring car machine also done maybe for the day. Still though, with 21 hours to go, and Paul, the sun's starting to set and us getting closer to the nighttime conditions.
You say that about Tier 1 Motorsports, by the way. They are still on pit road, and they have got a driver in the car.
They seem to keep getting out of pit lane, realizing their car has still got lots of damage, so bring it back to pit lane and hope it gets fixed kind of situation right now.
But the Kiwi Racing car, the 54, they have officially retired. They've got the little checkered flag next to them in the sim, so they are done for this one, unfortunately, it must be said. But yeah, just considering that the amount of time that we've had to have only those few cars actually officially retiring is actually quite good going around here. But if you think about it, you're only actually lapping people a handful of times in this race compared to I always think of like Daytona or Sebring, somewhere like that, where you just lap a handful of laps and then you've got traffic, handful of laps, more traffic, and it just keeps on going from there. Here, because it's such a big track, I could tell you that there's well, right now the leading GR86 is midway down the Dottinger Höhe. The next car behind it is just heading towards Brunchen. There's a huge space out there on track with nothing out there, so there are spaces out there for you to be able to race in. So yes, it's a tricky track, it's difficult, and if you do have an accident round here, my goodness, do you have an accident around here. But overall, you don't actually do that many lapping events of the different classes meeting each other.
Again, not until we get 130 cars out on track.
Yes.
We have, whatever, 30 cars.
And we have a Dacia Logan, yes.
Do we need a Dacia Logan?
Of course! Greatest car in the whole of racing.
I want the Opel, is what I want.
Oh, the Foxtail, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which, by the way, is that still, has that been officially put to bed for the future?
It has, yes.
They had a fire, of course, a couple of years ago that I think meant that many of their spare parts also ended up getting unfortunately taken away from them, and so yeah, that poor Foxtail no longer going to be a sight out there to enjoy during the Nürburgring 24 hours next week. And again, 130 cars will do battle and includes a handful of sim racers in the mix, not just the Jimmy Broadbents and the likes, but a couple more storylines up and down through the field. And one team that's got, I think, a particular affinity and association with the Green Hell amongst all of our teams here is Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. Of course, gridandgo.com esports team. We've seen them over the last 12 months or so just slowly been growing, but for the DNLS campaign at the end of last year, they partnered up with Jochen at Frozen Speed, who does plenty of amazing photography work around the Nordschleife. And yeah, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. Great collaboration. Now, unfortunately, results didn't necessarily go the way that they would have wanted during the DNLS season. Also maybe not going the way they would have wanted right now. They're down in 12th position and, well, quite a ways back from the race leader as it sits here.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you talk about a number of teams having connections. I mean, the Team 75, their affiliation with SimRC. You look how they've sort of partnered up from the real world as well. So there are a lot of teams that are partnering up and realising what they can benefit from sim racing. I mean, I remember, and I'm going back to 2014, 2015, Team RSR, they used to be the kings around here in the MX-5s, when we used to have the MX-5s around here. But they would get these quote-unquote gentleman drivers coming into their facilities and using the sim to practice multi-class racing, to look at how to deal with traffic, so that then when they got onto the asphalt and the real world racing, that they would then be used to and be up to speed more quickly dealing with traffic. Not just quicker traffic, but also negotiating slower traffic as well. So it comes back to how the sim world can really have benefits in the real world of racing, and we see it time and again, and the more that people embrace it, the better.
Helps if I unmute myself as well. I was reading a bunch of interesting stuff that have been posted in a variety of chats in the iRacing Esports Network. I see a couple of conversations about the new iRacing build, which is not far away, and some of the new things that, of course, have already been teased and announced to be coming, including a handful of more GT3 cars, including, of course, the Ford Mustang GT3, which will be great to finally have Team Fordzilla able to race in a Ford of the modern variety, and also adding to the GT3 ranks the Corvette Z06 GT3R. Technically it's called the GT3 Pro, but still, GT3 spec machine should be very, very fun, and some new tracks potentially to look forward to. A Navara Sachsenring, and for those that are of the oval inclined, Oswego Speedway will be joining the party as well, maybe even with its dirt surface. We're going to step aside though here on RaceSpot TV for just a few moments, leave you with the sounds and sights of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Which class should we jump on board with right now? Who is involved in some fun fights? There's some GT4 racing, there's some touring cars down on pit lane. Why don't we stick with this GT4 class? Let's jump on board with Vlad Kimichev and that Drago BMW as it rides behind the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 75. And back here with the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, powered by Extreme Sim Racing. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith, with about 50 minutes to go before 4 hours are officially in the book. Sun continuing to set in the horizon, and here in the early part of the race, still a long way to go. And what a race that it has been. Of course, we saw drama in some ways at the start for that Virus Kawanda car that blasts past some of the touring cars that we're watching. But finally, there is a fight at the front of this touring car category. Michael Polishek got out, handed over the Obsidian Racing entry to the Apex Racing team driver of Gael Valero, who's joined up with this crew to push for the victory. And Paul, they're being hunted down by Impulse in the Honda Civic.
Yeah, and if there's ever somebody you don't want behind you, it's Jan Boel, who is excellent in these TCRs, and Impulse Racing have got themselves a cracking lineup there in that car as they head through that carousel. And they do carry on. Of course, there's been a change between these two from where they were across the line. Impulse did actually come across the line to start this lap in the lead, but as they are right now, it's as they are. But Norbert Leitner, Martin Aschert, I mean, those two as well, brilliant touring car drivers, and Cesar Nagy as well, another brilliant touring car driver to line up with Jan Boel. So Impulse Racing by GTU, definitely an exciting lineup for them. But Obsidian Racing, you're absolutely right. Gael Valero, Michael Polishek, Patrick Hingston, and Daniel Herrera. Again, it's just an excellent team. These teams at the front, they are the absolute best when it comes to these TCRs.
And, you know, touring car category that initially for a few years, I think a lot of drivers, when it was just the Audi, maybe moved away from. It's been great to see with the addition of not just one, but two different Hyundais. Of course, we have both the Elantra on screen in this race, but the Veloster as well, alongside the Honda Civic Type R, a bit of a revitalization of the class and the category, and the teams flocking to it as well, and some exciting championships that have taken place as a result. These drivers head through the Stefan Bellof-Esses, though, with only about 4 seconds clear to Team Hoisingveld.
Team Hoisingveld, by the way, do have themselves a black flag. So I wonder if they've been speeding on pit road, on pit exit or something like that, because they have pitted this lap.
That would make sense, because not expecting the incident limit to necessarily be too much of a factor this early in the race. Now, there is a possibility that late in the race, if you find yourself cutting the chicane a lot, you know, on the Grand Prix layout, there's a few places you can rack up, you know, 1x off tracks here, but you know, any penalties, like Paul mentions, probably going to be for speeding, and so that is Paul going to drop them down now. That is a stop and hold penalty, isn't it? A speeding penalty.
It is, yes. It is a stop and hold as that. So yeah, they will have to make sure that they've got no service selected and just serve that penalty, because if you have any sort of service happen, it always adds about 45 seconds to your stop and hold or something like that, depending on the track that you're on, and it really does affect you with that penalty. So yeah, they'll want to just get in. Oh, big moment for the Impulse car. There's a nasty bump there at Tiergarten. You've got to be careful on the brakes through there, through that left-hander where that service road comes onto it. It unsettles the back of the car, and oh, that would have been a heart-in-mouth moment there for Impulse Racing.
And now, a little bit on the middle of the track, defending into turn one. I don't think Gael Valero is going to force the issue, though. I think he might be content. Save some fuel. Oh, different lines being taken out through that opening corner. That was a visual description of how these cars understeer on power. Valero a little bit tighter, had to wait a bit more patiently. Oh, and somehow Jan Boel now going to try and run away. Remember, Michael Polishek had built up around a 5-second advantage. Let's see what happens with these drivers. Front of the 992 class, drivers into pit lane. Julian Reimer leads in Simonimir Marcheno and Bruno Heinrich in the Greico Motorsport machine. There is, by the way, Team Hoisingveld, Sven Winter does not stop. It is just a 40-second, I think, drive-through penalty for him. Something for us to keep in mind.
Do you know what? If you're that team, you'll be delighted that it's just a drive-through. I mean, they had plenty of a gap, it must be said, back to the Impulse Racing car with Miguel Freitas, former teammate of mine is Miguel. We always knew him as the tame Iberian because we'd managed to calm him down. So, yeah, he's out there in 4th place. But, yeah, these 992s getting their pit stops, the first ones getting their pit stops done. And yeah, intriguing how these different strategies, these split strategies are working out in that 992 class.
Now off and away, Reimer 37.4 seconds. Expect to probably see him jump out of the car next time in. But Altus, driver change sees Taz Dellen in, Bruno Heinrich as well. 59.8 seconds for him. One thing that we did see in the 24-hour esports season finale that we had a couple of weeks ago on RaceSpot, that was a 12-hour race at Barcelona, was that, you know, traditionally we would talk about, you know, Paul, when you do a driver change, you change tires as well. You give them a, you know, full fresh set of tires for them then to work with. That was not something that we saw in that series and that finale, and I get the feeling that maybe we'll see a similar sort of thing with this race as well, especially through the night where, you know, tire temperature is going to be a little less of a concern because they've only done 2 tires on that Altus Esports car and sent Taz Dellen out there to really get up to speed quickly.
It will feel strange to start with, by the way, having taken on the 2 tyres, because the balance of the car will be a little bit upset by that. With the cold rubber that's not fully up to pressure yet, it'll just take a little while for you to get that up to speed. But once you do, it'll feel nice and lovely with all that. And through down the inside and away, as Doer Esports, I can tell you, in GT4 have just been onto pit road, as have the Williams Esports Academies. GT4 sorting themselves out with their final pit stops. But yeah, it's really strange, and it's good that you've got the full, well, pretty much the full Grand Prix layout to work with here to get your tyres up to a bit of temperature and pressure before you do head out onto the Nordschleife, because I can tell you, going into the Sabine Schmitz curve with very cold tyres, okay, I'm more experienced in TCRs, it's not a pleasant feeling, I can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, we used to commentate on the BMW Sim GT Cup and BMW M Sim Cup, where it was a 2-hour race. You had to do a driver change. And so in a GT3 car, you know, there was the time when tires and fuel were done separately. And so teams would make sure that they weren't doing tire changes if possible. And so they used to actually practice. One driver did an hour, then handed over to the other. No tires, 2 tires, 4 tires, which was quicker. It's just crazy, and that again goes to the level of time that you have in the world of sim racing to practice and to dial in with every little aspect of the race that you can. By the way, up front in your GT3 class, they're pretty dialed in terms of speed, because Chris Lullum, after seeing the incident in front between the Williams Esports machine and Apex Racing, basically been running in the mid-810s, right on the same sort of speed, managing the pace to BMW M Team BS competition and the second of the Team Redline cars. Kaika Schubert is still there in the Mahler Racing Team entry, which is, of course, powered by a BS competition, not by Williams Esports, as we've sometimes had jokes about in the past. But these drivers, 2 laps into the run, Sam Koitert looks fast. I would suspect that if he thinks he can lead, the word in his ear from the team manager, that the engineer, Paul, would probably be, let's get the pass done on this straight and let's see what pace we have the next time around the Nordschleife.
Well, Keitert was 4/10ths quicker last lap than Norby Kiss. Norby Kiss, by the way, was only 100th of a second slower than Chris Lullum last lap. So Lullum, he hasn't been running away at the front. You know, there was a few people I did see in the various chats across the iRacing Esports network that were saying, oh, well, Lullum's going to run away, Redline are going to run away in the lead. It's not necessarily going to be that way, because, again, they've worked a strategy out and they'll want to hit a fuel number, so they won't want to push too hard, as here comes Sam Kuytert then for second place.
And this is why I was saying, if you think you're faster, surely the engineer has to tell you, don't sit back and wait and save some fuel like we've seen on occasion before. No, instead go for it, and let's see what Norby Kish can do from behind, and maybe Kai Kashuba will try and close as well. Remember, these top 4 drivers are only split by 11 seconds, so realistically there is still a little bit of a fight up front, and it is between Team Redline and BS Competition. Both of them representing BMW M as well here. How is it going to end? We've still got 20 hours and 40 minutes left to go. They've just finished, Paul, if you can believe this, the 24th lap around the Nordschleife. I'm being given an estimate of 176 laps left in this, or 176 laps total in this race. That means we still got 150 trips around the Nordschleife to survive.
Do we know what the record is for the amount of laps in a race in this event?
I can go back and try and find out.
That'd be a good thing to look at, to see what the record number of laps is. Of course, weather conditions can affect that in terms of temperatures that they've been racing in, because of course the hotter the hotter the temperatures are, the slower the lap times will be for them. So track temperature is still decreasing. It's just dipped below 24 degrees Celsius on the track. We started at about 34, so we've nearly lost 10 degrees Celsius of temperature out there on the track, on the asphalt. Air temperature stayed consistent though, about 21 degrees Celsius. It is mostly cloudy in the sky, and the relative humidity, I think this is something that this area is known for. It's only 47%, so I don't expect to see any early morning mist, although that could change overnight depending on how it's going to be out there. The sun is setting though, it is getting lower in the sky. I did have a look I did a quick search online, and I did find out that for June the 1st, sunset is at around about 9:35 in this region. So you're looking at around about that time for sunset in simulation as well.
Oh, a little bit close there as Team Redline able to work past the SimCity Racing Hyundai. That was actually a little bit more easy than I expected it to be. Both drivers giving each other just the requisite amount of pixels they needed, and off and away they go with that margin just opening up very slightly. The iRacing Nürburgring Endurance Series, which, you know, you can run in somewhat more regularly around the Nordschleife if you want. Now, that has on occasion had fog, but it's not very often, and maybe, you know, not as often as we'd kind of want it to be. So, you know, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we kind of get a little bit of those changing conditions as we work through. Now, Visceral Esports Leon Rudinger has just jumped into pit lane at the front of the 992 class, so expect a handful more to follow him in as well, and we'll get a continued sense in that battle between different strategies, how they will all play out. Now, Chris Lullum, just to focus on GT3 momentarily though, this is a second stint in the car, right, Paul?
Are you asking me or telling me?
Asking. I think.
Hang on a second. I need to get his car up on the screen here. He has completed 10 laps.
So, yes.
So, yeah, this is his second stint.
So I'm going to go out and say, not even on a limb here, I'm quite confident saying he'll be out next time. Assumption likely to be Florian Lebigra would then be the next to jump in, or maybe Diogo Pinto gets back in. Definitely not Max Verstappen, though. He's probably still dealing with media and everything from Formula One. So the earliest that Verstappen will get into that race-leading number 20, therefore, is probably 2 hours after the next pit stop, I would say, right?
Yeah, somewhere around that. Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to single stint somebody really just for the sake of getting Max Verstappen into the car, are you?
No, but
I know he's good around here.
They are committed now to making sure that he does the fair share, though, and fair share isn't a huge deal with 4 drivers. Just to you know, be clear on that as well. Max basically, if he does a double stint, that's totally fine. But because they've registered him for the session, let's say, Paul, Red Bull, Oracle Red Bull called up and said, Max, we need you to go and do some media right now. You can't drive the car. And, Max had to go and do that. They would still have to find a way for Max to come back and do the 2 hours. That is what is important.
I'm sure that Max has had it arranged that, look, for this evening and for tomorrow morning, I would get as little amount of, get away with as little as possible in terms of media obligations and sponsor obligations. I think that's what he will have had arranged with the team. They won't be that silly to commit to that if he hasn't then already had it arranged prior.
You say that, but, it could be one of those things where Max just decides, oh, maybe I can fit in a bit of driving at 10 or 11 p.m. from the motorhome kind of thing, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. The one thing we know for sure, Max is not racing on a controller. As much as I promise you, Max would probably still be pretty good around this track with a controller, even relative to the competition that he is facing. I see that Roland Alfredson has jumped into our YouTube chat to say this is fun right now. Now, Mr. Producer, can we go cut over to Mr. Roland Alonefredson? Because let's go keep him company for a little bit as well, Paul, because 24 hours of the Nordschleife by yourself. I mean, it's going to be amazing if he can do it. And it's even more incredible that he sits in third position right now.
I think that's because he's been keeping his nose clean. I mean, look at the speed, and that was a Porsche Cup car going past him there. Yeah, you look at the speed comparison between the GR86s and the other cars. I think that's what we've seen catch people out there. And by the way, just to mention, whilst we're on about the GR86s, XCM Phil Letchford had an incident coming onto pit road, I could tell you, so he's having to get repairs done to his car. But Roland Alfredson for the Alonefredson team.
What a team name.
It's fantastic. I don't think you could do that for me. Alone Smith. No, it doesn't sound right, does it? I couldn't do it.
No, we'd have to come up with something else for you. Paul Unismith. No, that doesn't quite work.
No.
We'll workshop it, but...
Oh, Paul Owen! Thank you very much. Dame Bed, our producer. Paul Owen.
Ah, there you go.
Oh.
Rolls off the tongue.
Dan McFarlane, by the way...
He's off the track right now.
He's off the track, yeah. I can see that on my timing screen.
Yeah.
And that's going on to the Nordschleife. If he's got damage to that car, that's a long way to drag that car back to pit road.
Now, what he could do is what we saw slightly earlier from one of the GR86 machines, where they hooked the right directly around to the pit lane, and that would be an option.
Broken suspension.
Yep, you can tell that the rear is definitely not connected correctly, and I suspect, based on the timing screen information, that it might have been a bit of an incident that also then involved the SimCity Racing Porsche Cup car. So I think that the replay will tell us a little bit more, but yeah, that Hyundai was definitely looking worse for the wear.
Certainly taxed worse, but that's by the by. But let's go back to this. Roland Alfredson. It's not so much now that is the difficult part. Mm-hmm. It's the middle of the night trying to keep yourself going is going to be the difficult part, I feel, for him, because it's not easy to do this track. I could do a Nürburgring Endurance Series race around here that's a 4-hour stint, but otherwise, that was a bit rude. That Porsche. Wow, I've never seen a car mount the barrier there quite like that. But that Porsche took a heavy hit as well, to be fair. And
so who was behind the wheel of the SimCity Racing? It would have been the 971, so it's Peter Spickman, who I think would have been the offending party. And that left rear, just, you can't quite see it. but it's not working, Dan. It's not working.
And he found out.
Man.
Nice 360.
Well, didn't plan for the 360 no-scope, but I guess star points for it at the very least. Just a reminder as well, in 30 minutes' time, we will be done with 4 hours of this 24-hour race, and at that point, with relatively few retirements, all things considered, I think we now have still what is officially down under 50 cars on track, but some plenty circulating out there. The night getting closer and closer. I'll step aside, leave you in the capable voices of Lewis McLeod and Paul Smith for a couple more hours as well, and our coverage will continue here live and uninterrupted on YouTube. If you are watching though on YouTube at the 6-hour mark, you will have to switch on over to part 2. So if you've got this up on a TV somewhere, get the remote handy somewhere around just in case, as we check back in with GR86s. And look at this, a fight back at the front. Forgia TV and the Nürburgring esports teams, 2 of the only surviving cars without any sort of damage, have found one another.
Yeah, and this is a great bit of these. The fact that these 2 at the front have still been able to be close and to be able to duke it out on track, it's been great to see that these 2 have been unaffected by all the shenanigans that have been happening in the other cars and the other categories of cars out there on track. But these 2 have kept their noses clean. At one stage, we did only have 4 GR86s with no meatball flag. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a race of attrition for the GR86s, but they're all pretty much out there, bar 1 or 2.
And I go back to the end of last year, where we had plenty of excitement at the end, where they all tried to get together and have a heartwarming finish, and then traffic interrupted all of that. By the way, Sam Koiter and Norby Kish went back and forth a little bit, I think, because there was a technical issue for Sam Koiter. Something just to keep in mind. You always have those nervy moments around tracks like this when you have those dramas. We saw Nicholas Rubelar had a big moment where he drove through about 3 or 4 different Toyotas. No fault of his own. He just had no idea, apparently. They were there on screen in front of him, and so yeah, it's not an excuse. It doesn't, make it any better for those Toyotas that got involved, but it just goes to speak to some of the issues that, Paul, we do have to deal with. We don't get engines blowing, gearboxes may not be failing here and there, but we have other things that we still have to concern ourselves with.
I remember watching a league race, the World GT Championship, that we show on RaceSpot TV, and it was at Watkins Glen, and there was a safety car called, and one of the cars that had been damaged involved in the lap 1 incident had been on pit road and was back out there on track and speeding to try and catch up to the back of the queue, and it was on to the final lap of the safety car going up through the S's that the queue was at, and the person who had the crashed car, his connection went funny. He could not see another car, but on everybody else's, he wiped out about 5 or 6 cars that were all in the queue. It was incredible to see that, and you sort of think, well, how did he not see them? And it's just purely because his connection went funny. He couldn't see those cars, but everyone else could see him.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things where unless you're, oh, here we go, a replay of what happened earlier. And again, if you look on board with Nicholas Rubelar as digging into the gravel and landing on all fours for poor Wan Ji Lin, who was at one point a race leader in the Moyai Regards machine, which just have a very fun entry behind it as well, with I think about 5 or 6 different drivers potentially taking the wheel, including another one that was with me at the Atlanta Motorsports Park this past week. Thomas Bellarmine, the Frenchman now residing in California. He's only about 20 minutes up the road from me. That's going to be racing around and has actually done a bunch of Spec Miata racing, and so I wonder what he thinks about the Toyota GR86. Probably a very similar sort of of action as to what's going on. This, though, tells us a little bit more, Paul.
Yeah, and you can tell he just doesn't know that those cars are there. We can see that he's there, and then and the fact that he went through that car and then suddenly goes off that's the point that it properly disconnects from the server, does the driver. So it's unfortunate for those two cars that it did wipe out that happened. It's unfortunately one of the downsides of everybody racing on the internet here. There's very, very good positives of everybody racing on the internet here. Unfortunately, there are a couple of downsides.
Yes, you take the good with the bad, don't you? There's the plus and the minus, and you've got to account for both of them as well. You've got to recognize that you'll have those issues, and how are you going to end up dealing with it? That onboard perspective, again, it tells you the story, because also the reaction, the car itself isn't reacting too much to all of the contacts around it, right? And that's what really makes it that little bit more clear to tell. Paul, so 25 minutes away from me stepping away. Is Chris Lullum starting to be a little bit slower? Because now Sam Koiter's bringing Norby Kish with him, and the gap for the lead is down to 8 seconds or so.
So let's have a look at this. They're just going on to Duttinghur now. They did have a little bit of GR86 traffic. It might just be a case of Chris Lullum caught traffic at the wrong time, and rather than risking it, they played the sensible card and decided, you know what? I'll just wait and be patient. I'd rather lose a second of time on the lap than getting wiped out and ended up out of the race. He's got that comfort gap to be there. And by the way, I did notice that somebody's sort of commenting about, maybe about iRacing and the online system. I can tell you, other sims as well have that same problem out there with various sort of netcode and other technical things that we won't go into right now, but it's not just an iRacing thing, is that?
Oh, that's an internet issue. That's an
internet issue. Yeah, so that would happen elsewhere.
Yeah, trust me. The term desync is something that we actually don't talk about much in the iRacing world. We're very, very fortunate in that regard. You want to talk about desync? I'll show you some clips that I've had to commentate on some other platforms as well.
Chickens in the middle of the start and finish straight.
You knew exactly what I was thinking of. Oh, yes, and Porsche knows as well. Oh, my. And guess what? Lewis McGlady's getting ready to jump in as well. He knows exactly what we're talking about as well. Yes. And he already knows exactly what we're talking about. Yes, no. Sorry, I'm going to start chuckling a little bit too much. I'm looking forward to getting back in about 6 hours' time, though, and trying to figure out who has survived through the night. Norby Kish still putting that pressure on to Sam Koiter back here. But let's go over to GT4 momentarily, Paul, because we took our RaceSpot fan immersion just as the pit stops are getting underway. Drago Racing were just behind Team 75, Bernard by SimRC at that time. But the gaps have opened up, and Salva Talons for the Apex Racing team. They qualified down in third. They stormed to the front, courtesy of Peter Berryman initially working his way forward, and then Talons taking the impetus and moving forward too. 3.5 second their advantage up front, and that's a lead that's starting to slowly get bigger.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be just intriguing to see how that goes, because of course that team, that Apex Racing team outfit, they've got some drivers there partnering up that are just equally just that good. There's a reason why they're one of the best sim racing teams in the world right now in that one. Salva Talons, as you say, Pete Berryman, Maxime Bryant is waiting to come on board. Luke McEwen's listed there, but he's not listed for driving, so I think Luke is just going to be team managing for them and engineering for them. I mean, that's an incredibly quick driver, isn't it, Luke McEwen, to just have sitting in the wings?
You know, it's not bad. And, you know, for him, I think he's also probably... These drivers are busy. They do a lot of racing. And so it's not a bad thing once in a while to be able to, you know, take an event off. You know, Jamie Fluke, for example, from the Apex Racing team, I think he said that it was his first race day in 6 months.
6 months, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, sometimes it's good to have those sort of breaks, and it energizes you. It gets you back into that competitive mindset, because otherwise you're just so busy grinding away, you know, every day in some cases. So Yeah, good to be able to still be a part of the team while not necessarily having to put in all of the hard work to practice. And I'm going to send Luke a message right now. I'm going to ask, hashtag, do you just suck at the Nordschleife?
I've commentated on Luke for quite a while now here in the sim.
Oh, he definitely does not suck here.
Yeah. It is basically a case of picking and choosing which events you take part in, and I think some of the big sim racing teams have realised, because in the early days of these big outfits, they were entering anything and everything.
Yeah,
and I think it was a bit too much for the drivers to have to. I mean, it shows the versatility of these drivers, that they're able to jump between not just different cars, but different simulators as well. But it was just a bit too much, and burnout is a real thing. And you've got to prioritise things as well. Where do you see the best opportunities of those particular drivers being able to win and to be able to compete at the very, very front of that field? And you've got to try and work at that, and got to organise things in a team. I think some of the smaller teams, they do struggle with that, because they've just got to put all of their eggs in one basket and say, right, we're just going to focus on iRacing and go for the Porsche Taycan Sport Super Cup, for example. You know, you see that from some smaller teams, whereas these big teams, Apex Racing Team, Redline, Coanda, even Altus as well, teams like that, they're able to go, right, well, we're going to have these drivers compete in that championship, we're going to have these drivers compete in that championship, and we'll pick and choose which special events and which drivers they compete in as well, to be able to give them enough race time to keep them quick, but also to not mentally fatigue them as well, because as much as it is a physical thing, and it is a physical thing especially around this track, it's also a massive mental thing, is racing and sim racing, and it tires you out. I mean, I remember doing from the broadcast side of things, through the whole COVID lockdown situation, we were just broadcasts every day, and doing all sorts, and it got to a point of I can't wait to go back to my job, because I'm just that tired and fatigued from being so stressed. I mean, my goodness, this setup that I've got here was broadcasted to half of Europe on Eurosport. It's crazy when we look back at that, but it just burnt everyone out, I think, to a point, and that's where it's been that these big teams have been able to prioritise their drivers running in whichever series.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's good to see some of these Apex drivers going out and doing other things. Jamie went off and did some rally esports stuff in his time away from competition. Jordan Johnson, I mentioned, he's Apex Racing Academy driver. He was there with Racing Prodigy. So was Will Redford, former Academy driver. So, they have to go out and find ways to still have fun while being in the world of racing, because, otherwise it is just a grind. And it's a true grind. And that's where Max Verstappen, who is going to be at some point in the BMW M Team Redline car that leads. That's not the Team Redline car you see on your screen. That's Sam Coiter that's chasing down this driver, Chris Lullum, 6 seconds or so. The margin right now as they head out of the second of the mini carousels and head towards Galgen Cop. Be careful on the left-hand side with the grass, not to dip your left side tires and find yourself in the walls. It's quite easy to do so. But, Max, as much as he does spend a lot of time doing serious sim racing, he's here, he's racing the Virtual Le Mans and whatever. He's did a couple of rounds of the Porsche Esports Super Cup as well. But he's also just there on a regular basis, Paul, messing around with the Team Redline drivers. And now they do it all on Twitch as well. It's sometimes fun to go and see. So it's quite interesting, right, how these drivers all find different ways to have their fun.
Yeah, I'll give a plug to to our colleague Luke Crane with the streams that he runs Wednesday nights on the Team Redline Twitch. I'll give a little plug to them. But yeah, it's fun to see them being able to have some fun and being able to enjoy themselves. And the thing is, I did see the other day, they got the community involved and taking part in races as well. How many years ago, if you think 10, 15 years ago, how many people would be able to say that they were competing in a race with a world champion, Formula 1 world champion, current world champion as well at that? Not many. Whereas people can take that, and this is part of the beauty of sim racing for me, is that you can have these situations where you're on track with somebody of that calibre. I remember when I was in a race this tells you how long ago it was, in the Formula Renault 2.0, and Rubens Barrichello was in the race. And it was crazy, was that, to me, at the time. I mean, I was a second and a half slower than a lap than him, but, I was in the same race. And it's just things like that you get out of sim racing that you wouldn't get in real world racing.
I'm trying to think of, even before I jumped into broadcasting, it's quite crazy to think of some of the interactions you do have randomly with people in iRacing sessions. Lando Norris is now an F1 race winner. I remember him as the person that I filed a protest against for intent wrecking me in a rallycross race. Okay, to be clear, this was many years ago. I'm sure I probably did something silly as well. But still, it's just the point being, these random interactions that you have with people that then go on to hit such high regard, it is quite crazy. Anyway, 15 minutes or so before I'll jump out, throw things over to Lewis and to Paul. Don't forget you can follow along with live timing and scoring. Timing.racebot.tv if you want to just see a basic list of where everyone is. If you want to dive in a little bit more detailed into the strategy and whatnot, use some of the tools that the best in the world use in the real world, well, timing71.org also has plenty of information for you to pick apart as well, which is going to be important as commentators head more and more into podcast mode, Paul, and we have to fill the time rather than seeing the action on screen.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I have plenty of experience of going into podcast mode. Let's just say that. It's, plenty of years of experience of doing these events, and even real world in-person events where things have maybe been going wrong and you've had to fill that time. I remember the very first BMW Sim Live from the BMW Welt. And there was technical issues, and me and Connery Maddock, who were out there, we had to fill for about 40 minutes, and afterward we had a German producer shouting down our ear going, "Oh, we'll play music." No, we carried on talking about sim racing and things like that, and it was an absolutely fantastic event in the end, and it sort of all panned out really. So yeah, it's amazing how these events do sort of turn into a podcast, and it helps having the community in the chat giving us questions along the way as well. We are open to questions. Whether we answer your questions, that's an entirely different thing. Yes.
Good questions that make us think. We're always going to try and get to it. The other thing is, the longer we get into these broadcasts, as much as we're trying to look at everything, it's just one of those things where sometimes your eyes do start to glaze over, and sometimes you just miss a question. So don't feel, if you want to hear an answer, feel free to post your question multiple times, and maybe you'll get it answered at some point by a commentator that does actually know an answer, because let's be honest, not all commentators have the answers to everything. It's close, by the way, in this fight for second in GT3. It's also still relatively close at the front of the touring car class, the TCR category, where, of course, Impulse Racing by GTU, still Jan Bol leading, but I was wondering if Gao Valero was going to be dropped in that Obsidian machine, of course, after the pass was made, but it's done a very good job, Paul, staying just within drafting range and sticking with them about halfway through their run on fuel.
Yeah, and the draft is important in these TCRs. to be able to carry that speed down the Dossinger Hohe. I know that from experience of just being on the edge of that slipstream, and before you know it, you lose it and you just see that car driving away from you. But right now, Gal Valero doing a good job keeping in that slipstream. You're talking about 1.5 seconds here at the most in that TCR for the draft. So yeah, you're going to be seeing how they get on there, and Valero is just slowly just gaining a little bit of time on your race leader. But Jan Boll in that Impulse Racing by GTU car doing a sterling job, and yeah, they're doing a fantastic job there at the front of your TCR field in the Hondas, which more often than not are not the favoured car around here. It's more often the Elantra, the Hyundai Elantra that's favoured.
That's where the BOP comes into play, of course, and that is maybe something where the margin may be also shown to be a bit worse, given that the lead exacerbated by the penalty for Team Hoistingveld speeding on pit exit. Now, there was the 5 kilograms added of ballast for it, which will compromise it in so many different ways, right? That's the interesting thing with the tools that iRacing has. They have weight, fuel, and power adjustments. Now, power adjustments often, will impact fuel in some ways, and when you add weight to the car, not only does that impact sometimes the way the car responds on the engine power, but also, of course, more logically, how it uses the tires, how you roll through the corner, etc., etc. And so it's a multifaceted approach, but one small change can mean actually a lot of different impacts. And what was the split in terms of choices, Paul? I think we did still end up seeing a bit more of the Hondas, though, even though it was relatively even.
I did actually put it in our shared chat that we have here as well. It was 4 Hondas, 5 Hyundais.
Oh, so I actually got it the wrong way around.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I got the impression we had a few more of the Hondas, given how they have actually run, I guess, a bit more up front over the course. Obsidian have led for the most part. Impulse have been up there in the mix, both in the 122 and the 222. We have had the one retirement, of course, in the form of AWK Racing in the 78, that being one of the Hyundais. So still 8 cars left in this class, but it's closest, meanwhile, at the front. Also close in the 992s, once again, between Julian Reimer and Gurzolo Das Talent for Scherer Esports and Altus Esports. Scherer Esports, the new Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring champions, of course, the class within the DNLS that saw Porsche come on board and sponsor it. They had specific prize money per event. They had also trophies per event as well, and the champions get to go be a part of the award ceremony in person at the end of the year. So beating out the likes of the Apex Racing team, Team Redline, and so many other top-level teams such as Greica Motorsport. They came into this one, I think Ewan kind of alluded to them as the favorites, and we're seeing that right now. But Altus are mounting the challenge to them, and Paul is in a driver lineup without Jordan Caruso, who some may say would be their best driver in this particular car.
Yeah, former Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup champion. Feels strange saying that to me, actually, as I can tell you that your leaders of BS competition are onto pit road. In fact, your top 4 from the GT3s are onto pit road now. So they're getting their pit stops. And will we see Chris Lullen jumping out of that car, by the way, for Redline? It doesn't look there. Yes, it does. There you go, Florian's jumping in. So there's the change of driver up at the front. But I've completely forgotten what I was talking about.
What I will say then as well, to try and remember. Go ahead, sorry.
Yes, not having him out there in the Altus Esports car, it just does feel a little strange, doesn't it, not seeing him in there. But let's not forget, he had a very intense start to the year as well. Driver
changes plenty for these leaders. Lebigra in, Dinez in, Ariel in, and it's going to be Ryan Barneveld that takes in control of the Mahler Racing team BMW that now leaves pit lane. The gap had come down to around 4.5 seconds. Now, Gustavo Ariel jumps into the 21. He's dropped behind BMW BS competition because, once again, a slightly shorter pit stop. This is what we've been seeing. When drivers stay close together, the car in line saves some fuel, and Paul, they tend to then leapfrog back in front. Question will be, does Phil Denez decide that he wants to be the one that leads around this train to try and close back up to Lebigra? These are also the drivers that are going to be transitioning into the night. Yeah, this is the fun part where they're getting that sun in their eyes and having to just be careful with that and work their way through into that night. And of course, it is so dark out there in the Nordschleife. You've only got the headlights on your car to give you illumination. This is where I was saying the other day when I was driving TCRs in one of the official TCR sessions on iRacing, I wish they had the endurance light bar, the LED light bar in this sim for the TCRs, because their headlights aren't exactly the best out there for racing at night. So hey, you don't need headlights, Paul. You just need the force.
Having competed in this race in a car class, the Kia Optima in 2017, their headlights are about as useful as a candle in the wind. They're just unreliable. They're just awful. Dragger Racing, big moment. Losing the rear end, and that's by himself. Was running at the tail end of the GT4 class. All he's done is added to his pain. Now, there are 3 Drago Racing cars in class, so if you're worried, that was the least, the lowest running of the cars anyway. Still have Dominic Hoffman in 6th and Vlad Kimichev running up there in 3rd. Now, going back to Jordan Caruso, let's talk about that lineup in the Altus car, because Gunnazola Taz Dellin, I think the first time I've seen him in that machine, and he's just made a move on Julian Reimer. Able to sweep around the outside, and 4 laps into the run, probably to see them in pit lane in a handful of laps' time. I wonder if that is also going to be a full set of tyres for Altus. Let's not forget, Paul, they did the driver change, but only changed the 2 tyres. Yeah, so it's that alternate strategy, isn't it, of going 2 tyres and then 4 tyres at the next stop. That's what they've been looking at. And look at how they just throw that Altus car in. It did compromise them for the second part of the chicane there, actually, but able to stay ahead for the time being. So that is that change of position then for Altus Esports Nürburgring, and away they go. Now, will they be able to pull away? It's one thing to pass around here, it's being able to pull away from your competitor. That's the difficult part. You didn't see too much of a defense put up by Julian Reimer. That's where we also talk about the fuel saving potentially. Tire saving for these drivers with their slightly different strategy. Now, in this Scherer Esports Blue machine, they have not just Luca Alper, who was part of the lineup that saw them win the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, Julian Reimer behind the wheel, but next up in line to drive the car, it's RaceSpot's own Will Chadwick, and kind of were wondering at the start, he's somewhat of the oddball. We know he's fast in the car. He's proven it in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. We know he can be fast around the track. He put it on pole in the qualifying session for this race. Really though, Paul, we're talking about the Nordschleife, where some drivers have thousands, if not tens of thousands of laps. Can Will be consistent lap after lap and try and bring Scherer Esports to the top? He can, unless he doesn't, in which case he can't. So yeah, it's just the nature of this track is so difficult. I mean, you can see just there, just briefly then, the sunlight coming into your face right there. This is the tricky part. You know, it's hidden behind the trees, and all of a sudden it'll just appear and burn into your retinas, all that. So you've got to be careful. If you've got a HDR screen, then good luck to you, is all I can say about that. But yeah, these Will Chadwick, if he can be consistent, yeah, absolutely, he can do it. But as you point out, there are certain drivers out there on iRacing that literally all they do is race pretty much in the Nürburgring events. If there's a race around Nürburgring, they're racing it. Because they're just that sort of specialist around this place, and somebody who's a bit of a specialist around this place, I think that can really help you in this 24-hour race.
And yeah, that's why iRacing added the Ringmeister series, which basically is 12 weeks at the Nordschleife, just with a different car each week, so that you can have your ring fix if you needed to. That, by the way, Paul, such an eloquently stated statement. Just as articulate as what Lewis once said. The gap's either going to increase, decrease, or stay exactly where it is. Will Chadwick's either going to help them win the race, or he's not going to help them win the race. It's as simple and as black and white as that. But as we come to the end of the opening 4 hours here, in the second of the 24-hour special events, the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing. It's time for me to step aside. I'll be back during the middle of the night where hopefully this lead battle for both GT3, 992, GT4 and touring car, as well as in the GR86s, is well and truly still on. But for the time being, it's time to leave you still in the very capable voice of Paul Smith, but this time alongside Lewis McLeod, who joins the broadcast for the first time now.
Oh, let's get rid of him. Oh my God, let's get rid of him. No, obviously, look, I'm going to say this now, Paul. What you were just talking about there, I know Arjun just gave you the quote that I gave at one point, is absolutely correct, though. The gap will get closer, stay the same, or get larger. It's just a fact. I'm sorry, I don't know. Anyway, what's been happening in this race? It's been very up and down for a few.
Yes, it certainly has been up and down for a few. Just think in the start of the race, Coanda on the opening lap of the race got contact, went and damaged the car slightly, which dropped them to the back of the GT3 field. They've had further issues of Coanda in that sole Porsche in the GT3 class. There was bump drafting for the GT3 leaders, massive fuel saving from the 992 class. This class has had that alternate strategy going on, where you've got some cars in the 992s are just taking 2 tyres and then 4 tyres at the next stop, whereas some are just taking 4 tyres at each stop. And then, of course, we had the big accident just in the last, just over an hour ago, between the 2 GT3 leaders, Williams Esports and Apex Racing Team, going up the hill towards Mutkov, and they had contact between the two of them. Massive accident, huge incident between the two of them, and that has meant we had to say goodbye to them from the lead. And what that meant is that the BMW Team Redline car, Florian Lebigra now behind the wheel. First time behind the wheel today. They lead this race, but not by much, it must be said, over their team, over their rivals in the BMW M Team BS competition outfit.
Yeah, exactly. And let's clarify that one.
That big
they're not teammates. Yeah, I did see this. It's not even going into Mutkov. Obviously, this is quite a bit before it, but going up the hill towards that point. Contact between the pair of them. I've got to say, because this is with what it was. I think it was about, like I said, it was about an hour ago. So it's about 21 hours left to go in the race. It's one of those ones that you're kind of looking at being like, who's really to blame in that? Arguably neither. It's a racing incident because like there might be a little bit of ghosting in there, a bit of just the whole glue.
Bit of jiggery pokery.
Yeah, it is what it is. But you're kind of looking at that being like, with 21 hours left to go, I'd want to give a little bit more room just in case. It just seemed a little bit short-sighted to me.
Yes, absolutely. It's It does feel a little bit unnecessary, doesn't it? With that incident that happened there between, and you've got to remember that's the 2 overall race leaders as well. It just was completely unnecessary, in my opinion. Just breathe off the throttle if you're the car behind, or something like that. But that's easy for us to say from comfort of commentary box. We're not behind the wheel in a stressful situation where you're expected to be competing for a win.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is easy for us to say, of course, but at the same time, we are going to say it. It's one of those ones, you look at it and just think, I understand, obviously, we're all here to go racing, we're all here to, they want to take the lead, but you've got to look at it, right, and think, what was there to gain from taking the lead at that point? Because let's be real here, anyway, if you're sat directly behind someone, you can effectively take the lead at any point. Within relative terms. You just go onto the Dottinger, you keep your foot down, you just go past, right? Being realistic, you could take over the lead at any point. But I think sometimes when those things happen, you see a slow car ahead of you, that racing instinct that's deep down in the head, you just kind of go, oh, I've got to go for it now. I'm not. Why would I lift off? Even though there's actually nothing really for you to gain from the scenario and everything to lose, and they lost everything. And it's just kind of as well, you're looking at it being like, what an absolute waste. One thing to note though, whilst all that happened, I did see the team red light car. I can't remember who was behind the wheel at the time. Might have been Lulham. Yeah, came to almost a complete stop, as you called, and then worked his way through, took over the race lead, said see you lads. Did have an 8-second lead before the last pit stop. It's now down to 6, which I find interesting.
Yes, it is down to 6 seconds, and in fact, last lap, Lebigra did an 8:14.7 compared to an 8:13.1. So, I mean, that's quite a bit off the fastest lap of the race, it must be said. Here's the look from Chris Lulham's car, by the way. Look at him, down into third gear.
Yep.
Really slow. How many people and how many times have we seen it in, not just in special events like this, but in league races, in other races in sim, in world championship level even, people just absolutely keeping that foot welded to the floor and just shouting YOLO as they go through.
Well, you know what the yellow flag means in sim racing. There's positions up for grabs. But yeah, obviously, realistically speaking, I've got to say again, it was well played from London, because again, you've got to think about what was to be gained and what was to be lost in that. If he keeps his foot in, sure, he's going to go and take over the race lead, or could take over the race lead, but he could also just join the crash. Whereas by slowing down to go into third gear, just wait for the crash to kind of settle and then go through, well, you're in the race lead. So cool. I can promise you now, right, that the 3, 4, 5 seconds that he lost from slowing down, that is not going to decide the race. Yes, the race might come down if there's two people close to battling right at the end of the race. It might come down to less than a second between the pair of them, or a drag race towards the line. But it's not that 5 seconds there that decides that. There will be 5 seconds somewhere else, or 10 seconds, or a minute somewhere else that will decide that battle late on in the race, not that 5 seconds. It's not worth it. And that's the same with the the overtake for the race lead. Then you gain maybe half a second, you gain the race, you gain some clean air, you're burning more fuel, which I thought was the thing that you don't want to be doing around here at the moment. I don't know, just seems very bizarre. We can harp on about that though for the next 2 hours, so I think no one wants to hear that, so we'll move on, I promise.
No, people just want to hear us talk about Brian for the next 2 hours, I think.
Oh, that's so true. I honestly, for a second there, I was like, Brian? I'm like, oh yeah, the panda. Oh.
Yeah.
Is that skate? That was nearly a year ago.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just double checking.
And do you know what? In here right now, it's 26 degrees Celsius. It's almost getting as hot as that commentary box.
Yes. To clarify, we're talking about when myself, Paul and Peter Mackay went out to Monza to go and commentate on the Creventic 24-hour series, the 12 hours of Monza, and our rental car was this, I wanted to say lovely, but interesting Panda.
It was a hybrid.
It was a hybrid.
It was like a Formula 1 car or an LMP1 car.
And it had the tech to boot. Oh, that's a big moment there from the GR86 race leader. Just trying to hang on to the car in the same way that Peter Mackay was driving that Panda, Brian as we called it, around. It was quite a colour, wasn't it?
Brown, yes. Who doesn't like a brown rental car? And of course, everybody knows that the fastest car in the world is a rental car.
And that is very true.
And we had the hybrid power to deploy as well to help it out with its 3-cylinder engine. Different line being taken there, and that's why, because the race leader's just gone by. I was wondering why we were suddenly offline and backing off the throttle. That's why.
Yeah, obviously we have seen a couple of incidents today between GR86s and GT3s. Most notably was the Williams Esports Hoytenveld car, which obviously you had the joy of commentating on, involved in an incident. I I had a conversation with you and O'Leary outside this broadcast about it. I think I have a slightly more controversial opinion about it than most, where everyone's like, oh, well, it's definitely the GT3's fault. And I'm kind of looking at it being like, riding on board with the GT3, the Williams Esports GT3 and that, and I was like, I'm not. I don't get me wrong. I'm not going to blame the GR86 fully for it, but I'm looking at it being like, it wasn't great driving from either. Whatever.
Well, it was a question of, who is it that... It's such a tricky part of the track is that, and when you're driving these GR86s, I mean, you've just seen an example of it whilst we've been on board here. The speed differential between the GR86, which isn't a slow racing car, and the GT3s. Look, there you go. Poof, down. Through it goes. Now, down here, it's fine. It's nice and wide, is the Dottinghoe. But going up that hill towards Nook Curve, it is narrow, it is twisting, and we're looking at it again. You're pretty much one line through there.
Yeah, so from up above, right, this is the thing, right, from up above, in my opinion, no doubt is it on the Williams Esports. No doubt. Absolutely slam dunk. 100%. But it was the onboard where you're kind of looking at it, and this, again, the speed differential between those two cars, for me, and I'm not trying to blame the GR86 entirely for it, because it's not. Again, like if you're in the GT3, you always know that the higher class category is always their responsibility to lap cleanly, blah, 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 blah. I thought I was going to come into the pit lane then, but nope. The thing was that I felt the GR86 moved quite late back over to the apex, because if it was me, right, and I'm in the GR86, I'm going up that hill, there's no real advantage for me to wash out into the middle of the road and then come back in, because it's all completely flat up there and you're not going to scrub off any speed by just holding a tight line and picking a part of the road and being clear, right? That's what I would feel in this.
Here we go. This is the view we haven't seen yet, and bang!
See how late it moves over.
Yeah. And that could, and Arjuna was absolutely right when he called it at the time. That could have been a so much bigger accident with the other cars coming through at the same time.
100%. I'm amazed it wasn't. Unfortunately, again for the GR86, it's out of the race. I just kind of feel that in that scenario, if you're lap traffic, there's more you can do, and it's not. We've already seen incidents before in this race of people kind of getting out of the way and that causing problems. It's not about getting out of the way. It's about being very, very clear with what you're doing. Interesting view as well. On board with the red line car, seeing the incident up ahead. Woo! Wow. I didn't realise it was that close. Hot damn, that was close.
That's reactions.
Yeah.
Because you are absolutely flat out, 100% throttle, and it's so easy for you to, if you make too big a move on the steering wheel, you're throwing that car into the wall yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the whole thing of like, when you're involved in an incident, once again, we'll see how close this car gets, and in slow-mo as well. Dane Baird is on it. So close. You're absolutely right. The problem is when you're in that scenario and you're trying to save the car or catch the car or whatever, we've all done it where you've overcorrected. You've over kind of tried dodging, which is, it's what most people do. It's what 99% of people do, because you're trying to correct for something, but you're almost like you're not thinking about how much you're correcting it. You're just like, I need to get over here now. And the problem with doing that is you just cause an enormous crash.
Sorry, I'm just going to point out, third place in our 992 class, Visceral Esports, they flashed up on my track map as being at a standstill. They are back running again, but they've lost a bit of time, and it doesn't look a happy car, that, does it?
Yeah, I'm assuming that has had an issue. Now, obviously, even though we're in top split, I would expect we are still going to see the odd solo car incident, and I've just had a little quick look. An unbelievable wobble there. Speaking of overcorrecting,
that's through the Beloff S. That is one of the fastest roller coasters that you can go through around this track. It is, I mean, I love that part of the track, don't get me wrong, it's one of my favourite parts of the track, but that is a big, big moment for you to have.
I've just seen it from a different angle. If you look at it from front on, and basically what happens, as you come over Flansgarden 2, which is just before the Stefan Beloff S, completely, the front wheels are not in contact with the road. Right? The front end just absolutely takes off. Now, obviously, we have seen this time and time again around here, and obviously there is the main incident of the flip class we're not going to talk about. But let's see here. This is coming towards Flansgarden 1. So we go through the drop down through this double apex right right-hander, continuing to go back up the hill before we go through not this corner but this corner. Watch it here. Let's have a listen in. Woo-hoo. Big air.
Can I just say, I've actually had a touring car, all four wheels in the air at that Flank Scouting 2. I was absolutely desperate to win a race, and I ended up winning it by getting the slipstream down the Dotting Hohe. But yeah, it is scary when you do get airtime through that left-hander, especially if you clip the curb on Flank Scouting 2.
Yeah.
It's just praying to the gods of sim racing that you land in a sensible way.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, now they've got the pressure on from Bruno Heinrich in the Ricky Motorsports car, which I quite like that livery. Just saying, anyone knows me with a little bit of green highs. There we go. We can see the underside of a 992.
We need a bit of Enya there.
Yeah, right. Absolutely no contact with the front wheels to the tarmac there. I mean, there are a couple of things that you can do. Typically speaking, the front should grip going over. I mean, you're always going to get a little bit of air just as you go. The car goes light coming over the crest. And this is not really something that you have to do every lap. So it's kind of like I'm not expecting them to have done this, but a little tap of the brakes would put the front, like even if you were full throttle, just a little dab of the brake, it's not really going to slow the car down enough. It's just going to put the weight on the front of the car as you come down that crest. But I mean, you're not like that. It doesn't happen every lap like that, and unfortunately now the car's damaged. I wonder if there was some light damage before he did it, if it hadn't happened on a previous lap.
Oh, but they're under some serious pressure now, Visceral, and you would imagine that Bruno Heinrich is going to make his way past. Oh, that's a bit of change of underpants needed there.
Yep, indeed. Big shame for one of our GR86s having a bit of a...
That's the one that was wiped out earlier, remember?
It was indeed. I believe it was the Tier 1 motorsports car. Which is a slightly more interesting livery on my end, but we're not going to. It's different. It's still pink, but it's got more on it. And
I love that. These 992 cars take off over floodplats, and people think that floodplats is named after the fact that the cars take off there. No, it's because there used to be a glider airfield there. And so that's why it's known as floodplats, yeah.
Wow, the more you know.
Thank you, Overtake GG.
I have been there. I've been to that part of the circuit, just saying. Yeah, I mean, I've been around the circuit, but that's fine. Just saying. I didn't drive, though. Nicholas Hillebrand drove me around in I think it was like a 1.6 litre Mazda 3. Rapid.
Do you know what? I've only ever been to the Nürburgring once and didn't go anywhere near the Nordschleife. I was too busy working on Sim Expo.
Exactly. That's fine. That is absolutely fine. Yeah, no. I mean, I've been here twice. One time was for Sim Expo, actually in 21, and then I wasn't working. I was just going there as a fan for banter, and then in 2018 I was here for the 24 hour, which is very exciting to watch in person. If you haven't come, go for it. Expect red flags though. I think. It wasn't. Was 2018 wasn't the year with the hailstorm, was it? No. I think that was a couple of years before. 18. I mean, 18. I'm pretty sure it ran through. I wouldn't say green all the way, but I don't recall having a proper red flag introduction. Although I will say, in the morning, there was, as you would expect, an awful lot of fog. Who'd have thought it? But I've got. I've done a little bit of motorsport photography, not much, but a little bit of motorsport photography. The best photographs I ever took was at 2 a.m. After we'd finished our little esports event. And it was 2 a.m. It was pouring with rain. I was in the grandstand. I didn't want to go back to my tent to go camping because it's obviously miserable, and it was properly pouring it down. And I thought, do you know what? I'm going to stay here where it's a little bit floodlit and just take some photographs. Got some absolutely excellent photographs in that.
See, I'd want to take my video camera along.
Oh, honestly, it'd be so good.
Yeah, with my proper tripod with a video head on the tripod. Get some lovely shots of the cars going round it. Yeah, I do want to come here, and I do want to come for the 24. But you mentioned one word that is just a big no-no for me, and that's camping. Nah, I just can't do it.
Yeah, to be fair, okay, I will say, because I was going there with Racing, they sorted out as a really nice campsite, right? And campsite, whatever. But it was right next to the one where all the marshals were staying at, right? Which is, for one, really close to the track, which is great. Like, as in we were on the start-finish straight, basically. But you were blocked enough by the buildings. Wasn't that loud in there? And the most important bit is everyone was really quiet. Really quiet. It was, honestly, absolutely fine.
I went camping at the 2013 F1 race at Spa.
Oof.
And the campsite that we were on was on the hill near Le Con. And it basically... Oh, dear. Tier 1.
Flans Garden into the barrier.
Just a light contact with the barrier. Should be fine with that. We were in the campsite there. And first of all, I didn't realise I was staying with a pyromaniac because he was just setting fire to anything that he could set fire to for a campfire. And secondly, there was... contact! Oh, that's not the way to do it there, Altus. And I'm sure there'll be a terse flash of the headlights from the Honda. Yep, there you go. Yeah, that's not ideal way to try and overtake a Honda through there. But yeah, and across the campsite was a huge Mercedes Sprinter, long wheelbase van. That's the important part. It was a long wheelbase one. And in the back of it, when we walked past to go back to our tent, there was... beer,
nice,
a barbecue,
nice,
a fridge, and then what can only be described as a nightclub's worth of sound equipment.
Oh, nice.
At 5 a.m. in the morning.
But that was loud.
Yeah, that was loud. But to be fair to them, these guys on the Sunday evening after the Grand Prix, a couple of friends had run out of beer and they couldn't drive to go to the shop. Yep. And I said, go see them in the van. Offer them some money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no,
they were like,
play.
yeah, we've got too much. Here, have this.
Fair play.
992s leaders onto pit road.
Especially after that near incident as well for the Altus car. Yeah, nearly with the Whiskins Racing intoxicated by iTelemetry. Great name, by the way. Do have a few great names out there. Back to the GR86 lead, where we've seen a couple of moments for this car, but to be fair, they're just kind of remaining nose to tail. My only camping story is that I almost thought I was going to get beaten up by Florian Haase because we just finished a 3-hour race right around here in Sim. On race room, and I was able to hang on to the podium, which I had to defend from Florian Haase, who's a very good driver, a lot better than me. I had to defend from him for the last, I think it was 4 laps of the race, all the way through, and I had to, at one point I had to send it around the outside of the carousel, and still held on. Just saying, it was a pretty good move. And afterwards, as we were walking through the camping area, I was heading back to my tent, and he was like, "Yo, are you Lewis?" And I was like, "Well, this is how it ends." Good. Nice one. He's not happy with me, and I was like, "Yes." He was absolutely fine with it. We had a great chat. But I thought that was my time in sim racing coming to an end. Actually, it was. That was the weekend where I decided to become a commentator properly, but still, we won't talk about that.
I will say that I did have one sim race, and then an incident happened, and the next weekend we were racing in a karting event, a 24-hour karting event down at Milton Keynes, and the person that I had been involved in the incident with was there. And it was amazing how they didn't really interact with me much that weekend because I think they realised, oh, he used to play rugby and he's quite big.
Yeah. It is also quite funny to see sim races. This is why I like doing LAN events, right? Because sim races are very different in person. Obviously, everyone's a keyboard warrior in sim racing. If you, as we all know, we've all done official races on iRacing, or for the most part, if you haven't, obviously, jump on, sign up. It's great fun. But ignore chat. Because in chat, if you even breathe on someone else's car, there's just a list of insults in chat ready to go. Bam, 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 bam. If you have that in person, and you go up to them and be like, oh, sorry about that incident. They're like, no worries, mate. Oh, it happens. It's just good racing. Blah, 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 blah. And you're like, If we were at home, this would be very different indeed. As we can see, the Visceral esports car. Is it Visceral? Yeah, it is. Right on the rear end of the Altus esports car here.
Yeah, and obviously, Visceral must have taken Drago on the actually no, I'm reading the wrong bit of the timer screen. Yes, it is Visceral.
Yeah, which I was confused. I thought they were a red and black car.
But it is Visceral that's behind there, and Kazuki Fujita behind the wheel, trying to get past. But a certain William of Chadwick has jumped into the Shearer Esports blue car in your 992 class, and he's just up the road from these two.
Will Chadwick spent yesterday, of course, engineering FaZe Clan 3SLR1, as he has done for a little bit. Did throughout the entirety of last season as well. Did such a good job. I don't think any of them got out of the quarterfinals. So that's fine. Yeah, it's all right. To be fair, new lineup for them. Whatever it is. We've got Enzo Benito though now, which is very interesting. But obviously, you just got to chuck him under the bus. But we like a little bit of Will Chadwick. He's a good lad. Obviously, solid commentator, an alright race engineer, pretty good driver. He is pretty handy. Obviously qualified that car I believe on pole position in this category, and it's interesting to see him in this car, to be fair. Obviously it's not one that we'd normally see him in.
Yes, well, you say that.
I mean that team, by the way, not this team, car. Yes, right, just to clarify.
Yes, absolutely. Has Will actually got a team at the moment still? Because the last time I saw him, he was pretty much... He's been helping out teaming up with Team Redline here and there every now and again, and teaming up with others every now and again. He seems to be a bit of a sort of like a hitman, for hire sort of thing.
He's obviously fairly associated with Hymo setups. Obviously, one of the many setup shops in sim racing, but obviously the one that's run with Charlie Crossland, Darren McCormack, and the likes. More over on ACC, but they are doing things on iRacing. Since they moved over to iRacing, obviously they've picked up various people like Lullen, like Will Chadwick as well, who has represented Hymo in sim racing, but they're not a sim racing team. So it's kind of like I don't really know as to where Chadders is. I think he is basically, as we are getting told as well from Dane Baird, I think he is a free agent. He's just he's doing the bits for everyone. He's trying to keep everyone happy, and at the same time failing.
Well, there's one thing that I've learnt in life from my many years of being on this earth, is that you can never please everyone. I can guarantee that I will say something on this broadcast, and as bland and as sitting on the fence as I can be at times, there will be somebody who will find fault at something that I say during my 4-hour stint here on commentary. It's just the nature of things. And a really good thing about him is he's from Wigan, and of course that's the home of Uncle Joe's mint balls.
Excellent. That is
a fun. By the way,
that's a fun fact. My main memory of Will Chadwick is him rolling up to the hotel in Munich in ESLR1 on a scooter with Marcel Chinchik fresh off of winning the event at 4 o'clock in the morning, whilst everyone was outside of the hotel having beer. And I just remember being like, what have those two been up to? What has happened in this where they're rolling in at 4 o'clock in the morning on a scooter? And need to say, no idea. And also, I kind of don't want to know.
Second place in GT4 I don't think they are anymore. Team 75, Bernhardt by SimRC, have had issues on the GP loop, and they have dropped down a couple of places behind Drago and Virtual Coach GG by G&G.
Bit of a shame. I mean, there's a few spots there. They are. A few spots where you can make a mistake. I always can't. I said this when we were doing the NTK esports about a month ago, maybe a few weeks back. Is that everyone obviously applies all of their attention on the Nordschleife, right? And I think sometimes people take a big breather when they go around the Nürburgring, like the Grand Prix side of things, right? They take a big breather and they think, obviously this is the part of the circuit that can't hurt me. So if I just like calm down here, like not focus too much on it mentally, so then I can really apply my mental focus when I go around the Nordschleife, because you've got that's generally how people think. You underestimate still how difficult this part of the circuit is. So lapping a bit of traffic with one of the GR86s, ooh, and then trying to squeeze them off. That was the Torque Freak racing car, Georg Gruber behind the wheel, who's actually just gotten past as well. Well, it was a bit of his own doing, wasn't it?
You see the old dear in that Effect Simulations having a bit of a half spin down at the Dunlop hairpin again on the GP loop.
Not to good effect either.
No. You know, so you're absolutely right with what you think is everyone relaxes. For me, the places I relax is down the Dottinger Höhe, and up through Kesselchen and up towards Mutkirch. That's where I relax around here. I concentrate everywhere else, really.
I would relax, on the Dottinger Höhe, but the problem that I generally have is that I don't get that far. So to be fair, I've always said this with the Nordschleife, is that I can lap pretty strongly right up until the carousel, and then after that point, honestly, it all looks the same to me. I'm really I'm fine right up until then, but that final bit, I'm like, I don't really know. Like, I know where I'm going, I know all the corners, blah 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 blah. But like actually finding the fastest line, you've got the important thing there is to remember which curbs you can hit and which curbs you can't hit, which is the general case around the circuit anyway. But particularly from the carousel onwards, because there are some that you absolutely need to take, and some that you can't. And a couple of the corners, when you approach them, do look relatively similar. Now, obviously, this is not a problem for any of these drivers. They've put in a lot of work, blah, 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 blah. It's not a problem for them. But it is one of those things, like, I think that is the part that, generally speaking, causes the problems. If you look at the amount of crashes, I would say that between the carousel and the Dottinger Höhe, that is the bit that takes up most of the crashes.
But it's the section of track where people have had the least amount of practice, because they've usually binned it before then. So it's the nature of it. Here's Sven Hasse in that Grid and Go, the Virtual Coach GG by Grid and Go car. That we said got up into third place in class in this GT4 field, and it's amazing how these GT4s, even though the BMW got hit with a power and fuel balance performance adjustment, it has been by far the favoured car around here, even after those adjustments. It's just been the car to be in.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's always going to be a single car that's got a fair advantage on the others. Got to say, Sven Haas, look at how cool he thinks he looks in that. I don't know if I'm assuming we've not got webcam then, because we never really do. But in that picture, he thinks he is hot as. Sunglasses on, just like, yeah, cool. This is my profile picture. Then again, my profile picture on WhatsApp is me falling over in the snow in Andorra, so I completely forget that it is. Every time I look at it, I'm like, oh yeah, that photograph. Fair enough. If you were... sorry, I was just going to ask you a really stupid question. I was going to say, if you were in this race, what class would you be in? But I already know what the answer to that is. Straight away, I'm like, oh yeah, TCR. Yep, cool. If you were in this race and you couldn't be in a TCR, what would you be in?
GT4. As here we go, Sven Hasse not hanging around. He's decided, you know what, I fancy moving up to second place in class, and that's exactly what he's done. If I'm Drago Racing, I'm not too worried as Vlad Kimachev. I'd be thinking, all right, give me a bit of slipstream, that'll do me nicely. Bit of fuel saving.
I see the photograph that you've sent me, and it's ridiculous. And that's fine. Again, all these people that think they look good in sunglasses, it's just not true, mate. It's all right. It's fine. I'm not judging. Great move there from Sven Haase. Just a nice one. I understand why you'd pick a GT4 as well, especially this BMW, because for me it's the one that drives the most like a touring car, just from the rear-wheel drive. Also, I drove this car quite a bit around Silverstone when it was at Silverstone International. I would say fairly recently, about 3 or 4 months ago. I actually had quite a good time. Sliding it around over there, trying to keep up with the likes of Moritz Lerner. I was absolutely nowhere near. Shocking.
I've actually been driving the Mercedes AMG GT4 quite a bit. I competed in a championship in that car, and I just felt comfortable in it. Bit of a barge, I must say. It's a bit understeery. A bit understeery, but then again, I'm a touring car driver, used to front wheel drive understeer, so it was about normal for me.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a fair shout. I've been told that if I go back to driving GT4s, according to some, I have got to take an Aston Martin, because apparently it's great or something. I don't know.
Did you see that in front then from Sven? Back end
He's
out.
Pushing.
Yeah.
He is absolutely lobbing this car around, trying to find the absolute limit of the second. And the problem with this, the thing with this is, if you're Vlad Kimachev, if the car ahead of you is pushing to the absolute limit, you're a little bit scared that they might bin it, right? Fair enough, there is that. But also at the same time, you can actually just not take all the risk, because they're going to pull you along. Fairly comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. And the slipstream is so important in this class as well with the GT4s, because you are a little bit less power than the GT3s, and also it's the fact that you've got that little bit less drag as well. So actually going down the Dottinger Höhe, you can actually hit just that little bit higher top speed than the GT3s, which is always funny. When we raced in the Kias, when they used to have the Kia Optima running in this event, we were outpacing the GT3s down by the Tiergarten by a good 5-6 kilometers an hour. It was fantastic.
Couldn't you put on negative wing in that?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Which I had a friend of mine, Adrian Holm, who is no longer really in sim racing, so it's fine. He's a driver. If you were in sim racing a long time ago in a very specific place, which is Touring Pro Series, had Stoffel Van Dorn in there, Florian Strauss, a lot. Some actually good drivers. He was a multiple champion in that. Very, very good driver, very solid. And he was the one who told me that there was negative wing on the Kia, and I was like, how does that work? Like, how does it give you an advantage? Because it's something you don't really see in motorsport, but it worked clearly, getting more straight line speed.
Well, we used, as TCRs actually are on pit road right now, getting their pit stops happening, talking about touring cars. But we used to run in the British Sim Racers Touring Car Championship in the Kia Optima. So we ran in that between, when did the Audi come in? Was that 2018? Or was it 2019 that the Audi came in?
I think it was 19.
So I was quite late joining that series. I was 2014 I started, and we finished racing that in 2019 then. So I had a good 6 years in that car. And every round of the championship, one of the drivers would always come on to the chat and be like, oh, what wings everyone running? And we'd always say to Alex Smolensky, I'm going to mention his name because he was always a good laugh, we'd say, Alex, we're running -4 wing. And he would do it. He would actually try and race it and bin it spectacularly.
I respect that so much. We always used to have this, like, again, and you got setup sharing that's in game, right? I remember on RF1, like when you're sending a setup to someone, there was always a risk that if you didn't have them highlighted, that you could accidentally send the setup to the entire paddock, right? Mm-hmm. Which would always cause its fair share of problems, blah 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 blah. But this is when, like, file sharing and that kind of stuff, it wasn't as plug and play. Now you can just chuck it on Discord and be like, yeah, whatever. Whereas then it was a little bit more tricky. And so you would just send it in game and be like, yeah, cool, have a day. And every now and then you'd have, like, the fastest drivers in the grid just being like, I'm going to send a setup to the whole grid. And they'll have made something absolutely disgusting. Like, front wing, 20 clicks above rear wing, blah, blah, blah. And everyone will be like, oh my God, Lars Brugman has just put out a setup, let's jump on it. And then they'll all jump on it, and every single... You'll just sit back and watch all of them go into the first corner and absolutely bin it. It was honestly 10 out of 10 entertainment. If a bit unfortunate for those people. It was very funny though.
Oh yeah, we always had a laugh with that, and it was do you know what, genuinely, as much as it could be a pain at times, that series, it was a fantastic series. Right. Was that we used to run in the British Sim Racing Touring Car Championship, and it was in that series that I actually won around here, won around Bathurst as well, where of all places to get your first ever race win in a series, it was Bathurst for me, and I won by 7 seconds. It's like, how's that happened?
I've actually, honestly, my respect for you has gone up slightly. Love a lot. Who doesn't love a bit of Bathurst? Especially, like I say, to take a victory like that. It's not bad. I've always said that sim racing's more fun the less serious you take it, and I mean that in the sense of like going to a series which takes itself fairly seriously, but not too seriously, where you can just jump in, have a little bit of fun, banter's high, people aren't driving horribly, and you're just having a good time. When you get into the super serious stuff, that's when driving standards take a significant dip, as I know you have most certainly dealt with.
Oh yes. Oh yes, I have experience of that, and not from the driving side of things.
I've seen the driving standards in the Porsche Category Sports Super Cup and gone, wait, what?
I wasn't thinking that series, actually, to be honest. I was thinking others that I've been involved in.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. When you get to that level, most series, the driving standards are pretty shocking. I guess it is. I mean, even in this, I mean, like, when we're dealing with top split stuff, even though there's no major prize up for offer, nothing like properly on the line. Just pride and honour and wanting to win this race, blah, blah, blah. And still, sometimes the driving standards, you look at it and be like, why? What are you doing?
It's funny, isn't it, how that happens at the very top. And I put it down to drivers who are getting to... So I'll give the example of Porsche Tacor Esports Super Cup. We had races where there was less than half a second covering the entirety of the grid on qualifying. That's 30 cars. So you're talking incredibly close timings. And yet, those drivers, if you put them into an normal official race, they'll just drive away at the front and be clear. They're not used to actually being involved in tight packs, so they don't actually have that racecraft practice that they used to. They just do what they know, which is, well, I know into this corner I need to brake at this point, turn in at this point, and I'll go as fast as I can around this track. And not taking into account that there are other people around them. And I think that's part of the problem that happens in some of those top series is those top drivers, they're used to being able to just drive away from everyone. Suddenly, they're in a grid of cars where they're all used to that and they're all at the same speed.
Bunch of hot lappers. Anyway, we'll focus on the battle for fifth position in class within the GT4s. You've got Dominic Hoffman in the Drago racing car closing in on the Cayman that belongs to Simify. Lucas Perez behind the wheel of that one. Of course, I think it's the second highest Cayman in this race. Obviously, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Another one of those Caymans sitting one position ahead, but a fair bit down the road. Good fight for fifth. But you kind of wonder if Dom Hoffman is playing the long game here. Of course, if you've not really seen Dominic Hoffman's name and thinking, well, I mean, I don't know many of these people in this race, that's absolutely fine. Dominic Hoffman is, I would argue, he's certainly up there as one of the absolute best LMDH drivers on iRacing. I think, especially when you look at BMW MSIM Cup last year, won more races than anyone else as a team. Obviously him and Daniel Alves Lorenzo. Then won in IMSA esports as well. Like, his pedigree in that LMDH car, very, very solid. I'm going to take a wild guess, this car doesn't drive the same.
It is certainly a bit different, isn't it? A bit more body roll involved in this one as well. Less grip, less power, but I would argue more fun.
Would you?
Yeah.
Would you
I'm an advocate of removing downforce from cars.
Same. Less downforce, more fun. No, I agree. To be fair, I can completely agree, because every time I drive the LMP8 cars, I go, what am I doing with myself? Everyone tells me that the LMP2, great example. Everyone tells me LMP2 is like the best car on iRacing, blah blah blah. It's this. They all love driving it. Every time they do an endurance race, it's in the LMP2. They just love it. They can't get enough. Every time I drive it, I'm like, I hate this car. And it is a 110%. It is a total skill issue. I get that. It's not a problem. But once we start slowing things down, GT4s, the touring cars, TCRs, love driving those. Formula 4. I've not tried the Super Formula Lights.
Formula Lights are fun.
Yeah, right. I've been told by quite a few people.
Quite a grippy car, but for not that much power.
Yeah.
So you've got to be able to carry the speed through corners, which I think is a bit more of a different knack to something that is a high downforce car with power. Where you haven't got that power, you've got to carry the momentum. I think that's a different skill. I personally, I'm kind of sad to see the downfall of the Skip Barber.
Yeah,
it used to be every hour you could have a race, and there was a couple of hundred people would sign up every hour, and it was just so much fun. Was that? And it's just with the other lower downforce Formula cars coming on board, that's just taken it away from the Skip Barber crowd.
Yeah, I mean, like when I joined iRacing, which is nearly 10 years ago now. You would do like your MX-5s, and it was the Slotus as well that you were driving back then as well. You do a bit of the racing in the Slotus. Your next step up from that, once you got your D license, was the Skip Barber. And I distinctly remember doing the Skip Barber racing at Kota, which was fairly new at that point, and actually kind of enjoying it. Then went to Zandvoort, and I remember enjoying it quite a bit there. The last race I did in the Skip Barber was around here. Obviously not that long ago, realistically speaking. I just went back to it and was like, that sounds like a hilarious laugh. It was, as I crashed. I was laughing all the way to the bank. But the Skip Barber, I think, holds like it is important for people to kind of drive, because it drives so differently. It has so little grip compared to a normal like Formula 4 car even.
It teaches you a lot about weight transfer.
Yeah,
that is one of the main fundamentals that you learn from that car, I feel, is weight transfer and how that goes. One of the greatest moments and one of the most viewed clips on my Twitch channel is from a UK and Ireland Skip Barber race, Monday Night Skippies race, when they used to have that. And it was at Suzuka. I started at the back of the grid because I'd failed to qualify. I gained 32 places by the time we reached the bridge, going under the bridge at Suzuka.
That's a fair effort. It was
so much that Hugo, who was producing the broadcast at that time, actually went onto my stream, rewound the stream, and then brought it up on the broadcast as a replay.
I respect that. I mean, that is pretty impressive. Right up there with Alex Dunn's drive this morning in Formula 3. Obviously, you're as good as Alex Dunn. That's what you can say. He went from 29th to 14th, I think. Which, to be fair, in 6 laps of racing, because they were under safety car for the other 12. Every time I watch Formula 3, I'm just sort of like, I'm bored. I'm bored. It's just like you're watching, and be like, can they stop crashing, please? No, it's Imola though. It's good fun. I love Imola.
It's one of my favourite tracks to race on, is Imola.
Yeah. Now with more gravel.
Now you see. Now you're talking, as the advocate of strict track limits, absolutely love that decision. It's the best decision that they've made around there.
I honestly, when I saw someone post it on social media a couple of weeks ago, a week ago, I was looking at it being like, I don't believe you. I think you've taken pictures, you've pulled satellite images from years ago or something, and this isn't real. No track on planet Earth would put in gravel traps again. Spa did. But this is the whole thing. Like I say, Spa did, and it's like, okay. And when I saw Imola doing it, and I'm like, okay, I'm about this. I like this. Like I said, don't get me wrong, it's still got sausage curbs, okay?
Oh, don't get me started on that.
The absolute bane of everyone's existence. Please, can we get rid of them? But whatever, it's still got sausage curbs. It is what it is. They're not going anywhere. As annoying as that might well be, but at least sticking in some of the gravel traps anyway is still at least very helpful. By the way, if you are wondering what we're looking at here, is it's the Visceral Esports, the second of the Visceral Esports car against the Kalar Esports Cup car. I think this is 7th position they're battling for in class,
and it's a change of position.
Certainly is.
Because it's a Dottinger and you're always going to have a change of position there if you're in slipstream.
If you want
it's
to,
just
yeah.
Fact. In fact, I think he went a little too early there, personally, because now he's giving the slipstream back to the other car. That other car could quite easily pull up alongside, but I think they're hanging back and thinking, I'll do some fuel saving, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the whole thing. Like I say, when you go on the Dottinger, you can switch positions. So it's entirely up to you whether you do or don't. Fair enough. That's why we always say, especially late on in the race, if you're involved in a battle, there is a tactical thing of, do you want to be leading or do you want to be second? Now, 9 times out of 10, you want to be second. But if you are the leading car, don't think there's nothing you can do. Because I've always said, if you're the leading car and you go through Galgenkopf, blow them down a little bit. And it's not so that you get a great exit coming out, it's so that there's not much of a gap between you and them going out onto the Dottinger. Because the larger the gap, the more gap they have to work into to get the overspeed to create the overtake. Whereas if there's no gap between you, by the time they pull out of the slipstream, they don't have much of a speed advantage. They'll hit the wall of air and they'll just end up doing the same speed as you.
Yep.
Tactical racing. What we like to see. Had to do that.
Are you out there driving then?
Okay, so the tactical side of things is one part of racing. There is another part, and I think you might have heard of it. It's called speed. Alas, ain't got much of it these days.
I have noticed that myself. I mean, granted, I did take about 6 months out of actually racing on iRacing recently, and I can see where just being in sim at least a few times a week, where I have lost that speed. It is incredible. People might think, it's not that much, you can just jump back in. No, you need that muscle memory, you need to be getting seat time, you need to be doing that. And I don't know if you know this, but I've got a full-time job, so I can't, unlike a lot of these people who just seem to sit hour and hour doing race after race, I can't. I've got to actually go to work to earn money to be able to afford to race in iRacing.
Yeah. Well, this is where, like we've said before, this is why a lot of the fastest drivers in sim racing are fairly young. It's not because it's a young man's game and only young people can be quick in sim racing. It's not like that at all, right? I've seen people very, very quick in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and like, I'm not joking there. Like, genuinely, I've seen people who are absolutely rapid who are in their early 70s. Obviously, back in the day when I was racing on RFT, there was actually quite a few that would do it. The main reason, as we'll see, the GT3s into the pit lanes, BMW and Team Redline making their way in. Florian Lebigra behind the wheel and remaining behind the wheel for the next stint. Phil Denez obviously staying behind the wheel of the BMW M Team BS competition. Team Redline, Gustavo Ariel in there. Marla Ryan Barneveld will stay in. Falcon working their way through into that final section. Now probably bail off into pit lane as well, joining the quartet that's already down there. As I was saying, the reason why it's more of a young man, it's time. It's pure time. Once you get into your, well, realistically, sometimes once you're late in the teenagers or even earlier than that, or if you're lucky enough, maybe in your mid-20s, then you've got to properly start working to earn money. And if you have to start taking a full-time job, you don't have the time to put in hours and hours and hours of practice. You've also got other folks. Also, you lose the drive because you spend all of your time working. The last thing you want to do is get home from work and then spend 4 hours grinding out one track and one car, and then do that for the entirety of the week. It's exhausting. Yeah. So that's why you typically see people as they get old, they slow down in sim racing, and it's not because they can't do it. It's not because they don't have the reactions. It's purely because life gets busy.
Especially if you then take on broadcast commitments as well, stream other games as well, so that you don't go insane just playing the same thing over and over and over again.
Take up golf. You know, the important stuff.
Yeah, but at least with golf, you're actually going out and going for a walk. I don't do that.
Right.
I will say, my fitness these last couple of years, it has dropped. And I need to get a bit fitter. Fitness does actually help you sim racing.
It does.
As much as people don't realise it, it does help you.
Sebastian Job was one of the main ones in that. I distinctly remember when he joined the Red Bull Racing Esports. I say when he joined the Red Bull Racing Esports team. I think I think it was after he won his first championship for PESC. There was a thing that was posted on Red Bull on their website, which actually was like a little documentary on sim racing, and it showed Sebastian Job. Number one, saying Sebastian Job. Any doubts on that one? He says his own name, and it does say Job, so tick that one off. Number two, it showed him being coached in a gym, being like really focusing on things that you'd require for sim racing fitness wise. And then when it comes to 24-hour races, these top teams, they are genuinely speaking, probably less so in this race because it's a bit more banter, but when you do like proper 24-hour races where there's money on the line and all that kind of stuff like Le Mans Virtual and stuff like that, they're talking about diets, they're talking about making sure that you're getting into sleep pattern, that you're actually, when you're out of the car, that you're actually resting properly and not just going, oh, I'll step away from the sim rig for 20 minutes and then I'll come back. Like, no. There's a way that you step back and can actually calm down, right? And it's very interesting how that has changed very quickly, realistically speaking.
Yeah, and I think that's where you're seeing the difference between these absolute mega sim racing teams and sim racing teams that are good. Don't get me wrong, there's lots of good sim racing teams out there and lots of good sim racers out there, but it's just an entirely different level of preparation and ability. It's not so much the skill. You can have two people who are equally skilled, but if they've not got that level of preparation that some of these drivers get in the mega teams, being able to focus all their time and resources on this, like Pete Berryman, for example, he's down there in Corby, down at the Apex Racing Team's centre, and he's spending all day there. They'll go through briefings, they'll go through strategy decisions. That's part of being in that team, but they can work out there, they can jump in the sim rig and just practice. And if you're going to be a driver who's going to be racing in this race, say through the night hours, well, in that week leading up to it, you're going to be practicing and getting yourself more and more into that sleep pattern of being awake during those night hours, so that you're most alert during that time.
You know what? I'm wisely informed they do a lot with the Apex Racing facility. They take a little trip down to
McDonald's.
Well, probably. That's what
I can tell you that they do.
Yeah. No, I've heard. I'm wisely informed they take a little trip down to Kettering to a driving range with them. So I've already been to twice, and so they. I know Pete Berryman's a little bit of a. He does a bit of that, as does Mark, and that'll all be answered. Like, I want to go. I want to go and do that. I want to go and join them on the golf. I want to show them that I'm not just a fat, lazy commentator. I am. I was going to say I am a fat, lazy commentator, but I'm not just a fat,
I've
lazy commentator.
I've offered to caddy for you.
You have indeed. You have indeed. Well, I'm golfing on Monday around the hardest one of the hardest golf courses in the country. So come along.
Unfortunately, I'm busy working on Mondays.
Unacceptable.
I've also offered to Peter Mackay to caddy for him as well.
He's okay. Just to clarify, Peter Mackay's a lot better at golf than I am. Also lives in Scotland, so obviously it's the home of golf. That's fine. So he has no excuse. I'm pretty sure he's a single-digit handicapper.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure
my handicap is golf.
Mine is 19.4, which isn't great, but after a year and a half, it's not terrible.
That's good though. If you've only been doing it a year and a half, that's good.
Exactly. Thanks, Dad.
As long as you're seeing positive trends, that's good.
Yeah, the positive trend comes out when I put the driver back in the bag. So that's the important bit. That's the big decisions made. Obviously, on your screen, by the way, we're seeing Parker White at the back of the 992s, or still remaining off the back of the 992s, i.e. not really anywhere in any major positions GT3-wise after that incidente.
The little minor fracas that they had with the GR86, yes.
Speaking of GR86, back to the race lead.
Yeah, and these two have not been switching at all. They've just been pump drafting and working together. I think these are the only two that have not had a meatball flag, other than Roland Alfredson in the Alonfredson team, who is still there in third place in class, and he is doing it solo as Alfred.
Yes.
So is Roland. So unfortunately, he will be disqualified at the end of the race.
Yes, indeed. Roland Alonfredson, as you can see at the bottom. That is the team name. Huge respect, huge plaudits to even the attempt of doing this race. Solo, the fact that he's been driving around for 5 hours now, completely solo, and sat in third spot. Obviously, you do expect a slightly longer pit stop at various points if you are just by on your Todd, because I mean you've got to use the loo at some point, and I really hope there's no bottle nearby, just to nip that one in the bud, because that's
adult nappies. There you go.
That is a thing. That is a thing. Hopefully not something that he's resorted to. It's where you just. I hope that the loo, that you're either in a room with an ensuite or the loo's not that far away, and to make sure that no one is jumping into the loo. Like you're in a house show or whatever, and they're all just like, great, the loo's busy in my pit stop, great.
I will say that's where we were lucky back in my day. In this race with the Kia Optima, because for a full fuel tank you were talking about 1:45 was the pit stop, because it was literally pouring in 5-gallon jugs, and it would simulate the stop between releasing one jug and then putting the next jug on to the so it took about 1:45, so it was just enough time for you to quickly run to the bathroom, have a hygiene, and then come back and be ready.
Yeah, and actually wash your hands, which unfortunately in most pit stops, if you are running to the loo, you don't have time for that, and that's disgusting. So there is that. At least 1:40 does indeed give you the time. But in that Kia Optima, you did have a long time between pit stops where you had to take on that fuel. That was the other thing, is that it wasn't exactly like you weren't stopping every hour for fuel.
It was only about a 45-minute fuel tank.
Was it really? I thought it was way longer than that.
No. It was only about 45 minutes on that fuel tank.
I thought there was one of the cars we did in one of Jimmy's races, in the Zolder race. It had like a 2 hour.
The TCR takes about an hour and a half between stops in this race. The Jetta, that's what it was. Oh my god. Yeah, the Jetta. It's a case of jump in that and get your slow roast on in the oven, and by the time that you've finished your stint, then you'll be ready for your roast beef or whatever.
I quite like a fairly slow car, but that Jetta, I know everyone loves it. I love it as well.
I don't like it at all.
But the idea of endurance racing that car, oh my god, I would honestly, I'd rather watch Eurovision, and I hate that stuff. Dane Baird triggered, just getting that one. Almost certainly loves Eurovision. Instantly was like, whoa.
With the Jimmy Broadbent 23 Hours of Zolder, I will say that Team Rick, which is a group of you've got like Sissy Scaramusa and Keenan, who's involved in that Aerotech on Twitch, and a couple others who are involved with iRacing. They have Team Rick, and on the back of their car, the last 2 years, they've had that photo that I shared with you, Lewis, of me on the back of their car.
Nice.
Something for people to aim at, you see.
Absolutely, and I would. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think my face has ever been featured on someone's car. I don't think I've been memed into that, which is a shame. I'm actually genuinely disappointed. I feel like that's like a career achievement to get memed onto someone else's car. Our Junior, by the way, doesn't count in that because he memed himself onto his own car.
Yeah. Yeah,
not the same
absolutely.
thing. Vince Cusi, I know, to be fair, Vince did put, I think Vince might have put our Junior onto his car, so fair play on that one. I think he put Ewan on there as well. Didn't put me, I don't think. But yeah, our Junior's won in All Stars. That doesn't count. Also, how did he get into that race? What's the title of the race?
Porsche.
The title of the race is All Stars. He's so mediocre.
Yeah. I mean, I've not raced in the Porsche All Stars.
You have more of a right to.
I've been commentating on that series for now 6 years.
Yeah, exactly. You have way more of a right to. I pull the same thing with GB3. I've commentated on this now for 3 years. You should give me a seat. I don't think it would work.
Maybe GB4.
maybe GB4. Although to be fair, I did have a conversation with the drivers in GB4, which basically it's a Formula 4 car, right? It's the Tata's T1014, so it's the old Spanish F4 car basically. And I was talking to the 2022 champion Nicholas Taylor at the last round at Silverstone, and we were kind of talking about it, and he was like, "Oh, you should get in," and I'm like, absolutely no way am I getting in that for one major reason. You'll never get me out, and it's not because I don't want to get out, it's because I will not be physically able to remove myself from it. You will have to cut the vehicle in half for me to depart that vehicle. I will not fit. Also, I'll be the heaviest thing that's ever sat in that car, so I am not a light boy.
I will say, back in 2014, I had a tour of the ProDrive facility down in Banbury, and I took my dad along because I'm nice like that, and basically we got there just a little bit earlier because travelling down from Yorkshire, you give yourself a bit of time to deal with traffic, things like that. So we arrived there, park up, and it was Jackie at the time who was doing the tour, and she was like, "Oh, well, you're a little bit early, so if you just go into the museum and you can have a look around the cars in the museum there." It's great. Oh, great. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. And we're still having a look around. Oh, it's Colin McRae's championship winning World Rally car, all this Alain Menu's Ford Mondeo, the most expensive touring car ever, things like that. And then she just goes, "Oh, by the way, you can get into any of the cars apart from Jensen Button's F1 car and that Aston Martin because it's not actually owned by us."
And obviously you did.
Yes, absolutely.
See, when you watch like GT World Challenge and stuff, and you see all the drivers jumping in and out of like a GT3 car, and you think that's really simple. When I was at Bolton with the Rocket Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK, great name, I was with Cam Roger, I was with Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney. I don't think Ewan had actually got there at that point, so obviously hellfire on that one. Obviously Zach Sweeney is on the broadcast a bit later on. Ewan O'Leary has already been on the broadcast, so we've known each other. This was 2 years ago. There was a McLaren 650 which I climbed into. And there is a video of me climbing out of it, and it is, to say not graceful would be an understatement. I quite literally had to crawl out of the car. I do not know how they just jump in, jump out.
So I was similar with the touring cars, so the James Thompson's 99 Honda, and then Alain Menu's 2000 Mondeo. Literally, you're squeezing in through just this web of pipes, and I was going to say scaffold pipes, but they're a little bit more chunky than that. And it's like, how do these drivers do this? And then I realised, oh yeah, that's because I'm overweight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. By the way, for those watching on YouTube, sorry, I'm breaking into something serious here, into the middle of our conversation. Those watching on YouTube, in about 5 minutes' time, we will be, well, it's less than 5 minutes' time now, it's about 3 minutes' time, we will be switching over to part 2 of the broadcast. So do make sure that if you are watching on a smart TV or anything like that, get switched over to that. Those of you watching on Twitch, nothing will happen. You'll just carry on watching on Twitch.
And obviously you want to jump over to part 2, mostly for the excellent racing, but also for the hilarious stories that we've got going on. Obviously we are in a bit of podcast mode, just we're watching them all cruise their way around the circuit. This is the battle once again for the GR86 lead, but they've not been switching positions, so not too much is going on for the Forgia TV racing team. Nürburgring Esports Whipperman either. Did see Vince Cusi did say that let me just read this out to you to see if you think this counts. He said, Lewis, I put you as well, Lewis, you and Arjuna. I put a picture of a pufferfish to represent me. That's not me, though, is it? That's not actually me. That doesn't count.
Yeah.
But whatever, no, it's fine. I'll allow it. Where is Valkyrie Esports? Great question. Where is Valkyrie Esports? They are running in 5th in the class, the 992s. Do they only have one car in this race? They've got 2. I think it's just one, isn't it?
Valkyrie 992s.
Yeah, I think it's just that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
indeed.
just having a look through my timing screen.
No,
yes,
you carry on. Yeah, it's just them. It is just them. So it is 5th place at the moment in class. Not too bad. Obviously, race season in each category. BMW MT Redline in the GT3s. Share Esport leading in the 992s. The Apex Racing team leading in GT4s. The touring cars being led by Obsidian. And, of course, GR86 being led in this 2-car battle that we were watching earlier with the Forgia TV and the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman car. So we take a look at Valkyrie. There you go, on screen.
I get to see a bit of Max Humbert behind the wheel, just going through the right-hander then and then climbing the hill. And it is incredible just how much of a hill this is, because it's the fact that you think, it's not too bad. The fact that these rather powerful cars actually struggle to get into top gear up here. Like the TCRs, you're best off being in 5th gear, because if you pull 6th gear, you start losing speed up here. It is absolutely incredible how steep that is.
It's it's a fair walk up that hill. Just going to say that. Thankfully, I didn't walk over that side of the circuit because I'm again not that fit, so it wouldn't have gone too well. Did also see a question as to which car Gal Valero was in, which is obviously the Obsidian racing car, which is in the TCR category, and they are running as the race leader. Gal Valero behind the wheel at the moment of that one. So Obsidian, which is a bit odd to see. Not going to lie.
Well, I mean, it's certainly working out for them. Gal Valero's been able to pull that gap out in the last stint or so, as your GT4s come onto pit road from the leaders of that, so Pete Berriman, Sven Hasse, Vlad Kimachev, and also a couple others as well onto pit road from GT4. But yeah, Gal Valero, he's certainly doing a good job behind the wheel of that Honda, and he is keeping a really, really good pace, I can tell you right now. His average, 5-lap average, is a 901.7, which is just up there with the absolute fastest laps for TCR.
It's a bit quicker than at least quicker than what I would do. I'll go with that.
During the week in a sprint series, I was doing 9:12, 9:11.
Still quicker than what I would do. It's fine. Obviously, part 2, by the way, is up on YouTube now, so if you want to jump over into part 2 and drag all the hilarious banter over with it, where you can really see what the dealio is. Of course, still a long time left to go, plenty of banter left to go. You've got 50 more minutes, though, to deal with both myself and Paul, and then we're having a breather. What time are you back on?
I'm not back on.
You're not back on? You're just doing this 4 hours and bailing?
Well, I mean, I did make myself available until about 2 o'clock in the morning, but I was only selected for 4 hours straight.
Sounds like